Ryan returned his Pokeball to the tournament organizers for recovery, while he sat in the stands to watch the upcoming match. Draco, with the same red hair as Lance, but with a buzz cut, looked incredibly capable. His explosive muscles bulged out his t-shirt, making Ryan envious. Perhaps inspired by Ryan's Mutwo, Draco sent out Dragonite as his opening move, achieving a 1-on-6 sweep. Though Dragonite was gasping for air and about to collapse, it still had a sliver of health left. Ryan stroked his chin in thought, considering Beedrill's chances of winning. After a Mega Evolution, his chances of winning were only 60%, but that was enough. His mission was to turn that 60% into 100% and let Beedrill prove himself. After the match, everyone had lunch and discussed who would win between Ryan and Draco. Ryan rested on the sofa in his room in the Pokémon village. There were no matches in the afternoon, allowing the trainers to rest well before the finals in the evening. Wouldn't it be risky for Beedrill to battle Dragonite? Lily's voice came from behind. How did you know? Ryan asked, without turning around. I've been traveling with you for so long, how could I not know your personality? Are you sure? Lily said. 60%. Go for it. Yeah. No extra words needed. This was their understanding. Ryan closed his eyes and rested quietly, preparing for the final match. That evening, after dinner, the finals of the Indigo League began. Ho-Oh's flames burned fiercely on the torch, and the stadium lights illuminated the venue like daylight. The late autumn temperature was already a bit chilly, but it couldn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. As the announcer spoke passionately, Ryan and Draco entered the arena. The two shook hands in the center, and Draco said, I've always wanted to battle you. Let's see who's better, your Mutwo or my Dragonite. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it won't be Mutwo versus Dragonite, but I'll still win, Ryan said calmly. Oh? I'll wait and see. I'll force your Mutwo out, Draco replied. The two separated and took positions at opposite ends of the field. As the bell rang, they sent out their first Pokémon, Nidoking versus Haxorus. Dragon type. Nidoking, Ice Beam, Ryan said, taking the initiative. Haxorus Surf, Draco commanded. Haxorus launched a massive wave towards Nidoking. Nidoking's Ice Beam swept through the wave, freezing it and shattering it. But as the ice fell, Nidoking charged forward, its horn piercing Haxorus's body, knocking it flying and rendering it unable to battle. Horn drill? I was careless. I didn't expect your Nidoking to be so fast. Go, Gyarados. Draco recalled Haxorus. A massive Gyarados appeared on the field. Ryan smirked. They really are planning to succeed Lance, all dragon and flying types. Thunderbolt. Ryan shouted. Hydro Pump. Draco commanded. Gyarados completely ignored Nidoking's Thunderbolt. A single blast of its Hydro Pump sent Nidoking flying, where it slammed into the ground and rolled several times before fainting. Ryan watched as Gyarados' health was reduced by only a third, and he couldn't help but admire Draco's extreme training approach. He had thoroughly conditioned Gyarados' special defense. With its water/flying typing, Thunderbolt should deal super effective damage, yet it only managed to reduce its health by a third. You could imagine how strong Gyarados' conditioning was. This wasn't a video game. After all, individual training made all the difference. Even though Ryan's current Pokémon had significantly higher base stats than ordinary Pokémon, they couldn't match the long-term conditioning of veteran trainers. Ryan's system allowed him to display Pokémon stats, but when it came to experience and specialized training, he couldn't compete with seasoned trainers' Pokémon. For now, Ryan could only help his Pokémon reach their potential. How far they could grow from there depended on their own efforts. What he lacked most right now was time to develop that deeper bond and training. Return, Nidoking. Ryan recalled his Pokémon. Charizard, you're up. I've got you covered. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Draco called out. But you're too slow. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Ryan shouted. Gyarados launched a Hydro Pump at Charizard, but Charizard took flight, weaving around the water blast. Dragon energy formed around Charizard's claws as it delivered an uppercut that slammed Gyarados' gaping mouth shut. Then, dodging Gyarados' retaliatory bite, It maneuvered around and slashed at Gyarados with a series of dragon claws. Gyarados, Aqua Tail. Drive it back! Draco frantically shouted. Too slow. Charizard, Final Dragon Claw. Ryan commanded. Gyarados' tail whipped up with tremendous water pressure, striking at Charizard. But Charizard, empowered by Ryan's bond, achieved perfect synchronization with its trainer. With swift aerial maneuvers, it dodged the Aqua Tail's damage and landed on Gyarados' head. With a powerful Dragon Claw strike, it slammed the massive Pokémon to the ground, ending the battle. No matter how strong its defense is, without speed, it's just a sitting target, Ryan said calmly. Then let's see who's faster. Go, Pidgeot. Draco recalled Gyarados and sent out his next Pokémon. Ryan couldn't help but think to himself, he really is aiming to be the next Dragon-type Elite Four member. All flying types. Pidgeot's Pokédex entry mentioned it could fly at Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, roughly 2,400 kilometers per hour. Ryan had to wonder who wrote these Pokédex entries. That speed was incredible, but it also demonstrated Pidgeot's remarkable velocity. Ryan didn't dare underestimate it. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Pidgeot, show them speed, Aerial Ace. Draco called out. Pidgeot soared high into the sky, then dove toward Charizard with unerring accuracy. Ryan narrowed his eyes. Intercept it, Charizard, then follow up with Flamethrower. Charizard sensed the attack and, crossing its claws, blocked Pidgeot's Aerial Ace. It then grabbed Pidgeot's beak and flung it away, following up with a blast of flames that sent it tumbling through the air. Pidgeot, Sky Attack. Draco commanded. Pidgeot flew high and began glowing with intense energy as it dove, slamming its body into Charizard with tremendous force. Ryan responded, Protect, then Dragon Claw. Charizard's Protect barrier absorbed Pidgeot's Sky Attack, and then Charizard's claws struck back, knocking it down. Draco looked at his panting Pidgeot and said, Pidgeot, final move, Brave Bird. Wait, you know both Sky Attack and Brave Bird? Ryan exclaimed in surprise. The difference between Sky Attack and Brave Bird was significant. The former required a charging phase, but dealt massive damage, while the latter caused recoil damage to the user, but could be executed immediately. In reality, Sky Attack's charging time could be minimized by a fast Pokémon, so unless you had the Rock Head ability or didn't mind the recoil, most trainers would choose Sky Attack over Brave Bird. Charizard, Flamethrower. Ryan commanded. Pidgeot flew toward Charizard at high speed, enduring the flames, and slammed into Charizard with all its strength. The impact sent both Pokémon flying apart, leaving trails of energy in the air. Charizard fell back, clutching its shoulder, temporarily unable to use its claws effectively. Pidgeot glided across the battlefield, dragging a long trail on the ground before finally collapsing, unable to battle. Major crisis. Draco has already lost 3 Pokémon, while Ryan has only 2 injured, not a single one down. What can Draco do now? The announcer shouted. Draco silently recalled his Pidgeot and sent out his 4th Pokémon. An adorable Dragonite appeared on the field, waving its short arms while tiny electrical currents danced around its body. Charizard, can you still fight? Ryan asked. Roar. Charizard responded, giving Ryan a confident thumbs up. Ryan understood its determination and nodded. Then I'm counting on you, Charizard. Use Earthquake. Charizard stomped its foot hard on the ground, sending powerful shock waves toward Dragonite. Dragonite, Magnet Rise. Draco commanded. Strong electrical currents flashed beneath Dragonite, and its body slowly levitated into the air, completely nullifying the earthquake attack. Ryan frowned. Charizard, Heat Wave. Thunder. Draco shouted back. Charizard took to the sky, its wings creating scorching waves of superheated air. Dragonite endured the heat wave while raising its hands skyward. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down from above, striking Charizard directly. Charizard cried out in pain and plummeted from the sky, unable to continue fighting. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he finally understood Draco's training philosophy. He pushed everything to extremes, disregarding balance entirely. His offensive Pokémon were glass cannons with explosive power, while his defensive Pokémon were built purely as tanks. Dragonite's attack power was devastating, but after enduring that heat wave, it was already severely weakened and vulnerable. As Ryan recalled Charizard, he shook his head. He'd initially considered a similar approach, but Steven had warned him that while this method wasn't impossible, maximizing advantages also maximized weaknesses. A Pokémon trained this way could never reach the highest levels. Elite Four might be the absolute limit, becoming champion or even master rank would be impossible. Sylveon, you're up. Ryan called out. Misty terrain. Pink energy enveloped the entire battlefield, creating a dreamlike scene that was truly mesmerizing. Seeing the terrain change, Draco commanded, Dragonite, Iron Tail. You're too slow. Moonblast. Ryan shouted. Sylveon extended its ribbons, and the image of the moon appeared behind it in the sky. It formed a brilliant pink energy sphere in front of its mouth and launched it at Dragonite. Dragonite tried to deflect the attack with Iron Tail, but the resulting explosion left both Pokémon severely damaged. Draco recalled his Dragonite and said, Go, Kingdra. Bubble Beam. Swift. Ryan commanded. Kingdra fired a concentrated beam from its mouth that split into countless bubbles, aggressively targeting Sylveon. Following Ryan's command, Sylveon gracefully leaped, dodging Kingdra's bubble beam. Then, extending its ribbons, it created a shower of star-shaped energy projectiles and launched them at its opponent. Kingdra swiftly tried to dodge Swift, but why is Swift a sure hit move in the games? The reason is simple. In reality, such guaranteed hits are nearly impossible to avoid. Sylveon guided Swift to curve around and successfully strike Kingdra. Although the individual hits weren't massive, remember that Sylveon's Pixelate ability had converted the normal-type Swift into a Fairy-type attack, dealing super effective damage to the Dragon-type Kingdra. Finish it. Moonblast. Ryan called out. Kingdra, Hydro Pump. Draco shouted desperately. Sylveon's Moonblast and Kingdra's Hydro Pump collided midfield, with both attacks finding their marks. Kingdra collapsed to the ground, unable to battle. Sylveon shook the water droplets from its fur, standing there breathing heavily. Incredible! Draco's Kingdra is down. That leaves him with only one Pokémon remaining. What will his final choice be? The announcer called out. My last hope. Dragonite. Draco recalled Kingdra and sent out his ace, a powerful, battle-scarred Dragonite that looked far more formidable than his previous one. Return, Sylveon. Ryan recalled his fairy type. Beedrill, let's go. Beedrill? Are you trying to stall and wear down Dragonite? Draco frowned in confusion. Trainer Ryan has sent out his shiny Beedrill. Is he trying to buy Sylveon some recovery time before the final showdown with Dragonite? Everyone knows that Sylveon's fairy typing gives it immunity to dragon-type attacks. Sylveon used a lot of energy in that last battle, so giving it proper rest now seems like the smart strategic choice, the announcer explained. It seems everyone's underestimating you, Ryan said, touching the 2 keystones embedded in his left wristband. Show them what you're made of, Beedrill. The Mega Stone on Beedrill's chest flashed with brilliant, rainbow-colored light, and several beams of energy connected with the keystone on Ryan's wrist. As the light faded, a Mega Beedrill appeared on the battlefield. What? Beedrill has Mega evolved. Ryan has surprised us once again. Who could have predicted that after Greninja's Bond phenomenon, Ryan would reveal yet another evolution? What a trainer who never stops amazing us, the announcer exclaimed in disbelief. So, what if it evolved again? It's still just a pathetic bug type. Dragonite, Fire Punch. Draco scoffed. Dragonite nodded and charged at Mega Beedrill at tremendous speed, its right fist already blazing with flames. But in a flash, Beedrill vanished completely. In the next instant, Mega Beedrill's drill-like stingers pierced Dragonite's back from behind, injecting a potent poison. Ryan grinned confidently. I originally only had a 60% chance of winning, but now that the poison's taken effect, my odds have jumped to 90%. Dragonite is known as one of the fastest Pokémon around, at least. That's what the Pokédex claims. But in terms of actual battle statistics, Dragonite's base speed is only 80 while its attack is 134. Meanwhile, Mega Beedrill boasts a speed of 145 and attack of 150. Although extremely fragile, Mega Beedrill's offensive capabilities would make any opponent despair. Mega Beedrill, Venoshock. Ryan commanded. Beedrill stingers rapidly sprayed venomous, green liquid that struck Dragonite directly. The dragon writhed in pain as the poison coursed through its system. Since Dragonite was already poisoned, Venoshock's power doubled. However, Mega Beedrill's special attack was its weaker stat, so while the damage wasn't overwhelming, it significantly worsened Dragonite's poison condition. Damn it. Dragonite Rain Dance, then finish it with Thunder. Draco desperately commanded. You think I'll give you the chance? Mega Beedrill, Continuous Twineedle. End this now. Ryan shouted. Beedrill instantly became a blur of motion, striking Dragonite with rapid Twineedle attacks. Its incredibly high attack stat, combined with its adaptability ability, occasionally landed critical hits. Dragonite roared in agony, unable to track its opponent's movements and forced to endure the relentless assault. The final Twineedle struck home, sending Dragonite crashing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Dragonite is unable to battle. Therefore, the winner is Ryan, the referee announced. Ryan stepped forward, his fist meeting Mega Beedrill's steel-hard stingers in a victory pose. Trainer and Pokémon basked in the thunderous cheers and applause of the crowd. He had done it.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Draco recalled Dragonite and walked over to Ryan, saying, "Damn it. You're too strong. I guess my chances of succeeding Cousin Lance are in thin." Ryan shook his hand and said, "You can gain more experience. But you're too extreme in your approach. I've been mentored by Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region, and I can tell you that a trainer's strength is always determined by their weakest area. Your Pokémon have obvious strengths and weaknesses. By exploiting those weaknesses, you're at a disadvantage." Draco scratched his head and said, "Cousin Lance told me that too. But that's just my style and I probably can't change. But I'll find other ways to compensate." Ryan remained silent. This was someone else's path and he had no right to interfere. The tournament finally concluded and the awards and closing ceremonies followed. After receiving the championship trophy and the system rewards, he would also need some time to recuperate. Then he would follow Lily to Alola to prepare to challenge Tapu Bulu. The closing ceremony of the tournament began. All the contestants entered and President Goodshow presented medals to everyone. Lily also received a medal. It had a black base, white wings on either side, and a crystal crown in the center, with a small golden Pokeball icon at its heart. It was quite beautiful. Then, the top 3 winners were announced and President Goodshow handed them medals and trophies. These 3 were Ryan, Draco, and Asunta. Ryan received a gold medal and a golden trophy. The trophy was topped by a Pokeball with fluttering golden wings on either side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, Path to Master. Rewards: 1 Master Ball, Charizard Mega Stone X, 10 Evolution Stones, and a random legendary beast map. Ding! Main Quest 2 begins. Capture 6 Pokémon from the Johto region to participate in the Silver Conference. Lottery Pokémon are not allowed, and Pokémon drawn by the system do not count. Rewards: 2 Master Balls, Mutwo Mega Stone, 10 Evolution Stones, a random legendary beast map, and unlocking healing power and psychic abilities. Ryan licked his lips. It seemed stricter, but the rewards were still tempting. This meant that, aside from Charizard and Sylveon, none of his current Pokémon could enter the battle. No, wait, it seemed like Dragonair and the others weren't excluded from this tournament. Ryan quickly checked the system, and it confirmed that his Kanto-caught Pokémon could participate in the Silver Conference, which reassured him. This meant that the Silver Conference roster now reached 3 Pokémon, and all he needed to do was capture 3 more Pokémon from the Johto region. Ryan stepped off the stage and stood with Lily. The lights dimmed and fireworks shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire venue. Lily leaned against Ryan and said, "It's beautiful." Ryan smiled silently, quietly enjoying the atmosphere. After the closing ceremony, everyone returned to the Pokémon village for the night. After saying goodbye to each other, Ryan and his group returned to Pallet Town. They planned to hold a celebration party to celebrate Ryan's victory and Ash's place in the quarterfinals. It was originally planned to be held at the Oak Research Institute, but Lily's friends insisted on seeing Ryan's breeding ranch, so the venue was changed to Ryan's current home. Ryan didn't mind. He spent some money on food and drinks and had his Jellicent help cook a meal for everyone. Delia also came to help, and soon everyone was having fun. Lana and the others began to explore the huge ranch. After a while, they returned, each of them leading a Pokémon. Ryan was practically sick to his stomach. The four of them were incredibly lucky, each getting a championship-level Pokémon. He couldn't quite accept their money, so he let them take all four Pokémon. A championship-level Gyarados for Lana, a championship-level Alakazam for Mallow, a championship-level Alakazam for Kiawe, and a championship-level Magnezone for Sophocles. Ryan's heart was bleeding, for million Pokédollars were gone just like that. Professor Oak, knowing Ryan was going to Alola, immediately asked him to help capture some Alolan Pokémon for research. Of course, Ryan agreed. After all, his own breeding facility needed plenty of Pokémon, and with his Master Balls and resources, he had no problem capturing Pokémon. Professor Oak also requested that Ryan loan him Greninja and Beedrill for research. Ryan thought about it and agreed. After all, his Pokémon were now almost level 80, approaching 90. He had given them everything he could, and now it was up to them to develop further. Of course, he'd give them their enhancement items and TMs first, then leave them with Professor Oak. Speaking of enhancement items and TMs, Ryan realized he hadn't even checked his popularity points yet, wondering if they were enough. He opened the system interface and glanced at his popularity points. He shuddered, rubbed his eyes, counted them again, and took a long time to recover. He sighed, "Finally, I feel like a rich trainer. The system gave me enhancements. I want a dozen TMs too." Winning the championship this time had skyrocketed his popularity points to 1.2 million, which made the usually broke Ryan a little complacent. After selecting his items, he proceeded to check out. Ding! Insufficient balance, unable to purchase. You're telling me 1.2 million popularity points aren't enough for this little thing? Ryan was immediately furious. Ding! Maximize attack EV training for 50,000 popularity points. Maximize special attack EV training for 50,000 popularity points. Experience share X8 for 300,000 popularity points. And the Pokémon custom TMs for a total of 1.1 million. Ryan was speechless and thought for a moment. Creating 2 attack enhancement items would complete his plan. He still had to create an experience share multiplier. After all, leveling up after level 90 was incredibly difficult. Ryan pondered the remaining popularity points for a long time. Primarina didn't really enjoy fighting, so there might not be many opportunities for her to battle in the future, so he ruled her out for now. The same applied to Sylveon. They were both pacifists and not prone to fighting. The remaining fighters were all battle lovers. After some consideration, he gave custom TMs to Charizard, Greninja, Mutwo, and Beedrill. With the remaining 300,000 points, he bought a set of custom Claw-type moves for Charizard, a set of custom Blade techniques for Greninja, and a set of custom Psychic Mastery for Mutwo. These corresponded to Charizard's Dragon Claw techniques, Greninja's Cut and Water Shuriken Mastery, and Mutwo's Psychic-type move enhancement. Everyone played and laughed until nightfall. After everyone dispersed, Ryan pushed open the door to his villa and came to the second-floor terrace, where Charizard rested. Charizard heard Ryan's footsteps and opened its eyes. Ryan said nothing as he handed Charizard a pill glowing with strange energy. He then left and went back to sleep. Charizard watched Ryan disappear and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The powerful enhancement properties filled its body. Charizard endured the excruciating transformation as the flames from its tail blazed fiercely, enveloping it completely. A flash of light appeared in the sky, and Mutwo materialized above Charizard, quietly observing the flames. Another Mutwo then emerged from its resting place. The two Mutwo exchanged glances and departed without a word, their destination unknown. Charizard struggled for a long time before the flames dissipated. Feeling the increased power within itself, Charizard nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the scorched rock surrounding it, Charizard moved to another spot and fell into a deep sleep. After 2 days in Pallet Town, Ryan and his companions boarded a charter flight and arrived at Alola's Ether Paradise. Luzamin personally served as their tour guide, showing them around the massive Ether Paradise facility. It truly was impressive, an entire artificial island dedicated to the Ether Foundation, demonstrating the immense wealth of Lily's family. It was already late autumn, and Ryan planned to spend the entire winter in Alola. Next spring, he and Ash would challenge the Johto League Silver Conference together. This would give Ryan plenty of time to train his Charizard and potentially encounter Tapu Bulu, the guardian deity of Ulula Island. After a day at Ether Paradise, Ryan asked his future mother-in-law for some Ultra Balls. While he could purchase them elsewhere, why not accept them as a gift? Rare Pokémon still occasionally appeared throughout the Alola region, and Ryan was interested in capturing a few for his research. Besides, Luzamin was deeply invested in Pokémon conservation herself, so even if he didn't encounter any rare species, he could still contribute to her foundation's efforts. Luzamin had great confidence in Ryan's abilities, so she provided him with 30 high-quality Ultra Balls. After saying farewell to Luzamin and Gladion, Ryan and the others returned to the Pokémon school, accompanied by Principal Oak and Professor Kukui. Lily had taken extended leave to travel, and now needed to catch up on her studies. Fortunately, her true passion was research, and she was a genuine academic prodigy, so there was no concern about her academic performance. However, Lily still had another year before graduating from the Pokémon school, so she couldn't accompany Ryan on his upcoming journey to Johto. Ryan understood completely. After staying at Professor Samson Oak's residence for several days, he caught various regional Pokémon and sent them back to Professor Oak in Kanto. Then he took a ferry to Akala Island. This time, Ryan had left most of his main team at the Oak Laboratory, bringing only 3 Pokémon with him. Mutwo, for reasons unknown, had decided to remain behind for some personal project. He didn't explain his intentions to Ryan, and Ryan didn't press the issue. He simply told Mutwo to contact him if any trouble arose, and that he could bring Ryan's full team if necessary. Mutwo agreed. The ferry bypassed Heihea City and sailed directly to Konokoni City. From the deck, Ryan could see Konokoni's iconic lighthouse gleaming in the distance, a landmark visible from throughout the area. After all, the two cities were separated only by water and connected by underground tunnels, making transportation very convenient. Ryan had come to Konokoni City specifically to find Olivia. As the island kahuna, if he wanted to challenge Tapu Bulu, he needed her permission first. Otherwise, if he attempted it without authorization, Olivia would likely pursue him relentlessly, and there was a good chance the other 3 guardian deities would join her. After all, the 4 Tapu were the sacred protectors of Alola's 4 islands, and they weren't just individual entities, they were likely the only 4 of their kind. Unlike legendary birds like Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, or forest guardians like Shalevi, who existed in multiple numbers across different regions, challenging just one Tapu could provoke them all. Absolutely not. How could you possibly consider challenging Tapu Bulu? Even if you had the strength to face Tapu Bulu, do you think the other guardian deities would allow it? Olivia shouted. Okay, I get it. I won't try to catch it, but I can at least battle it, right? Ryan said, rubbing his ear. On his way to Konokoni City, Ryan had asked locals for directions to Olivia's jewelry shop. With their enthusiastic guidance, he found her without difficulty. Olivia was delighted to see Ryan and overjoyed to hear he'd won the Indigo League Championship. But when she learned that Ryan was planning to challenge Tapu Bulu, her expression immediately darkened. She poked Ryan's forehead with her finger and began lecturing him sternly. Really? Olivia looked skeptical. She found it hard to believe Ryan was serious about battling a guardian deity. "I'm completely serious," Ryan said earnestly. While it was disappointing he couldn't attempt to capture Tapu Bulu, Charizard's need for a rematch was still valid. At the very least, Tapu Bulu needed to learn that strength shouldn't be used to bully the weak. "Fine. Battle me first. If you win, I'll take you to the Ruins of Abundance and give you the Rocky MZ crystal. If you lose, you need to seriously reconsider your decision," Olivia declared. "Even if you want to challenge Tapu Bulu, I'll be supervising the entire time." "All right. Where should we battle?" Ryan asked casually. Honestly, this was his first time facing an island kahuna, so it was difficult to predict the outcome. While he talked confidently about challenging a guardian deity, part of it was just self-motivation to build his confidence. "Let's go to the Ruins of Abundance," Olivia said. "Tapu Bulu won't always be there, but battling nearby will definitely attract its attention." That made perfect sense. No wonder the Alolan people traditionally offered Pokémon battles as tributes to these guardians. These four deities were, honestly speaking, battle enthusiasts with an intense interest in combat. Olivia instructed her shop assistant to mind the store while she led Ryan through dense jungle paths to the entrance of the Ruins of Abundance. However, Olivia didn't take Ryan inside the actual ruins. According to her explanation, entering the ruins was a sacred trial for those seeking to become island kahunas. Only those who entered the ruins and gained the guardian deity's approval could assume this position. Simply put, Ryan was an outsider with no right to enter unless he established permanent residence in Alola. Ryan said nothing and released his Charizard. Olivia glanced at Charizard approvingly and said, "You've trained it well. No wonder you won the championship. But don't underestimate me, I'm an island kahuna. Probopass, let's go." "Probopass, Thunder Wave," Olivia commanded. "End this quickly. Mega Charizard X." Ryan called out as he and Charizard initiated Mega Evolution just as Olivia sent out her Probopass. "So this is Charizard's Mega Evolution? It looks incredibly powerful," Olivia observed. "But don't underestimate my Probopass. Use Discharge." After Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X's ability became Tough Claws, enhancing all contact-based moves. Mega Charizard X converted its Fire Punch into devastating flame-enhanced claws, equally powerful, just in a different form. The black-scaled dragon became a blur of dark motion, its brilliant blue flame claws instantly striking Probopass and sending it crashing to the ground, though it remained conscious. "Sturdy ability? That won't help you. Mega Charizard X, Dragon Claw," Ryan declared. As Ryan predicted, the follow-up Dragon Claw connected solidly, knocking Probopass out of the battle. Olivia reluctantly recalled Probopass and admitted, "You're truly formidable. No wonder you won the championship." Ryan scratched his chin modestly, unable to deny the compliment. "Now I'm getting serious. Go, Golem," Olivia declared. A massive rock-type Pokémon, roughly the same size as Mega Charizard X, emerged onto the battlefield. Its Sandstream ability immediately activated, whipping up an intense sandstorm that began wearing down Mega Charizard X. Ryan took one look and knew this would be a challenging opponent. This Golem was clearly an elite-level Pokémon, around level 80, matching Mega Charizard X's power. "Golem, Stone Edge," Olivia commanded, launching into her signature move without hesitation. "Take flight." "Sunny day," Ryan called out, preparing to seize control of the weather. Golem stomped its massive foot into the ground, sending countless razor-sharp stone projectiles erupting from the earth toward Mega Charizard X, dealing significant damage. Meanwhile, Mega Charizard X launched an energy orb into the sky, successfully claiming weather control as the sandstorm gradually dissipated under the bright sunlight. "Solar Beam," Olivia commanded. "You think you're the only one who can use that?" "Mega Charizard X, Solar Beam," Ryan countered. Thanks to the intense sunny weather, both solar beams charged instantly. The two massive energy beams collided midair, with Mega Charizard X's beam overpowering Golem's attack. The remaining energy struck Golem directly, leaving it struggling to maintain its footing. Golem possessed incredible attack and defense stats, but its special attack and speed were abysmal. Getting into a special attack exchange with Mega Charizard X was essentially suicide. Olivia, undeterred, called out, Rock Blast. Mega Charizard X dodge. Ryan commanded. Ryan had customized each of his Pokémon's movesets differently. The training regimen had provided 3 specialized techniques for Charizard, primarily enhancing its claws and wings, with secondary improvements to its overall durability. After extensive practice, Charizard's claw attack power, flight speed, and endurance had dramatically increased. Now it could easily weave through Golem's Rock Blast barrage. Then, with lightning speed, it closed the distance and unleashed a devastating Dragon Claw assault. Forbidden technique, Orochi style, 8 Maidens. When it came to claw-based attacks, Ryan immediately thought of Iori Yagami from the King of Fighters. The training system had thoughtfully incorporated Iori's signature claw techniques. While not exactly identical, they perfectly complemented Mega Charizard X's fighting style. Charizard delivered a relentless series of Dragon Claw strikes, culminating in what would normally be a headbutt, replaced instead by a point-blank flamethrower. The devastating combo left Golem's health critically low, and even Olivia was impressed. What an incredible combination! You must have undergone intensive training. Did you develop this technique yourself? Ryan shamelessly nodded in agreement, then commanded, Mega Charizard X, finish it with flamethrower. Not yet. Stone Edge. Olivia shouted desperately. Golem used its remaining strength to launch one final Stone Edge attack at Mega Charizard X. Both attacks connected simultaneously. Golem collapsed to the ground while Mega Charizard X was knocked backward, still retaining about half its health. No match for Olivia's expertise. Return, Golem. Olivia recalled her Pokémon. What an impressive Mega Charizard X. Tapu Bulu will be thrilled to face it. Ryan, for this final battle, I'll go all out and show you the true power of Alola's Z-moves. Lycanroc, take the stage. Ryan observed Lycanroc in its midday form and knew this would be his toughest challenge yet. This Lycanroc was clearly an elite-tier Pokémon, probably exceeding level 90, most likely Olivia's starter and ace partner. Lycanroc, Stone Edge. Olivia commanded. Lycanroc slammed its right paw into the ground, causing massive stone pillars to erupt and crash toward Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, fly to avoid it, then Solar Beam. Ryan called out. The sunny weather was still active, why not take advantage? Mega Charizard X spread its wings and soared skyward. Clasping its claws together, it unleashed what looked almost like a Kamehameha wave or solar beam aimed directly at Lycanroc. Dodge it, then Continental Crush. Olivia shouted, assuming the Rock-type Z-move stance. Lycanroc instantly accelerated, evading the solar beam. Then, with a thunderous howl, it leaped high into the air. Countless boulders materialized from thin air, rapidly converging around Lycanroc and forming a massive mountain of stone that plummeted toward Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, counter with Flare Blitz. Ryan watched the stone mountain form in the sky, sweat beading on his forehead. This was absolutely terrifying. Mega Charizard X roared defiantly, its tail flame blazing intensely as swirling fire enveloped its entire body. It rocketed toward the descending mountain. However, the mountain was simply too massive, and despite its fierce resistance, Charizard was overwhelmed and crushed beneath the stone. Ryan's eye twitched. He couldn't help but think of Sun Wukong being trapped under Buddha's 5 Elements mountain. When the dust finally settled, Mega Charizard X stood panting heavily on the battlefield. Still conscious, but barely hanging on, it had narrowly avoided a one-hit knockout. Lycanroc wasn't feeling great either, having taken some recoil damage from the Z-move. Mega Charizard X, Dragon Claw. Ryan commanded. Lycanroc, Rock Tomb. Olivia countered. She wasn't about to let Charizard use that 8 Maidens technique again. Lycanroc howled, causing countless massive rocks to rain from the sky, threatening to trap Charizard completely. But Olivia had underestimated Charizard's enhanced speed. Charizard weaved through the air, sprinting toward Lycanroc, successfully executing the 8 Maidens combo and finishing with a final flamethrower blast. Looking at her fallen Lycanroc, Charizard finally released its Mega Evolution and stumbled to the ground, breathing heavily as it slowly recovered its strength. "I have to admit defeat," Olivia said, helping Lycanroc to its feet. "You're now qualified to challenge Tapu Bulu. And as your reward for defeating me, this Rockium Z is yours." Olivia handed Ryan an ochre-colored Z crystal. Ryan retrieved his Z-Power ring from his backpack and carefully placed the Rockium Z onto it. Switching the Z-Power ring to his right wrist, Ryan smiled. He finally had another trump card. "Bulu Bulu," a clear, melodious voice rang out, showering the area with glittering scales. Both Charizard and Lycanroc instantly regained their strength. Olivia also released Probopass and Golem so they could recover as well. A verdant, bull-like guardian spirit descended from the sky, appearing before Ryan and Olivia. Its large, expressive eyes radiated pure joy and excitement. Ryan recognized it immediately. This was exactly what he'd come for: Tapu Bulu, the guardian deity of Ulula Island. Without hesitation, Charizard roared challengingly at Tapu Bulu. Tapu Bulu paused momentarily, then nodded enthusiastically. It truly lived for battle. Ryan looked at his determined Charizard and addressed Tapu Bulu directly. "We're here to challenge you. If we win, you have to agree to one condition." "Ryan," Olivia interrupted, clearly concerned. "Don't worry, Olivia. I'm not going to ask to capture Tapu Bulu or anything crazy like that. My request is simple: serve as Charizard's training partner. If we lose, we'll stay here and train with you for a month. How's that sound?" Ryan explained. Win or lose, Ryan's goal was to give Charizard more experience battling legendary Pokémon, gaining invaluable experience against such powerful opponents. Even if he couldn't capture Tapu Bulu, this would be excellent preparation for future encounters. Either way, Ryan would come out ahead. Tapu Bulu showed no objection. After all, it was overjoyed to have worthy opponents to battle with. "Charizard, Mega Evolution," Ryan called out. The keystone on his left wrist reacted with the Charizardite X on Charizard's chest, enveloping Charizard in a brilliant aura that then shattered. A Mega Charizard X spread its wings and soared out, staring intensely at Tapu Bulu. "Bulu Bulu." Tapu Bulu chuckled melodiously. Ryan responded, "Don't underestimate my Mega Charizard X." Shadow Claw. Charizard swiftly charged at Tapu Bulu, its massive dark claws radiating a fierce aura as it executed the Eight Maidens technique with relentless fury. "Bulu Bulu Bulu." Tapu Bulu hummed cheerfully, effortlessly dodging every one of Mega Charizard X's claw strikes. Then, with lightning speed, it delivered a devastating wood hammer directly to Mega Charizard X's midsection. Mega Charizard X doubled over from the powerful blow, clutching its stomach momentarily before recovering. It raised its head, glaring fiercely at Tapu Bulu, and roared as it launched a flamethrower attack. "Bulu." Tapu Bulu casually waved its hand, and the flames reversed direction, striking Mega Charizard X with its own attack. Ryan watched in silence as Mega Charizard X's health dropped to half. "Is the gap really this enormous?" Ryan said, somewhat dejected. "Bulu Bulu." Tapu Bulu beckoned to Mega Charizard X with a finger, calling out with obvious amusement. "Even if we lose, we have to lose with dignity." "Mega Charizard X, Flare Blitz," Ryan shouted. "Roar." Mega Charizard X bellowed, its tail flame blazing with intense blue fire that instantly enveloped its entire body with power far greater than usual. Tapu Bulu slammed one hand against the ground, creating a pink shockwave that knocked Mega Charizard X backward. Multiple energy fields appeared across the battlefield's surface. As Mega Charizard X hit the ground, it was bombarded by countless bursts of pink, blue, and yellow energy. "Nature's madness," Ryan said helplessly. "This is completely unfair. I can't even get close." Charizard stood panting before Ryan. It knew it was no match for Tapu Bulu, but it refused to give up. What was the point of striving to become stronger if not for moments like this? "Final move, Giga Impact," Ryan shouted desperately. Mega Charizard X roared, charging at Tapu Bulu with absolute determination. "Bulu Bulu," Tapu Bulu chuckled softly. A powerful psychic wave instantly held Mega Charizard X suspended in midair, rendering it unable to battle and forcing it to revert from its Mega evolution. Tapu Bulu laughed gently and sprinkled a shower of healing scales, instantly restoring Charizard's health. Ryan stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "I accept the terms of our wager. For the next month, I'll train with you." Tapu Bulu chuckled and nodded in agreement. Olivia observed the now settled Ryan and said, "Well, now you understand Tapu Bulu's true power." Ryan sat down on the ground, looked at Tapu Bulu, and declared, "The power of legendary Pokémon is indeed beyond my current reach, but I have my own methods. One day, I'll lead my Pokémon into the realm of legendary status, and then we'll defeat Tapu Bulu." Olivia smacked Ryan on the back of the head in exasperation and said, "I told you this for good reason. You think it's easy to reach legendary status? Without the right opportunity or a legendary Pokémon's guidance, forget about it. Though you are right about one thing, only a legendary Pokémon can truly defeat another legendary Pokémon." Ryan smirked, thinking, what about Ash defeating Tobias's Darkrai? Was Sceptile a legendary Pokémon? Ryan then thought of his own Mutwo. In its current state, if it fought Tapu Bulu, its chances of winning would be no more than 10%. But wasn't Mutwo a legendary Pokémon? Or was this simply the result of experience and time? System, what exactly defines a legendary Pokémon? Don't try to fool me with those base stat totals from the games. Nearly every one of my Pokémon exceeds 600. Ding. The definition of a legendary Pokémon is more about harnessing the essence of the world itself. To put it in terms easier for the host to understand, one utilizes type energy, while the other utilizes the world's most fundamental forces. One represents low-level energy, the other high-level energy. From a qualitative perspective, the difference is immense, the system explained. So the path forward is for Pokémon to comprehend the world's essence? Ryan pondered. How can that be achieved? Ding. No information is currently available. If the host can locate one of Arceus's plates and allow the system to analyze it, we might discover a solution. Where am I supposed to find an Arceus plate for you? Ryan was equally frustrated. Understanding the power of origin was the first step toward achieving legendary status, but even this initial step stumped Ryan completely. Never mind. I'll spend this month training with Tapu Bulu to familiarize myself with battling legendary Pokémon. Ryan was remarkably optimistic, perhaps even carefree. He understood that legendary Pokémon were still far beyond his reach. Even Mutwo had been an accidental resurrection by the system. Ryan had zero genuine experience dealing with true legendary encounters. Without dwelling on it further, a new round of battles began. Ryan also released Dragonite and the others to observe. Even if they didn't participate, the experience of witnessing legendary battles was invaluable. He retrieved a video recorder from his backpack, ready to document this training session with Tapu Bulu. Even if he kept losing, it was still precious experience. Olivia watched Charizard fight and lose repeatedly, yet continue fighting. Fortunately, Tapu Bulu's healing scales provided instant recovery, allowing Charizard to engage in continuous intense battles. After observing for a while, Olivia departed. After all, Island Kahunas were busy people. Knowing that Ryan was no match for Tapu Bulu, what was there to worry about? Ryan didn't want to return to Konokone City immediately. He asked Olivia to send supplies when needed. He established camp at the Ruins of Abundance, preparing for an extended training period. A month later, Charizard wasn't the only one battling Tapu Bulu. Dragonite, Gyarados, and Larvitar all attacked Tapu Bulu with everything they had, but Tapu Bulu danced through their attacks, defeating them one by one with graceful ease. Well, the month is up. Tapu Bulu, I'm leaving now, Ryan said, recalling the 4 Pokémon that Tapu Bulu had just healed. Bulu Bulu, Tapu Bulu nodded and called out. You want to entrust me with a Pokémon? What Pokémon? Ryan asked curiously. Coco, Lele, Feeny. 3 distinct cries echoed through the ruins. All 4 guardian deities had come to Ryan. As Ryan looked at the 4 Tapu before him, a realization struck him. When Ash first arrived in Alola, it seemed that Tapu Koko had taken interest in him and entrusted him with that special Pokémon. Could it be? As Ryan had suspected, a small, nebula-shaped creature was gently presented to him, protected by all four Tapu. Ryan looked down at Cosmog in his arms and frowned. I'm not originally from Alola, though. Can I really take care of it? I have to travel to other regions and might not return here for a year or more. Bulu Bulu Bulu, Tapu Bulu responded. Its meaning was clear, take it with you. We'll handle everything else. Ryan hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, see you in a year. If you need anything, come find me in Pallet Town, Kanto. If I'm not there, you can contact my Pokémon, they'll reach me. The four Tapu nodded, chirped softly in farewell, and departed from the ruins of abundance. Ryan carefully carried Cosmog back to Conoconi City, ready to say goodbye to Olivia. He also planned to use his remaining time in Alola to collect a few more Z-crystals for the upcoming battles ahead. After obtaining Cosmog, Ryan's mind was immediately filled with ambitious plans. After all, in the games, both Solgaleo and Lunala could lead people through ultra wormholes into other dimensions. Ryan was certain that, aside from the ultra beasts dwelling in ultra space, it was possible to encounter legendary Pokémon in other dimensions. Although the probability was low, it was worth attempting, wasn't it? The legendary Pokémon that Ryan had previously wanted to capture were actually Cosmog and Celebi, one traveling through space, the other through time. Celebi's ability to travel through time could allow Ryan to return to ancient eras to witness the Pokémon of those times. The legendary Pokémon that Ryan could think of were the three legendary titans of the Hoenn region. Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza are Pokémon that have slumbered since ancient times. However, no one can truly reveal what transpired in those primordial eras. Perhaps Rayquaza dwells in the ozone layer, but the universe is so vast that it's impossible to say if there are other Rayquaza out there. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. Returning to Conoconi City, they found Olivia and bid her farewell. Olivia expressed great curiosity about Tapu Bulu's gift of a Pokémon for Ryan to raise. However, after examining Cosmog, she found nothing particularly remarkable. This examination, however, awakened Cosmog, whose loud cries tormented them both. Fortunately, Ryan had prepared his secret weapon, poke beans. After feeding Cosmog the beans, it calmed down and happily munched away. This suggested that this Cosmog was indeed the one entrusted to Ash by Tapu Koko in the anime series. But Ryan couldn't understand why Tapu Bulu had been given this responsibility. Even considering plot momentum, shouldn't it have been Tapu Koko's role? Perplexed, Ryan stopped overthinking it. Now that Cosmog was in his care, there was no way he could return it. Only someone like Ash would release his main Pokémon. Ryan was certain that no trainer would release a legendary Pokémon once they obtained one. After bidding farewell to Olivia, Ryan asked Charizard to fly him to Wella Volcano Park. He planned to challenge the totem Pokémon there and obtain the Firium Z to increase Charizard's fire-type move power. Cosmog sat on Charizard's back, chirping with delight. Ryan had originally intended to capture the legendary Pokémon using a regular Pokeball, but the system bluntly announced, ding. Warning to the host, unless a legendary Pokémon willingly remains in a Pokeball, ordinary Pokeballs cannot restrain them and will burst within minutes. If the host wishes to capture a legendary Pokémon, it is recommended to use the Master Ball provided by the system. According to the system, legendary Pokémon possess inherent power that cannot be restrained by ordinary Pokeballs. Even standard Master Balls can barely withstand a legendary Pokémon's power. Only the Master Balls provided by the system can truly contain their strength and capture them successfully. Capturing with ordinary Pokeballs is considered a conditional capture. If the legendary Pokémon wants to escape, there's no stopping it. Ryan's Mutwo had also voluntarily followed him. Did anyone really think a single Master Ball could truly capture Mutwo against its will? So Ryan abandoned the idea of capturing Cosmog with a Pokeball. Arriving at Wella Volcano Park, Ryan began his ascent from the base of the mountain. Kiawe's Firium Z was inherited from his grandfather, so Ryan didn't know exactly where to find the totem Pokémon on Wella Volcano. So Ryan chose secluded, untraveled mountain paths, hoping to encounter a totem Pokémon. Cosmog curiously looked around. Then, without Ryan noticing, it teleported and vanished. Damn it. Charizard, quickly find Cosmog. Ryan was immediately panicked. Finding someone with teleportation abilities was incredibly difficult. He was about to send Charizard into flight when he heard Cosmog's cries from above. Looking up, Ryan saw a cave opening in the rock face high above. He gestured to Charizard, and Charizard immediately carried Ryan up to it. Entering the cave, Ryan found Cosmog surrounded by 3 Salandit. He couldn't help but facepalm. After all, a young legendary Pokémon being frightened by a few level 20 Salandit was quite the sight. Charizard's flamethrower scared off the Salandit. Ryan walked over, picked up Cosmog, and fed it a few poke beans. He said, "Don't wander off next time. I'll worry if I can't find you." Cosmog nodded, then tugged at Ryan's sleeve. Its nebula-shaped appendage pointed to the side. Ryan then noticed the wooden pedestal that stored Z-crystals in the games. A fiery red Firium Z gleamed upon it. Ryan happily patted Cosmog's head. It turned out the little creature had understood Ryan's intentions and brought him here directly. But there didn't seem to be any totem Pokémon around. Ryan waited for a while. Less than 2 minutes later, a massive Salazzle appeared at the cave entrance. Ryan said, "I'm going to take the Firium Z. Let's battle." The Salazzle nodded and rushed forward. Then bursts of light emanated from its body, just like the totem aura in the games. Ryan decided to test the totem Pokémon's strength and declared, "Charizard, flamethrower." Charizard immediately opened its mouth and launched a stream of flames at the Salazzle. The Salazzle remained unmoved, giving Charizard a seductive look. Then, opening its mouth, it too launched flames, blocking Charizard's attack while simultaneously captivating the dragon. Ryan frowned slightly, his bond power surging to temporarily weaken the attraction. He declared, "Dragon Claw." Charizard roared, and a massive claw condensed from dragon energy slashed toward the Salazzle. The Salazzle's expression turned pitiful. Charizard hesitated, its attack significantly weakened, but the blow still managed to inflict damage. Ryan shook his head. Even heroes fall to beauty. Not to mention Charizard, his Nidoking had been courting Lily's Nidoqueen since their battle, and they were still flirting back at the ranch. He was sure they'd be expecting offspring by the time Ryan returned. Charizard, too, was young and full of vigor, unable to resist temptation. The Salazzle lashed out with its tail, hurling a torrent of sludge bomb at Charizard. Ryan shouted, "Endure it, then use outrage to finish this." Charizard blocked the poison attack and then slammed into the Salazzle with a powerful burst of dragon energy, knocking it out of commission. Ryan glanced at the Salandit behind the Salazzle. They didn't bother him anymore. He walked over to the pedestal and removed the Firium Z. He turned around, ready to celebrate with Charizard, but saw Charizard cuddling with the slightly recovered Salazzle. It seemed this battle had also won the Salazzle's heart. Both Pokémon belong to compatible egg groups, so breeding shouldn't be an issue. But what was with this sickeningly sweet, romantic atmosphere? Ryan always felt like he was being fed relationship drama by his own Pokémon. Charizard didn't end up traveling with Ryan. It planned to stay with the Salazzle for a while, intending to return when Ryan prepared to travel to the Johto region. Reluctantly, Ryan asked Dragonair to take him down the mountain. They then went to Kiawe's ranch. Kiawe's mother, Seema, and his father, Rango, warmly entertained Ryan. After all, Ryan had been quite considerate of Kiawe and his family back in Kanto. Of course, there was Kiawe's little sister, Mimo. She curiously eyed Cosmog, who was drinking moo-moo milk, and asked, "Big brother Ryan, what's this Pokémon's name? It's so cute." The 3 Pokémon drinking milk suddenly took a 10,000-point critical hit. After all, they all had intimidating appearances, each one more ferocious-looking than the other, and Cosmog immediately outshone them in cuteness. "It? Well, you can just call it Nebby," Ryan said, stroking Cosmog's little head. Cosmog tilted its head. "Nebby? Are you calling me that?" Mimo curiously poked Cosmog's face and played with it for a while, then turned her attention to Dragonair and the others. Dragonair and the others immediately put on friendly expressions, welcoming Mimo's affection. Ryan drank some Moo milk and thought, when I go to Johto, I'm going to need to catch a bunch of Miltank. Moo milk is incredibly nutritious and tastes amazing. Ring ring ring. Ryan, there's a call. Ryan's phone rang, and the voice message Lily had recorded for him served as the ringtone. Ryan answered the call and asked, "Hello, this is Ryan speaking." "Who's calling?" "It's me," said Lizamon. "Ryan, we've found traces of Ultra Beasts on Mount Lanakila on Ulula Island. Could you please capture them?" "I see. How many are there?" "I'll need to be prepared." "Not sure yet, but at least 2. "Understood. I'll head there immediately." "Thank you." The guardian deities seemed to understand the situation as well. "I'm hanging up now." Ryan hung up with a slight frown. He didn't particularly appreciate his future mother-in-law's obsessions, something he and Lily had in common. He recalled Gyarados and Tyranitar, then climbed onto Dragonair back, carrying Cosmog. After speaking with Kiawe's parents, Dragonair took off with Ryan, heading for Mount Lanakila on Ulula Island. Dragonair was quite fast, though not as swift as Charizard. Over an hour later, Ryan reached Mount Lanakila on Ulula Island. Guided by the Ether Foundation's helicopter, he landed in a snowy field. As the helicopter descended, the strong downdraft whipped up a torrent of snow, which pelted Dragonair, making it uncomfortable. This kind of environment would surely be unpleasant for any Dragon-type Pokémon. The helicopter door opened, and 2 people jumped out. One was Lizamon, the other Professor Burnett. Ryan looked at the ring on Burnett's finger and asked, "You're Professor Burnett, right? Your husband is Professor Kukui, correct?" "Yes. You're the Ryan that Kukui always mentions, right?" "I'm counting on you this time," Burnett said with a smile, a hint of warmth in her expression. Ryan felt like he'd been fed another dose of couple energy, silently cursing himself for bringing up such a topic. Then he said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." "Huh? Ryan, where's your Charizard? Why did Dragonair bring you here?" Lizamon asked curiously. "Well, it's fallen in love. It's at Wella Volcano. It won't leave until I return," Ryan said helplessly. The 2 women exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, they finally stopped laughing. They brought out some equipment and explained to Ryan that after capturing the Ultra Beasts, they would open an Ultra Wormhole and allow them to return home. Of course, if there were many of them, they wouldn't mind keeping 1 or 2 for research. Ryan acknowledged the plan and mounted Dragonair to begin searching Mount Lanakila. With his enhanced vision ability, Ryan's eyesight was exceptionally sharp. He indeed spotted an Ultra Beast in the snow 2 kilometers away from Burnett and the others. Ryan quickly had Dragonair land. A slender, tall, humanoid Pokémon lay in the snow. Ryan immediately recognized it as an Ultra Beast, Pheromosa, though it appeared to have been attacked by an Ice-type Pokémon. It was severely injured, its body frozen in various places, with frostbite evident in the worst areas. Pheromosa struggled to open its eyes, looked at the human before it, and cried out weakly. Ryan realized he could understand its words. It seemed that in the anime, even Meowth couldn't understand Buzzwole's speech. After mentally thanking the system, Ryan said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll capture you first, then heal your injuries." He then produced a beast ball and easily captured Pheromosa. He immediately released it and used coins to purchase Revival Herb and Ice Heal from the system store. The system's products were of the highest quality, and the 2 remedies instantly healed Pheromosa's injuries. Pheromosa embraced Ryan with a hint of elegance, and Ryan didn't mind at all. Pheromosa was always noble and graceful, seemingly disgusted by everything in other worlds, disdaining to touch anything with its delicate appendages. Just embracing Ryan was a sign of deep gratitude. Ryan then asked Pheromosa about its companions and learned that they had accidentally fallen through an Ultra Wormhole and ended up here. Their habitat was a vast desert dotted with stone pillars and numerous caves. Some of the rock formations were covered in sky-blue crystals, a description very similar to the game's depiction of Ultra Desert. Ryan asked Pheromosa, along with any companions that had also fallen through, whether they wanted to return or stay. If they wanted to go back, Ryan would help them. If they wanted to stay, he welcomed them, but they couldn't disrupt the local ecosystem. They would have to live with the Ether Foundation for a while until everyone was sure there were no problems, then they could move to other locations. Pheromosa said it wanted to live with Ryan, so it didn't plan to leave. As for its companions, they had gone looking for something to help save it and would return soon. Just as Pheromosa had predicted, 10 more soon came running over, overjoyed to see their companion healed. Seeing their frostbite wounds, Ryan purchased Ice Heal from the system to help them recover. Soon, the group of Pheromosa warmed up to him considerably, and many expressed a desire to stay. After all, their dimension was a desolate desert, and while they were accustomed to life there, with better living conditions available, who wouldn't want to stay? 2, perhaps concerned about something back home, decided to return, but Ryan didn't pressure them. He captured all 11 Pheromosa in beast balls, boarded Dragonair, and returned to Burnett and the others. He explained the situation to Luzamin and the others, and Luzamin agreed to have the Ether Foundation accept the 9 Pheromosa and help them adapt to life in Alola. Burnett then used a machine to open an ultra wormhole, and the 2 Pheromosa eager to return leaped into the wormhole and disappeared. After handing the remaining 9 beast balls to Luzamin, Ryan tossed 1 beast ball in his hand. This time, he had made a significant gain. His Pheromosa was exceptional quality, and the remaining Pokémon were all high-grade specimens. Ryan asked Luzamin to save one for Lily, hoping that Lily would like it. At least when Luzamin saw Pheromosa, she liked it very much and hugged one of them, refusing to let go. Pheromosa pushed Luzamin away with obvious distaste and looked at Ryan helplessly. Ryan shrugged, indicating he had no choice in the matter. To be honest, Pheromosa did share many similarities in appearance with Luzamin. He guessed they would get along well in the future. Pheromosa, dodge! Ryan called out. The Pheromosa performed a graceful dance, spinning elegantly to avoid the Lurantis's razor-sharp leaf blades. Its long legs tapped lightly against the ground, yet it exploded with astonishing speed. Pheromosa is praised for its powerful dual attack stats and the 3rd highest speed among all Pokémon. Like Mega Beedrill, it's built like an assassin, incredible offense, but negligible defenses, making battles a high-risk, high-reward situation. Use Silver Wind! Ryan shouted. The thin wings behind Pheromosa spread out like a wedding dress, and a silver-white whirlwind blew towards the Lurantis. The Lurantis crossed its arms to resist, but finally could not withstand the damage and collapsed, losing its ability to fight. Ryan stepped forward and claimed the Gracium Z, together with the Ferium Z and Waterium Z obtained from Wella Volcano Park and Brooklet Hill. He now had all 3 Z crystals corresponding to the starter Pokémon types. Looking back at the large group of grass-type Pokémon who were completely mesmerized by Pheromosa, Ryan scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Pheromosa possesses a humanoid body that is very slender and mostly pearl-white in color. It has a flat head with drooping eyelashes, and its eyes are blue-purple. Beneath its bamboo-like neck lies a 4-layered, skirt-like body, with the top layer slightly wider than the 3 below. Its arms extend from a hollowed-out area beneath the top layer. They are extremely slender, with oval-shaped joints, ending in 2 claw-like yellow fingers. Above its eyelashes is a yellow crown-shaped crest with sharp protrusions at the ends. From these protrusions, 2 long antennae extend, their tips the same yellow color, but slightly bulging. 2 legs emerge from under the bottom layer of its skirt-like body. A bridal veil-like membrane curves inward at the back of its head, seeming to wrap around its slender form. However, near the feet, it suddenly contracts inward, forming an X-shaped silhouette. The legs are slightly thicker than the rest of its slender body, still appearing yellow and oval at the joints. The feet are slender with 2 yellow antennae-like extensions, somewhat resembling high heels. From its appearance, Pheromosa truly possessed an almost supernatural ability to captivate others, much like Gardevoir. However, Ryan wasn't sure whether it was Pheromosa's appearance or the mysterious pheromones it released, but whenever Pheromosa entered battle, it always attracted large numbers of Pokémon. But a reminder to anyone getting carried away with fantasies, not to mention that half of all Gardevoir are actually male, Pheromosa is genderless. Like the mythical Pokémon Diancie, they are Pokémon that appear feminine but have no gender. After selecting some Pokémon with better potential to capture, Ryan noted that with Pheromosa, even catching Pokémon was like cheating. There was no need to battle at all, just throw the Pokeball. However, those attracted by Pheromosa were all low-level Pokémon, and Ryan wasn't particularly selective about them. After all, he would let others choose from them later, and he would just act as an intermediary. After recalling Pheromosa, Ryan released Dragonite and prepared to fly to Melee Island to challenge Hala and obtain the Phytanium Z. After all, he also needed to give Pheromosa some proper training. Moreover, Ryan had recently contacted Professor Oak, and Ash was already preparing to challenge the 4th gym and would soon be competing in the Orange League. So Ryan had to hurry up and collect as many Z crystals as possible. If he really didn't have time, he would have to wait until the Silver Conference was over. By then, Lily would have finished her studies and they could travel the world together. No, it was time to start a new journey. Back at Melee Island, Ryan went to the Pokémon school to see Lily first. He was surprised to see a handsome young man there. It was Alima, a character Ryan was familiar with from the games. Ryan had also watched the anime. In the anime, Alima was traveling to study in the Kalos region, and he might have just returned recently. According to the storyline, it was likely that in a year or more, Alima would return to Alola permanently and become the trial captain of Melee Island. According to the character profiles in the games, Kiawe, Lana, and Mallow would also serve as trial captains on Akala Island. Ryan considered whether he should ask them to help him obtain some other Z crystals to avoid running around and causing unnecessary trouble. Seeing Ryan approaching, the group who had been swimming in the pond gathered around instantly, and Ryan greeted them warmly. "Hello, you're Ryan, right? I'm Alima. I watched the Indigo League tournament. You're really strong. Would you like to have a battle with me?" Alima walked up and said with a smile, extending his right hand. "A friendly match is no problem," Ryan said after shaking hands with Alima. "Then it's settled. Evie, let's go." Alima called out. The Eevee beside him stepped forward and barked confidently. Ryan smiled and took out an Ultra Ball. Lily asked curiously after seeing it, "Ryan, is this the Ultra Ball that Mother and the others developed?" "Yes, this one's mine. I also helped the Ether Foundation tame 8 Ultra Beasts. They don't plan to return to Ultra Space and want to live here. If you're interested, you can visit the Ether Foundation and try interacting with them. But they're quite proud. Come on out, Pheromosa," Ryan said. Pheromosa appeared, placing one hand on its hip and looking proudly at the Eevee in front of it. An Ultra Beast? I didn't expect one to be tamed already. But we won't lose, Alima said. Eevee, use Swift. Ryan shook his head, dismissing Alima's idea. He knew Alima had participated in the Kalos League tournament, but he didn't know exactly how far he'd advanced. However, the fact that he had made it to the top 16 of the tournament with average stat Pokémon was a testament to Alima's strength. Alima's approach was skill-based, in contrast to Ryan's overwhelming power style. He excelled at defeating the strong with the weak, a quality Ryan sorely lacked. So Ryan decided to learn from Alima. After all, it's always better to learn from the strong in order to defeat the strong. Alima was generous enough to share his insights, and he also wanted to know the secret of Ryan's powerful Pokémon. Ryan couldn't possibly tell him that he had system assistance, so he reluctantly used some of his saved points to purchase Eevee's physical training techniques and shared them with Alima. Alima was overjoyed, and the two of them engaged in a heated discussion, completely ignoring the others around them. After discussing this with Alima, Ryan finally gave up on his ambition to challenge for Z crystals for the time being and focused on practicing more technical skills. In reality, Ryan's two major advantages, the power of bonding and increased battle awareness, didn't really play a significant role in combat. Most of the time, his Pokémon were overwhelmingly strong, and his support was completely unnecessary. This had caused Ryan to currently face a bottleneck. He was being overwhelmed by elite-level trainers, and even gym leaders were completely outmatched, let alone champions. He had to make some changes, otherwise his future would be extremely difficult, or, like certain other trainers, it would be difficult to advance further. So Ryan settled down at the Pokémon school, discussing theories with Alima daily and then putting them into practice, training his Pokémon while also improving his own physical fitness. A few days later, Alima left. Ryan also received a call from the league. "Ryan, we sincerely hope you can take on the position of Elite Four," Lorelei said on the other end of the line. "Lorelei, stop flattering me. I know my own situation. I'm still a long way from reaching elite level. Asking me to take over the position now is simply flattering me," Ryan said with a bitter expression. "Ryan, let me be honest. The entire Team Rocket has left Kanto and settled in Johto," Lorelei said. "Lance is heading to Johto immediately to assume the title of champion, bringing Bruno with him. Agatha has retired and is acting as the temporary gym leader in Viridian City. The league is desperately short of people right now. This is a plea from me, please. Don't we still have Koga and others? And if all else fails, isn't there Blaine?" Ryan said. "Do you think the league hasn't thought about this? Koga has also been transferred to Johto. With the addition of the 2 people rescued from a dark organization, the Johto region now has its Elite Four and champion. But Blaine agreed to become one of the Elite Four in Kanto, and your replacement for Lance is out of the question. There are still 2 vacancies. The champion position is temporarily held by Steven, who has stepped down from the Hoenn region. I hear there's been a long-running dispute with the Hoenn region," Lorelei said irritably. "That's my fault," Ryan said helplessly. "If Steven is the temporary champion, then the current Hoenn region champion is Wallace, right?" "That's right," Lorelei said. Lorelei, you could consider Saffron City's gym leader, Sabrina. Her abilities are truly formidable, and the Alliance should consider her. And then there's Lieutenant Surge from Vermilion City, who's also quite powerful," Ryan said after some thought. In the anime, neither Sabrina nor Lieutenant Surge were particularly impressive as Elite Four material, but in the manga, their performances were truly remarkable. Lieutenant Surge, needless to say, was a trainer recognized by Zapdos. And Sabrina, in the manga, was incredibly intelligent and powerful. After some additional training, they could become Elite Four members, a formidable force. "Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge?" Lorelei hesitated and said, "I'll contact them first. If it doesn't work out, don't even think about getting away. By the way, Lorelei, what are the origins of Johto's 2 new Elite Four members?" Ryan asked. "It seems to be a dark organization that wanted to take down Team Rocket. Both the League and Team Rocket were working together to suppress it, and all of them have been arrested. They discovered 2 of their leaders were capable and had good character, so they were recruited by the League. They're a man and a woman. The man's name is Will, and he specializes in Psychic-type Pokémon. The woman's name is Karen, and she specializes in Dark-type Pokémon." Lorelei introduced them. "Okay, enough. I'm going to go answer some emails. I'm alone right now, and I'm absolutely swamped." With that, the phone went busy, and Lorelei hung up. Ryan rubbed his chin. Will and Karen? Such familiar names. After a long moment of thought, he realized they were probably connected to the organization from the manga that had opposed Team Rocket. But in the manga, they had different allegiances, so how could they have defected from a dark organization? The mastermind in this situation was likely Price of Johto, but Ryan made a phone call and confirmed the possibility that it was indeed Price. The reason was simple. Ryan simply asked Price if he had lost 2 Lapras in his youth. After receiving a positive answer, Ryan knew that Price was likely the leader of this dark organization. But Ryan immediately felt a headache coming on. Price truly possessed incredible power, and his dark turn was motivated by trying to save those 2 Lapras. He was truly a character impossible to hate. But then he wondered about the continuity with the manga. Did Red and Silver really exist in this world? Or did they not exist? Ryan felt a surge of anxiety, but he simply let it go. After all, it wasn't really his business. Putting the phone down, Ryan gazed at the beach in the distance. Dragonair, Gyarados, and Tyranitar were constantly unleashing their abilities, increasing their power. Pheromosa was weaving between their attacks. With its immense speed, Pheromosa could practically remain unscathed by the combined attacks of the three Pokémon. As for Cosmog, it watched with rapt interest, cheering them on. Ryan, having tried using an Ultra Ball, learned the hard way that legendary Pokémon were nearly impossible to capture. Without their consent, taming them was nearly impossible. He was a bit worried. Cosmog only weighed 0.1 kilograms, so it was manageable. But if it evolved into Cosmoem, 999.9 kilograms would be a real challenge. Ryan wasn't like Ash, who could somehow handle even Cosmoem with ease. He might then have to use the system-given Master Balls to capture them. But Master Balls weren't sold by the system, they were only available through main quests. Using them on Cosmog felt somewhat wasteful. I can only build up affection first, and then hope it chooses to stay, Ryan thought as he did push-ups. Actually, this was just Cosmoem's set weight, but Ryan knew it could be much heavier when it wanted to be. Cosmog floated over and circled Ryan. Ryan had to give it some poke puffs, otherwise it would start crying and it would be unbearable. From a distance, Gladion watched Ryan on the beach, patted the Pokémon beside him and said, "Let's go, Silvally. We'll wait for them in the Hoenn region." With that, he climbed onto the Type, Null next to him. Type, Null leaped and departed, leaving Ryan and his group of Pokémon alone on the beach training. A few days later, Ryan returned to Pallet Town on a special Ether Foundation plane. Ryan's breeding facility had become quite famous, and the League thoughtfully built an airport and a dock to welcome visitors from all over the region. After getting off the plane and walking for over 10 minutes, Ryan returned to the ranch, where his main Pokémon were waiting to greet him. Nidoking, accompanied by Nidoqueen, rushed to Ryan, presenting 2 Pokémon eggs like treasures. Seeing the excited Nidoking and the blushing Nidoqueen, Ryan felt deeply overwhelmed. He's still young. Why is he dealing with all this parental responsibility? He couldn't possibly give these eggs to anyone else, unless they were someone close to him. The offspring of 2 exceptional Pokémon, 2 truly top-tier specimens. Charizard burst out of its Pokeball and looked curiously at the 2 Pokémon eggs in Ryan's arms, with a touch of envy. Ryan thought, I absolutely have to get Charizard a new Pokeball, one that can't just burst open like that. Ryan rolled his eyes at Charizard. This guy was quite efficient. Not long after he and the Salazzle got together, they had produced a Pokémon egg. Ryan gave the egg directly to Lily to raise. After the recent Indigo League tournament, Lily had decided on her future path. She had told Ryan that being a trainer wasn't right for her, but she also loved Pokémon, so she decided to pursue the path of a breeder. After all, Ryan had such a large breeding facility, but ultimately, he still primarily caught Pokémon himself, and most of them were free-range, without proper scientific breeding methods. So Lily decided to become a breeder and help Ryan in the future. To give Lily some practice, Ryan gave her the Pokémon egg, the offspring of Charizard and Salazzle, without hesitation. After leaving the Pokémon eggs in the care of the Hydreigon pair, he checked on the other Pokémon. They were all very strong and healthy, seemingly training on their own without Ryan's supervision. Only Florges disliked fighting and had begun to act like Ash's Bulbasaur, managing the entire estate. With its strength, no Pokémon could challenge it, and its daily life was very comfortable and peaceful. Ryan respected Florges' wishes and had no intention of forcing it, so he let Florges live freely. But Ryan discovered that Mutwo wasn't there. He asked Aerodactyl, who then told him that Mutwo had rarely returned recently, but every time it came back, its strength would increase significantly, and now it could suppress all of Ryan's Pokémon. Almost no Pokémon could survive a single move from Mutwo. Father. A telepathic message came. Ryan was still pondering about Mutwo when it appeared before him in a flash. Mutwo gave him a warm embrace, and Ryan sensed a hint of the aura of a legendary Pokémon emanating from Mutwo. Combined with what Aerodactyl had said, he had his answer. He brought the Pokémon back to his second-floor villa and pulled Mutwo into the room. Ryan looked at the somewhat uneasy Mutewo and said, "The other Mutewo has been training you, hasn't it?" "Yes, father," Mutewo responded telepathically. "The other Mutewo-senpai carries much darkness in his heart. I want to slowly influence him and prevent him from making a terrible mistake." Listening to Mutewo's words, Ryan felt as if his child had truly grown up. He patted Mutewo's head as it sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Mutewo has matured. You have your own convictions, and I won't fault you for that. Even if you wanted to leave, I wouldn't stop you. You must remember that although you're a legendary Pokémon, you are still young compared to those ancient legendaries. Be careful." "I understand, father," Mutewo said. "Mutewo-senpai hasn't done anything harmful. On the contrary, he's been training me and teaching me how to feel the power of origin." "Origin power?" Ryan asked in surprise. "Can you tell me about it?" Mutewo nodded and shared with Ryan what he was eager to understand. After a while, Ryan fell into deep thought. According to Mutewo, comprehending origin power was much like understanding the fundamental laws of one's own nature, similar to cultivation concepts in fantasy stories. For example, Hoa's sacred fire contains the essence of rebirth within the fire type. Even if other Pokémon could use sacred fire, without that element of revival, they wouldn't be able to resurrect the 3 legendary beasts. Another example is Cressilia's lunar dance bringing sweet dreams, Darkray's dark void creating nightmares, and Celebi's time travel. These are all examples of origin laws. Mutewo's origin law is destruction, the devastating power of psychic-type moves. This is why in the anime, after Mutewo was created, its strength was nearly equal to that of a first-tier legendary Pokémon. However, comprehending one's own origin power is extremely mystical, and only Pokémon of the same species can pass down this knowledge. It's even more difficult for other species to comprehend it. Ding! Origin power registered. Special mission: train a legendary Pokémon within 3 years, and defeat and capture a legendary Pokémon. Rewards: 100 million diamonds, 100 million fame points, 100 million gold coins, 5 Master Balls, 5 sets of evolution stones, can be specified, and activation of the legendary trainer system. Penalty for failure: deduction of 100 million diamonds, 100 million fame points, and 100 million gold coins, plus closure of the shop and lottery systems. Whoa, there's actually a penalty. Looks like this is a mandatory mission, Ryan gasped. And the reward is too tempting. I absolutely have to complete it. That was true. But according to the system's logic, it wouldn't assign Ryan a mission he was guaranteed to fail. Even before he had diamonds, it often gave him bonus missions, proving it was a fair system. But this time, the timeline was 3 years, meaning the system didn't believe Ryan could complete legendary Pokémon training within 3 years. Origin laws? Ryan muttered to himself. There was really no way Ryan could teach the Pokémon about this. They had to discover it themselves. After leaving the room, he explained everything to his Pokémon and let them figure it out on their own. Charizard dragged Mutewo along to spar and test their abilities. The other Pokémon were puzzled, except for Aerodactyl, who seemed to be contemplating something. After all, it was a Pokémon that had lived for countless eons and might have a better understanding of origin power. Cosmog wandered around aimlessly, looking everywhere, full of curiosity about its new surroundings. After sending the Pokémon away, Ryan received a call from Lorelei. Ryan picked up the phone and said, "Lorelei, what can I do for you?" "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to become one of the Elite Four," Lorelei said with mild irritation. "Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge, whom you recommended, have already been hired. The Elite Four positions are currently full, so we don't need your help with that." "Oh, that's good. Then what did you want to talk to me about?" Ryan asked. "I heard you're going to challenge the Silver Conference in Johto?" Lorelei said seriously. "Could you help us investigate a remaining dark organization that the League dismantled? Their leader is still missing, but according to reports, he's still in Johto. Please keep an eye out for him during your travels." "Understood. I'll do that," Ryan agreed. After hanging up the phone, Ryan took a deep breath and thought, "Price? I hope I can reach him." Otherwise, with his obsession, he might really attack Shalevi. Snorlax, rest, then sleep talk. Ash called out. Snorlax instantly fell asleep, snoring loudly while unconsciously launching an attack, dealing significant damage to Beedrill. Today was Ash's first day back after winning the Orange League Championship, and having claimed the victory, Ash was feeling confident. He approached Ryan to challenge him to a 6v6 battle. Ryan, eager to test Ash's improved strength, agreed. The battle that followed exceeded expectations. Ryan's first Pokémon was Beedrill, while Ash led with Snorlax. Watching the powerful Snorlax in action, Ryan nodded inwardly. Ash had truly grown a lot. His strength hadn't been reset to 0 like in the anime. Ash's Snorlax was a top-tier powerhouse, with a thick fat ability, making it incredibly tanky and effective against Beedrill's attacks. Ryan frowned and commanded, Beedrill, drill run. Beedrill's twin stingers glowed white as they forcefully stabbed into Snorlax's stomach. Snorlax grimaced in its sleep, clearly taking considerable damage. Snorlax, sleep talk, Ash said, staying focused on the battle. Snorlax muttered in its sleep, then suddenly stood up and charged forward with tremendous force, slamming into the airborne Beedrill. Body slam? Lucky hit, but Beedrill, use protect, then finish with fell stinger, Ryan commanded. Beedrill was instantly surrounded by a protective light barrier, blocking the body slam. Then, its twin stingers pierced Snorlax's stomach, the critical hit instantly sending it crashing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Come back, Snorlax, Ash said, recalling his Pokémon. Ryan, you're still as strong as ever. Go, Bulbasaur. Greninja, you're up, Ryan responded. Fine whip. Ash called out. Greninja closed its eyes and dodged sideways. The bond phenomenon activated at full power, and Ryan's consciousness merged with Greninja's senses. I don't believe it. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Ash shouted. Without needing verbal commands, Greninja closed its eyes, its legs exploding with incredible speed, rolling and leaping to avoid most of the Razor Leaf attack, though it was still clipped by 2 or 3 leaves. Let's finish this cut, Ryan commanded. Greninja assumed an Iato stance. Ash, sensing danger, shouted, use Vine Whip to stop it, Bulbasaur. But it was too late. Greninja drew a water blade from its back, slashing through Bulbasaur at lightning speed. The water blade was resheathed and dissipated, causing Bulbasaur to collapse helplessly, its extended vine whips falling limply. So fast, I couldn't even track it. Mook, please. Ash said, recalling Bulbasaur and sending out Mook. Gyarados, you're up. Ryan sent out his sea serpent. Gyarados roared and emerged. Looking at the sludge-like Mook, it said with disdain, after all, I've battled legendary Pokémon before. This opponent seems a bit too easy. Ryan sensed Gyarados' arrogant attitude and frowned, saying, Gyarados, don't be careless. Never underestimate any Pokémon. Your mindset disappoints me. Gyarados shuddered, its expression becoming serious. Ever since learning that Mutwo was a legendary Pokémon, all of Ryan's team had treated him with reverence and admiration. After all, Ryan had promised them that they could reach legendary status. Every Pokémon yearned to become legendary, and as long as there was even a glimmer of hope, they would strive for it. Thanks, Ryan. We'll have to give it our all too. Mook, Sludge Bomb. Ash called out. Mook swung its arms, sending 2 balls of purple sludge flying at Gyarados. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he commanded, take flight to dodge, then Hydro Pump. Gyarados immediately took to the air to avoid Mook's sludge bomb, then unleashed a powerful stream of water from its mouth, washing over Mook. Ash scratched his head and asked, Gyarados can fly? Gyarados is a water/flying type. What do you think? Ryan said with mild irritation. Oh, right. Mook, use Sludge Wave. Ash commanded. Aqua Tail will handle it. Mook unleashed a wave of purple sludge from its body at Gyarados, who responded by whipping a powerful stream of water from its tail toward Mook. Aqua Tail shattered the sludge wave and slammed into Mook, knocking it out. Kingler, please. Ash immediately sent out Kingler to replace Mook. Nidoking, let's go, Ryan said. Ash, the gap between us is still significant. Although you've made progress, I haven't been standing still either. Keep working hard. Nidoking, Horn Attack. Don't underestimate me. I've been training hard too. Kingler, Bubble Beam. Ash responded. Kingler, seeing Nidoking charging toward it, sprayed countless white foam bubbles from its mouth onto the ground. As Nidoking stepped on the foam, its footing slipped and it fell flat, then was pulled toward Kingler by the slippery surface. Perfect opportunity. Kingler, Guillotine. Ash shouted. Kingler swung its massive claw and clamped it firmly around Nidoking's head. A one-hit KO. Nidoking was instantly defeated. Yes! Finally took one down. Ash exclaimed happily. Nice work. Ryan smiled and recalled Nidoking, handing it to his Chansey for recovery. Then, seriously, he said, Ash, your strategy is definitely worth learning from. So, I need to get more serious. Pheromosa, I'm counting on you. Pheromosa gracefully leaped in front of Kingler and proudly gestured for it to come forward. Huh? A Pokémon I've never seen before. Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex, which showed no information. This is Pheromosa. I caught it in the Alola region. It's not native to Alola, but a Pokémon from Ultra Space. So, no data has been released yet, Ryan explained. Awesome. I want to go to Alola too. But the battle must continue. Kingler, Bubble Beam. Ash said. Think I'll fall for the same trick twice? Pheromosa, feint, then high jump kick. Ryan commanded. Pheromosa rushed forward, instantly reaching Kingler and striking it with a feint attack. Then, before it could react, a devastating knee strike slammed into its body, instantly defeating it. Whoa! How is it so fast? Ash exclaimed in amazement. His eyes couldn't keep up with Pheromosa's speed, leaving him completely unable to defend. Pikachu, please. Ash said. Quick attack. Pika Pika. Pikachu shouted confidently, then transformed into a streak of light and slammed into Pheromosa. U-turn, time to switch out, Ryan said. Pheromosa and Pikachu collided, then immediately transformed into a red beam of light and returned to its Ultra Ball. Charizard then emerged from its Pokeball and stared down Ash's Pikachu. Flare Blitz. Ryan shouted. Pikachu dodged with Quick Attack, then Thunderbolt. Ash called out. Charizard transformed into a massive fireball and accelerated rapidly toward Pikachu. Pikachu immediately dodged Charizard's Flare Blitz with Quick Attack, then, without losing momentum, erupted with high-voltage electricity and struck Charizard. Oh? Wild Charge. Let's counter with Flamethrower. Ryan shouted. Charizard's Flamethrower hit the still charging Pikachu and sent it flying. Ash worriedly picked up Pikachu. Ryan gestured to his Chansey, and the Chansey carried Pikachu away for recovery. Are we still doing the final match? Ryan asked. He had gained a good understanding of Ash's growth. The final battle should feature your Charizard, right? Of course, Ash said, then sent out his Charizard. The two Charizard faced each other and began an epic clash. The Kanto arc is complete, and the Johto arc begins next. Thank you all for your support. The journey continues as Ryan prepares for new challenges in the Johto region, where even greater trials await both him and his ever-growing team of Pokémon. New Bark Town, the town where the winds of beginning blow. Looks like we've arrived, the starting point of the Johto League journey, Ryan said, backpack strapped to his shoulders as he gazed at the distant town. In their previous battle, Ash's Charizard had truly impressed Ryan, and Ash's various strategies had left him marveling at his rapid progress. However, Ryan had ultimately won their match. They agreed to battle again in the future before Ash departed. Originally, Ryan had wanted to travel to Johto with Ash so he could encounter Suicune and register it in his Pokédex, which would hopefully earn him some extra income from his system rewards. But then Ryan realized he didn't have a Johto Pokédex yet, so the system hadn't issued any data collection tasks. Therefore, Ryan had to leave early, determined to upgrade his Pokédex with Professor Elm before Ash arrived, then return to wait for him. He had his sights set on Suicune's reward. 3 months earlier, training montage. Before departing for Johto, Ryan had spent 3 intensive months preparing his team at his ranch. The morning sun cast long shadows across Ryan's private training grounds as he watched Larvitar eagerly devour another pile of soil mixed with rare minerals. The little rock/ground type had grown considerably since Ryan first caught it, and its appetite seemed endless. "That's it, Larvitar. Keep eating those calcium-rich deposits," Ryan encouraged, checking his notebook where he tracked each Pokémon's progress. According to the system data, you need to consume at least 200 pounds of soil daily to reach evolution threshold. Larvitar chirped happily and dove into another mineral pile, its body already showing signs of the incredible strength that would define its evolved forms. Meanwhile, across the training field, Charizard was engaged in intense aerial combat drills with the mechanical target system Ryan had installed. The orange dragon's flames burned hotter than ever, and its flight patterns had become more sophisticated during their time training together. "Charizard, try the new combination we practiced, Flare Blitz into Heat Wave," Ryan called out. Charizard roared in acknowledgement, wreathing itself in flames before charging forward, then immediately transitioning into a devastating heat wave that melted 3 training targets simultaneously. Greninja emerged from the nearby pond, having completed its underwater endurance training. The water/dark type had been working on perfecting its bond phenomenon with Ryan, and their synchronization had reached new heights. Without needing verbal commands, Greninja could now anticipate Ryan's strategies almost telepathically. "Excellent work, Greninja. Your speed underwater has increased by 40% since we started this regimen," Ryan noted with satisfaction. But the most dramatic change was happening with Larvitar. 2 months into training. "Larvitar, you're looking bigger every day," Ryan observed as his Pokémon had grown nearly a foot taller. The rock-skin Pokémon had been consuming massive quantities of soil, and Ryan could sense it was approaching its first evolution. Larvitar's appetite had become legendary among the ranch staff. It could devour an entire mountain of earth in a single day, and its strength had increased exponentially. During sparring sessions, it could now create small earthquakes with its stomps. 1 month before departure, the day finally arrived. Ryan was conducting morning training when Larvitar suddenly began glowing with brilliant white light. "This is it. Evolution time," Ryan exclaimed, quickly calling his other Pokémon to witness the transformation. The light intensified, and Larvitar's form began changing dramatically. It grew taller, more humanoid, developing the distinctive cocoon-like shell that marked its intermediate stage. When the light faded, a powerful Pupitar stood before them, its gray shell gleaming in the morning sun. "Pupitar, welcome to your new form," Ryan cheered. "But I know you're not stopping here, are you?" Pupitar's shell cracked ominously as tremendous pressure built up inside. The Pokémon had been so well-nourished and trained that it was ready for its final evolution almost immediately. 2 weeks before departure, the ground shook violently as Pupitar's shell finally shattered completely. From within emerged a massive, imposing Tyranitar, standing nearly 7 feet tall with armor-like green hide and a crown of spikes. "Incredible! Tyranitar, you're magnificent." Ryan marveled at his newly evolved powerhouse. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Level, 45. Gender, male. Height, 2.1 meters. Weight, 202 kilograms. Ability, Sandstream. Moves, Stone Edge, Earthquake, Crunch, Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, Sandstorm. The pseudo-legendary's presence was overwhelming. When it roared, windows rattled in the ranch buildings half a mile away. Tyranitar's Sandstream ability kicked in automatically, creating a perpetual sandstorm around the training area. "Now this is what I call championship-level power," Ryan grinned. "With Charizard, Greninja, and now you, Tyranitar, we're going to dominate the Silver Conference." During the final weeks of training, Ryan's team reached peak condition. Charizard had mastered several new aerial maneuvers and could maintain Flare Blitz for extended periods. Greninja achieved perfect synchronization with Ryan, their bond phenomenon now activating instantly. Tyranitar learned to control its immense power and could create strategic sandstorms. Dragonite, recently caught, had quickly adapted to Ryan's training style and bonded with the team. Gyarados had overcome its initial arrogance and developed better battlefield awareness. Pheromosa remained as fast and elegant as ever, now with improved battle tactics. "All right, team," Ryan announced on their final training day. "Tomorrow we head to Johto. Our goal is the Silver Conference Championship, and with the strength we've built together, I know we can achieve it." His Pokémon roared, chirped, and cried out in unison. They were ready. Present-day New Bark Town. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, he had Nurse Joy register his Pokédex and confirm his entry for the Silver Conference. Then, without stopping, he headed to the Elm Research Lab to meet with Professor Elm. "Professor Elm, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town." "I'm here too," Ryan began. "You're from Pallet Town. Then you must know Professor Oak, right?" Professor Elm excitedly interrupted. "Well, actually, Professor Oak is my mentor. He was the first to approve my research thesis back then." "Well, Don't interrupt me. My main research areas include Pokémon evolution, breeding patterns, and... Who am I? Where am I?" Ryan was completely bewildered. It wasn't until he had received his upgraded Pokédex and walked a considerable distance that he remembered. He was supposed to be gathering data on Suicune. But looking back at New Bark Town and remembering how Professor Elm had been talking at him for a full 3 hours, Ryan couldn't help but shudder. Professor Elm is terrifying. I can't afford to get on his bad side. Let's get out of here. Unable to even stay at the Pokémon Center overnight, Ryan immediately set off for Violet City after dinner, even if it meant camping outdoors for the night. Ding! You have entered a new region, triggering the side quest, Pokémon Data Collection. You have successfully logged 93 Pokémon species, excluding legendary Pokémon from the Johto region. Reward: 10,000 points and a random evolution stone set. If you manage to collect legendary Pokémon data, you'll receive additional rewards, the system prompted Ryan. He smacked his lips thoughtfully. After all, there weren't as many Pokémon species in Johto as in Kanto, so the rewards were smaller. However, there weren't any particularly rare species, just common ones. He already had quite a few at his ranch back home, so he finished cataloging a small portion quickly. Ryan found a flat spot in the wilderness, set up camp, and released his Pokémon to rest. For the Silver Conference, Ryan could use 6 Pokémon: Charizard, Greninja, Pheromosa, Dragonite, Gyarados, and his newly evolved Tyranitar. Currently, Ryan had Charizard, Cosmog, Pheromosa, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar with him. Cosmog was a legendary Pokémon. Even if it evolved to its final stage, Ryan couldn't use it according to League regulations. Charizard and Greninja were already decided core members, and now with Tyranitar's incredible power, he had his 3 strongest fighters ready. He was still considering his final 3 team members, but felt confident in his current lineup. Honestly, Ryan thought as he watched Tyranitar casually lift a boulder twice its size, those 3 months of intensive training were worth every minute. Now we're truly ready for whatever Johto throws at us. Rubbing his eyes, Ryan tightened his sleeping bag and, satisfied with his team's progress, fell into a deep sleep. Ryan recalled training with Caterpie in Viridian Forest, never daring to provoke Beedrill back then, and suddenly felt how quickly time had passed. Thinking back to his former self, he felt a certain nostalgic humility. He had thought himself so weak, but in reality, he was just seeing the world from a limited perspective. The trainer who once didn't dare provoke a swarm of Beedrill was now unfazed by entire colonies, yet he understood his own limitations even more than before. Charizard, Heat Wave. Dragonite, Twister. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Pheromosa, Silver Wind. Ryan commanded all his Pokémon at once, coordinating a devastating assault on the Beedrill swarm. Looking back at the cowering group of Lediba and Ledian, Ryan said, "Stop just watching, fight back. This is your home. Shouldn't you be protecting your own territory?" The Lediba and Ledian whispered among themselves, none willing to step forward. Ryan sighed, feeling disappointed. This group had already given up on themselves. He silently made his decision, driving the Beedrill swarm into retreat. Then he called for his Pokémon to stop. Ryan looked at the remaining Beedrill and said, "Is there a leader? I need to speak with them." The swarm buzzed for a while before a particularly robust bee drill flew forward, chittering at Ryan, probably demanding to know why he was attacking them. "This is Ledaba and Ledian territory. You're the invaders here, so my attack was justified," Ryan explained. "There are 7 large fruit trees in this grove. I'm having 2 of them relocated. Of the remaining 5, your species can have 2 each. The last tree will be decided by battle between your groups. The losing side gives up their claim, and the winner gets exclusive access for 1 year. You can battle again next year for rights. What do you say?" The Beedrill discussed among themselves and quickly agreed. The Ledaba and Ledian were in an uproar. Too cowardly and timid to argue with the Beedrill directly, they instead complained to Ryan about not keeping his promise to help them reclaim all the trees. Ryan ignored their protests and contacted his ranch staff to come collect the 2 large trees. With their sweet sap, his ranch would likely attract many bug-type Pokémon to settle there, a real bonus for Ryan. He pulled 2 signal beacons from his backpack, attached them to the marked trees, then stopped interfering with the conflict between the 2 groups. He hoped the Ledaba and Ledian would learn to be less cowardly. One's home must always be defended by oneself. With 2 new Pokémon entries recorded in his Pokédex, Ryan was ready to continue his journey. However, he spent considerable time wandering the forest before finding areas where Heracross and Pinsir lived. After capturing a few specimens of each, he left the forest satisfied. Later, passing through the ruins of Ulf, Ryan bought some beautiful crystal accessories. He'd give them to Lilyback and Alola after completing the Silver Conference. Thinking he should get something for her classmates too, he decided to buy more. He chose matching pendant sets for Lily and himself, which cost quite a bit. A few days later, Ryan arrived at the Ilex Forest, a location he remembered from his research. He wasn't rushing into the forest just yet. Without Mutwo's psychic abilities, he had no way of detecting the mischievous ghost-type Pokémon hidden within. Charizard and the others wouldn't be able to sense their presence either. He decided to visit the Shrine Keeper and rent a Noctowl, which would be more convenient. He found the Shrine Keeper's hut and asked about rental prices, which left him speechless. The old man's rates were truly outrageous. After some negotiation, Ryan rented a Noctowl and headed into the forest. Shortly after entering the forest, Noctowl began hooting, then pecked at Ryan's shoulder. Using its keen eye ability, its eyes glowed red, illuminating the area ahead. Several Ghastly and Haunter materialized before Ryan. Ryan nodded approvingly. Specialization really did matter. Noctowl was quite effective against ghost-type Pokémon. Hearing the commotion, Cosmog curiously peeked out of Ryan's backpack, took in the scene, and giggled softly. "Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse to handle them," Ryan commanded. Tyranitar unleashed a wave of dark energy from its mouth, overwhelming the Ghastly and Haunter. Ryan captured them with several Ultra Balls and teleported them back to his ranch. This Ilex Forest was indeed teeming with ghost-type Pokémon, and he encountered many along the way. Ryan didn't hesitate to defeat any that blocked his path, then teleported them back to his ranch for study. "Tyranitar, don't let it escape. Block it with Stone Edge," Ryan shouted. Finally, Ryan encountered a truly rare Pokémon, a shiny Haunter. Jangarline shinies are incredibly difficult to spot, as regular forms are purple-black, while shinies are blue-gray. Combined with the dim lighting of the Ilex Forest, detection was nearly impossible. Even with Ryan's trained eye, he only noticed something was off when the Haunter stuck out its tongue. The color was wrong. Only after closer inspection did he realize it was a shiny Pokémon. Sharp stone pillars blocked Haunter's escape route, but the ghost-type playfully stuck out its tongue, phased through the rocks incorporeally, and fled in the opposite direction. "Not so fast. Tyranitar, block its path with Stealth Rock," Ryan called out. Tyranitar raised its arms and released a burst of energy that created invisible barriers around Haunter, trapping it in place. The Haunter was startled and struggled frantically to escape. "It's useless. You're completely surrounded. You can't escape unless you defeat my Tyranitar," Ryan declared. "I'm going to catch you. Tyranitar, Dark Pulse." Tyranitar opened its mouth and fired a concentrated wave of darkness at Haunter, who hurriedly launched a shadow ball in response. The attacks collided, but Dark Pulse overpowered the shadow ball and struck Haunter directly, knocking it unconscious. Ryan pulled out an Ultra Ball and captured it. Having made good money from his system rewards, he'd upgraded all his active Pokémon to Ultra Balls, keeping regular Pokeballs for specimens being sent to the ranch. Come out, Haunter. Ryan released his new capture, bought a max potion from the system shop, and fully healed it. Pokémon, Haunter, Shiny. Level, 39. Gender, male. Height, 1.6 meters. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Ice Punch, Egg Move, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite. Its stats were impressive, but Ryan knew Haunter's evolution into Gengar required trading. He asked the system if there was an alternative. Ding. Trade evolution occurs when a Pokémon is exchanged, generating a special electromagnetic field in the trading process that stimulates evolution. The system can simulate that field for merely 10 system points, the system explained. Evolve it. There aren't any moves exclusive to Haunter that Gengar can't learn, so evolving would be more beneficial, Ryan decided. He recalled Haunter and spent 10 system points. A moment later, a strange energy wave enveloped the Ultra Ball. Cosmobe also sensed this power and looked around curiously, wondering where it was coming from. The energy dissipated, and Ryan released the Ultra Ball again. A short, stocky Gengar appeared before him, its blue-gray coloration marking it clearly as a shiny specimen. Welcome to the team, Gengar, Ryan said with satisfaction. Pokémon, Gengar, Shiny. Level, 39. Gender, male. Height, 1.5 meters. Weight, 40.5 kilograms. Ability, Curse Body. Moves, Ice Punch, Egg Move, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. Too bad it changed to Cursed Body, Ryan said, looking at the data. Wait, can I modify this? Ryan noticed the editable icon in the ability column and immediately clicked it. Sure enough, the ability changed from Cursed Body to Levitate. System, can previous abilities be changed too? Ryan asked curiously. Ding. Affirmative, the system replied. Ryan nodded. Gengar definitely preferred Levitate. Curse Body was too situational. After recalling Gengar, Ryan continued his journey, finally emerging from the Ilex forest before nightfall. He returned the Noctowl to the Shrine Keeper's assistant and, after resting for the night at the shrine, set out again for Violet City. A week later, Ryan finally saw the symbol of Violet City, the Sprout Tower. He quickly went to the Pokémon Center to heal his team. After grabbing a meal there, he located the Violet Gym. It wasn't hard to find, after all, the massive glider circling in the sky was visible to anyone. Following the glider's flight path, Ryan arrived at the Violet Gym. Gym leader Faulkner was delighted to see Ryan. I know you. You're the league champion. I didn't expect you to challenge the Johto League this year. Let's have a proper gym battle, he said, leading Ryan up the elevator to the rooftop sky battlefield. Standing at the battle arena, Faulkner announced, this will be a 3-on-3 battle, and it ends when all 3 Pokémon are unable to continue. My first choice is this. Go, Skarmory. Seeing Skarmory on the field, Ryan suddenly felt a headache coming on. Skarmory naturally possessed incredible defense, and its steel/flying typing meant only fire and electric moves dealt super effective damage, while most other types were resisted. Combined with its naturally high defense stat, it was a nightmare to face. Gengar, you're up first. Ryan sent out his newest team member. Gungar. Gengar appeared, circling around Skarmory while phasing in and out of visibility. Its mischievous personality clearly hadn't changed. I won't hold back. Skarmory spikes, then drill peck. Faulkner commanded. Gengar, confuse Ray, Ryan countered. Skarmory quickly scattered sharp metal spikes across the battlefield, which then embedded themselves invisibly in the field. Skarmory immediately spun into a drilling motion, its beak aimed at Gengar. Just then, Gengar's Confuse Ray activated, strange lights dancing directly toward Skarmory. Pull up. Don't give it any openings, Faulkner shouted. Skarmory immediately ascended, dodging the confusing lights. It then dove with another drill peck aimed at Gengar. Taking advantage of Gengar's evasive maneuver, it followed up with a powerful steel wing attack, striking with remarkable effectiveness. Skarmory, don't give it a chance. Consecutive steel wing. Faulkner called out. Skarmory relentlessly hammered Gengar with steel wing attacks, leaving it no opportunity to counterattack. Faulkner, you're very strong. But you forgot one thing. Ghost-type Pokémon are most dangerous when they're at low health, Ryan said with a smirk. Gengar, Pain Split, then Hypnosis. Gengar, despite being battered by Skarmory's assault, suddenly broke into a maniacal laugh. A dark shadow instantly connected Gengar and Skarmory, and Gengar became energized as if given a second wind, while Skarmory immediately looked winded. Gengar phased through space, appearing directly in front of Skarmory and cast Hypnosis right in its face, sending it into a deep sleep before it crashed heavily to the ground. Now finish it with Dream Eater, Ryan commanded with satisfaction. Gengar cackled and dove into Skarmory's unconscious form, then emerged licking its lips with its oversized tongue, apparently having enjoyed a pleasant dream. Skarmory had lost its ability to battle. Return, Skarmory. I was careless, Faulkner admitted. The next one won't go down so easily. Go, Noctowl. Keep fighting, Gengar, Ryan said. Use Curse. Gengar laughed maniacally as it instantly lost half its remaining health. A dark shadow descended from above and burrowed into Noctowl's body. We need to end this quickly. Noctowl Foresight, then Zen Headbutt. Faulkner commanded. A red light flashed from Noctowl's eyes, instantly revealing Gengar's exact location and negating its ghost-type immunities. Noctowl then unleashed a Zen Headbutt, slamming into Gengar with psychic force. Did you think that was Gengar's full speed? Gengar, stop playing around. Ice Punch. Ryan called out. Gengar dropped its playful expression, a wicked grin spreading across its face. It darted forward and appeared beside Noctowl, icy energy gathering around its fist as it delivered a freezing punch. Noctowl screeched in pain and plummeted toward the ground. Hang in there. You can do it. Faulkner's students cheered from the sidelines. Don't give up, Noctowl. Faulkner shouted. Amid the crowd's encouragement, Noctowl spread its wings again and soared back into the sky. Hypnosis. Both Ryan and Faulkner shouted simultaneously. Both Pokémon immediately engaged in a hypnotic duel, each trying to put the other to sleep. Both Pokémon landed on the ground and fell into slumber. Then, Noctowl's face contorted in pain as the curse took effect, and it fainted. So close, Faulkner sighed with regret as he recalled Noctowl. Return, Gengar. You did excellent work. Faulkner, you fought really well. My Gengar was caught off guard by your foresight, so it wouldn't have lasted much longer anyway. Let's move to the final round, Ryan said respectfully. Since you put it that way, I won't hold anything back. Go, Pidgeot. Faulkner sent out his ace. Let's have a battle of speed. Pheromosa, you're up, Ryan declared. High-speed spin and clear away those spikes. As Pheromosa appeared, it spun gracefully in the air, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept away all the metal spikes hidden across the battlefield. It landed elegantly and gazed at Pidgeot with a haughty expression. I've never seen this Pokémon before. It looks like a bug type and very fast too. But we won't lose. Pidgeot, agility, then wing attack. Pidgeot used agility to boost its speed, then instantly accelerated behind Pheromosa, its wings glowing white as it struck. Pheromosa smirked, needing no command from Ryan. With a single graceful leap, it dodged Pidgeot's attack, then stomped down with a devastating high jump kick, knocking Pidgeot to the ground. Show it what real speed looks like. Triple kick, Ryan commanded. Pheromosa kicked Pidgeot away, then lunged forward and sent it flying high into the air. Following up with a single bound, it spun several times to build momentum before delivering a powerful axe kick, bringing Pidgeot down hard. Pidgeot, Faulkner cried out. Finish it with lunge, Ryan shouted. Pheromosa accelerated through the air, striking Pidgeot with both feet in a devastating final blow. A cloud of dust billowed up. When it settled, Pidgeot was unconscious. Pheromosa placed one hand on its hip, looking at Faulkner and his students with a proud expression that seemed to say, "You want to compete with me in speed? You clearly don't know what speed really is." Pidgeot is unable to battle. "The winner is Ryan from Pallet Town," the referee announced. Faulkner approached with a smile, extending his hand. "That was an incredible battle. Your Pokémon's speed and strategy were amazing. Here, you've earned this, the Zephyr Badge." Ryan accepted the silver wing-shaped badge with pride. His Johto League challenge had officially begun. "Return, Pidgeot," Faulkner said, recalling his Pokémon. "I'm convinced. This Zephyr Badge is yours." He handed it to Ryan, who thanked him and accepted it. Cosmog then darted out of his backpack, snatched the Zephyr Badge and held it up to the sunlight, giggling softly. Ryan grumpily took it back, saying, "Nevi, stop being mischievous." Cosmog didn't seem to care and didn't bother returning to the backpack. Instead, it floated above Ryan's head, curiously observing Faulkner and his students. "You're really popular with Pokémon. That one's uncaptured, right?" "It's traveling with you voluntarily," Faulkner said with some envy. Ryan chuckled and said nothing more. After bidding farewell to Faulkner, he consulted his poke gear and prepared to head toward Azalea Gym. The route would also pass by Cherasific Valley, which would be a perfect opportunity for Charizard to visit and train with its own kind. Jengar's victory this time had been close, too close, especially considering how recklessly it had fought. If it weren't for the focus sash Ryan had given it, it would likely have been knocked out in the first match. Ryan made a mental note to train Jengar more carefully in the future. The focus sash ensured that even when taking a potentially fatal hit, a Pokémon could sometimes survive with just 1 HP remaining. Without it, Jengar would have been defeated in the first battle due to its own recklessness. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. His biggest concern right now was Cosmog's evolution. Ryan had equipped Cosmog with an EXP share. Even without any special training bonuses, Cosmog had already reached level 35 and would evolve into Cosmoem at level 43. Carrying it would become a major problem then. He didn't have superhuman strength like some trainers, capable of lifting a 999.9 kilograms Cosmoem. Well, after it evolves into Cosmoem, at worst he could stay in one place for a few days until it evolved again into Solgaleo, Ryan thought. As Ryan left Violet City, lost in thought, he was suddenly knocked flying by a pink figure. Landing hard on the ground, he rubbed his aching stomach. He'd been in good physical shape thanks to extensive training with his Pokémon. What could have been powerful enough to knock him over like that? "Chansey," a familiar voice called out. Ryan looked up to see a Chansey standing before him. Chansey nodded repeatedly, apologizing profusely. The egg Pokémon carefully took an egg from its pouch and offered it to Ryan. Ryan knew about this behavior. Chansey produced nutritious eggs daily, and they were incredibly wholesome and delicious. As a naturally caring Pokémon, Chansey would share its eggs with any injured creatures it encountered. Ryan accepted the gesture graciously. Besides, with such a delicious and nutritious egg, he could have a good meal. And since this was clearly a high-level Chansey, he was inclined to forgive the accident. "Wait, high level." Ryan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Since when did elite wild Pokémon start literally running into him? "Ursaring." With an enraged roar, a massive Ursaring clutched its lower body and, moving in an odd, pained manner, charged toward them. Upon spotting Chansey, its eyes blazed with fury. Without warning, it fired a hyper beam at Chansey, with Ryan caught in the blast radius. "Oh no! Gyarados, intercept that beam." Ryan released Gyarados without hesitation, countering with another hyper beam. He glanced back at Chansey and asked, "What did you do to it?" "It's completely berserk." Chansey whimpered timidly, and Ryan instinctively winced. Any male would understand that kind of pain. No wonder the Ursaring had gone into a rage. "Finish it, Gyarados." "Hydro Pump," Ryan said, looking at the Ursaring sympathetically. He hoped this wouldn't leave lasting trauma. Anyone who gets interrupted during intimate moments and then receives a painful blow to a sensitive area would understandably be furious. Gyarados' hydro pump sent the Ursaring flying, crashing through 2 trees before finally stopping, knocked unconscious. Ryan threw an Ultra Ball at it, successfully capturing the defeated Pokémon. Watching the Pokeball teleport away to his ranch, Ryan turned back to Chansey and said, "Can you tell me how you managed to get into trouble with that Ursaring?" Chansey began explaining sheepishly, and Ryan's expression grew increasingly exasperated as the story unfolded. Finally, he was speechless. This Chansey was truly exceptional. Not only was it incredibly strong, but its ability to get lost was also legendary. It had somehow wandered from Fuchsia City all the way to Violet City. "Are you secretly Rorno Azaro?" he muttered. "If you keep going in that direction, you'll end up back in Kanto. Your sense of direction is hopeless. Why don't you travel with me? I can get you back to Fuchsia City eventually," Ryan offered. Chansey shook its head energetically and pointed in a random direction, clearly intending to continue its journey. Ryan's eye twitched. "You've been lost 59 times and separated from your group over 200 times. How have you even survived this long?" Chansey waved cheerfully and started walking forward. "You're going the wrong way." Chansey turned around. "Now, why are you turning around when you were fine?" Chansey returned to its original path. "Just try to go straight." Chansey immediately changed direction and continued walking. "Turn left here." Half an hour later, Chansey sat on the ground, its body slumped and exhausted from confusion. Ryan's mouth twitched. He had given countless corrections in the past 30 minutes. Looking back, Violet City was still visible, only about 400 or 500 meters away. "I can't take this anymore. Let's battle," Ryan said in defeat. "If you lose, you become my Pokémon. I'll carry you places directly, no more walking and getting lost." With that, he sent out Pheromosa. Chansey stood up, showing it still had fight left, and charged at Pheromosa with reckless abandon. "Pheromosa, dodge with agility, then triple kick," Ryan commanded. Pheromosa instantly moved with graceful speed, dodging Chansey's double edge with a simple sidestep. It then unleashed a triple kick combo, finishing with an axe kick that sent Chansey tumbling to the ground. Chansey scrambled to its feet, produced an egg, and used soft-boiled, instantly restoring itself to perfect condition. "Very resilient." "Then don't give it a chance to recover," Ryan declared. "Keep attacking with triple kick, don't let up." Pheromosa immediately sent Chansey flying into the air again, following up with a jumping kick that launched it even higher. Seeing Chansey about to use soft-boiled midair, Pheromosa's eyes focused intensely. In an instant, it had appeared above Chansey and slammed into it with a devastating high-jump kick. Chansey fell like a meteor, blasting a massive crater in the ground. Ryan quickly covered his mouth and nose against the billowing dust and debris. When it settled, Chansey lay unconscious in the large pit, completely unable to battle. "Go, Pokeball." Ryan threw the Pokeball to capture Chansey, then climbed onto Dragonite to get a better view. "Come out, Chansey." Ryan released his new team member and used a max potion to fully heal it. Chansey immediately perked up, back to its cheerful self. Ryan smiled. If used properly, Chansey could potentially sweep an entire team, completely outlasting opponents through attrition. Pokémon, Chansey. Level, 46. Gender, female. Height, 1.1 meters. Weight, 34.6 kilograms. Ability, Natural Cure. Moves, Counter, Egg Move, Double Edge, Sing, Pound, Soft-Boiled. Without any serious burst damage moves, there's really no way to defeat such a tanky Pokémon, Ryan mused, changing Chansey's ability to healer through the system. Wild Chansey are extremely rare, and it's said that whoever captures one will gain its friendship and great fortune. That's what the Pokédex claims anyway. Ryan couldn't resist testing his luck with 10 consecutive system draws, and then, well, the Pokédex was clearly exaggerating. He teleported his only perfect 4-man key back to his ranch, feeling a bit disappointed about the wasted system points. After all, he was still saving up points to buy a second ability capsule, which would probably take another 2 or 3 months at his current earning rate. He recalled Chansey and Pheromosa. Cosmog was probably nearing its evolution, becoming increasingly lethargic and slowly gaining weight, often spending entire days hiding in his backpack and barely moving. He continued his journey, moving significantly faster without Chansey getting lost every few minutes. After a day's travel, Ryan arrived at a valley. According to his Pokegear, it would take another day to reach Cherasific Valley. Ryan hesitated for a moment before releasing Charizard. After climbing onto Charizard's back, he said, "Charizard, let's fly straight there. We're going to Cherasific Valley. I heard it's full of powerful wild Charizard." Charizard roared enthusiastically. If there were strong opponents waiting, it was ready to battle. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of orange-red light, rapidly soaring toward Cherasific Valley. "Charizard ahead, please stop." After nearly 2 hours of flying, Ryan and Charizard heard a voice calling from behind them. Looking back, they saw a young woman riding a Charizard wearing a pink bow, with a balloon basket trailing behind. The woman was calling through a megaphone. Charizard immediately stopped mid-flight, hovering to observe the woman and her Charizard, uncertain of their intentions. The woman, riding her Charizard, caught up and looked at Ryan. "Hello, I'm Liza, the Charizard caretaker. This is my partner, Charla. Who might you be?" "Hello. I'm Ryan from Pallet Town, and this is my starter Pokémon, Charizard. We're challenging the Johto League. I heard there's a Cherasific Valley here, so we came to check it out," Ryan explained. "I see. I'll guide you there. Trainers with Charizard are always welcome to visit, and you can leave your Charizard here to train and grow stronger if you'd like," Liza said. Ryan could appreciate the league's strategy, allowing trainers Charizard to stay here for training. Strong Charizard would breed with each other, and the next generation would become even more powerful. This Cherasific Valley was essentially the league's premier Dragon-type training facility. Liza's Charla led the way, with Ryan and Charizard following closely behind. Passing through a stone archway, Liza announced, "Welcome to Cherasific Valley." Flying through a passage lined with Charizard sculptures, Ryan and Charizard arrived in a valley surrounded by a lake. Ryan nodded approvingly. Without large flying or water-type Pokémon, reaching this place would be nearly impossible. It was an effective deterrent against poachers. Landing at the entrance, Liza dismounted from Charla and, looking at Ryan and Charizard, said, "Excellent. Many trainers don't even have the stamina to fly this far. Come on in." She pressed a button, and the steel gate slowly opened. Charizard of various sizes appeared, some large, some small, some feeding, some resting, some sparring with each other. Ryan observed quietly. Every Charizard he could see had exceptional potential, with more than a dozen being truly elite specimens. Just from assessing their natural abilities, he could tell the incredible quality of this Cherasific Valley's population. "Charizard, go give it a try. See what you can accomplish here," Ryan encouraged. Charizard nodded and walked forward. Then, with several roars, it called out, Charizard. Come on, someone fight me." Many Charizard turned their heads, and one similar in size to Ryan stepped forward. Ryan could immediately tell it was a top-tier specimen. The two Charizard didn't breathe fire, but instead charged forward, locking claws and wrestling. After a minute of grappling, the wild Charizard began to tire. Ryan's Charizard released its grip, spun around, and whipped its tail, sending its opponent flying. Charizard. Another Charizard landed on a rock face and launched a fire punch at Ryan's partner. Ryan's Charizard formed flaming claws, spread its wings, and flew toward the challenger. Rather than dodging the fire punch, it took the hit to its chest without even stepping back, then unleashed a devastating claw combination that defeated the wild Charizard cleanly and efficiently. Your Charizard is exceptionally well trained. It looks like the top 3 in Cherasific Valley will have to test it, Liza said, then whistled sharply. The whistle echoed through the valley, and 3 Charizard of varying sizes flew in from the back of the valley. They all shared one characteristic. Their bodies were covered in battle scars, their immense power evident. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 3 level, 100 Charizard. Ryan's Charizard also sensed the danger. Even with the experience multiplier from his system, Ryan's Charizard was only level 93. Each level at this stage required massive amounts of experience, and reaching level 100 would likely take a year of dedicated training. Facing 3-level 100 Charizard, Ryan held nothing back. Charizard Mega Evolution. A rainbow light connected Charizard and Ryan, enveloping the Pokémon in a cocoon of energy. When the cocoon shattered, Mega Charizard X emerged, its body now blue-black with bright blue flames. "Let's go, Charizard," Ryan declared confidently. Liza stared at Mega Charizard X in amazement and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I remember now, Ryan from Pallet Town. You're the Pokémon League champion, and you're the one who know about Bond Evolution and Mega Evolution. So Charizard can Mega Evolve too?" "Absolutely." Ryan showed the keystone on his bracelet and said, "Though we also need to find the corresponding Mega Stone for each species." Mega Charizard X's stats increased dramatically after evolution. It beckoned with one claw toward the 3 Charizard without hesitation, the meaning crystal clear. "Which one of you wants to go first?" One of the Charizard stepped forward without a word and used Dragon Claw against Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X was not intimidated in the least. Its own massive Dragon Claw formed around its talons, and with a powerful wing beat, it became a streak of light that struck the challenger. With just one blow, the wild Charizard was knocked away and eliminated from further challenges. Mega Charizard X landed and beckoned to the remaining 2, signaling for the next challenger. Although Mega Charizard X was 7 levels behind its opponents, Ryan's system bonuses weren't for nothing, effectively erasing that level gap. Combined with the stat boosts from Mega Evolution, it could definitely hold its own against these battle-hardened Charizard. With a respectful roar, the calmest of the 3 remaining Charizard stepped forward, took a battle stance, and signaled for Mega Charizard X to begin. Roar! The wild Charizard launched a powerful flamethrower at Mega Charizard X. Not to be outdone, Mega Charizard X unleashed its own blue flames in response. The 2 fire-type attacks collided head-on, perfectly matched in intensity. Ryan was somewhat surprised. This was Mega Charizard X, after all. Its base stats should have given it a clear advantage over these level 100 Charizard, yet their flame attacks were completely even. Mega Charizard X also seemed surprised, then increased the power of its flames. The wild Charizard responded in kind, and the 2 attacks remained perfectly balanced. However, Ryan felt uneasy. He sensed something familiar in the wild Charizard's flames, an aura similar to what he'd felt from Mutwo. Origin power? Ryan muttered under his breath. Mega Charizard X, finish this quickly. I need to ask some questions. Mega Charizard X immediately abandoned the beam struggle and struck with Dragon Claw, sending the wild Charizard stumbling backwards several steps. With its Fire/Dragon typing after Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X had incredible resistance to Fire-type moves. Those flames were nothing more than a light shower to it. Seeing its ally retreat, the final level 100 Charizard stepped forward. It used Dragon Claw simultaneously with Mega Charizard X, their attacks clashing. Mega Charizard X was pushed back 2 steps, effectively ending the battle. Just as I thought. The aura from that last one was even stronger, Ryan said, his eyes narrowing. After reverting from Mega Evolution, Ryan approached his Charizard, patted its lowered head, and said, "You did great. You should start to understand what your opponents possess." He then turned to Liza and said, "The League is quite clever. They left Ho-Oh's sacred flame here to attract Charizard, didn't they?" "You figured it out," Liza said, sticking out her tongue playfully. "The League did leave Ho-Oh's sacred flame here to draw Charizard to settle in this valley. That's how Cherasific Valley came to be. Since you're from Pallet Town like Ash, you're both key trainers the League wants to develop, so I was asked to bring you here." "So Ash's Charmander came from here originally?" Ryan asked suspiciously. "That's right. The League arranged for it to be given to Ash. Otherwise, how could such a weak Charmander have been abandoned by the roadside?" Liza explained. What's even more remarkable is that Ash apparently received a personal message from Ho-Oh to the League. As expected, Ryan's suspicions were finally confirmed. He'd begun wondering the moment he saw that Ash's Charizard was top-tier quality. How blind would a trainer have to be to abandon such a potentially powerful Pokémon? Furthermore, Ash's main team would likely consist of fire and flying types, perfectly matching Ho-Oh's typing. And why had Ho-Oh appeared on Ash's first day as a trainer, with Suicune greeting him when he arrived in New Bark Town in Johto? Just as the system had predicted, Ash was this world's chosen one. As he grew stronger, he would likely command all the legendary beasts, with Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary Pokémon probably being his first legendary partners. The sacred flame Ho-Oh had left here was likely intentional. Ultimately, it would benefit Ash's Charizard. A valley full of powerful Charizard provided ideal sparring partners, and with Ho-Oh's sacred flame, even an average Pokémon could potentially reach near legendary levels. He's incredibly lucky. There's no comparison, Ryan said through gritted teeth. Liza looked puzzled and said, now that you know the truth, please keep it secret and don't tell Ash. Also, you're expected to provide serious challenges to Ash on his path to championship. Ho-Oh doesn't want him to become complacent until he meets Ho-Oh's standards. Ryan felt frustrated. No wonder Ash always came in second place, never winning a regional championship. So this was the reason behind it all. Ash, I'm sorry for what you're going through. But Ryan suddenly realized something important. Ash wasn't the same person from the original timeline now. He was also growing and developing. If Ryan didn't accelerate his own progress, facing a team of veteran legendary beasts would be a nightmare for any trainer. Actually, if I can get a legendary Pokémon to follow the League's orders, I should be able to request one for myself, Ryan said, an idea forming. You mean your Mutwo? Liza asked. No, the one from Team Rocket. It's currently training my Mutwo in how to reach legendary status, Ryan said, his plan taking shape. Mutwo, you better work hard. Whether I can request a legendary Pokémon from the League depends on you. On an isolated island dozens of miles from Pallet Town, 2 Mutwo suddenly shuddered simultaneously. The 2 Pokémon exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous premonition. After a brief discussion with Liza, she secretly took out a special communication device and made a private call to the League, explaining the situation. What legendary Pokémon do you want? I should mention up front, I can only offer you a young Pokémon from the legendary families. But you also have to deliver that Mutwo, a gruff voice responded. Understood. But I want Celebi, is that possible? Ryan said. Celebi? Absolutely not. If you wanted one of the 3 legendary birds, I could arrange that immediately, the gruff voice replied. Why would I need those 3? I specifically want Celebi, Ryan pressed. Why not Celebi? Isn't Celebi from one of the larger legendary families? If I say no, then it's no. Then there's no room for negotiation. What do you need Celebi for? That's my business. Give me an hour. Ryan agreed, then looked at Liza and said, Can you show me Ho-Oh's sacred flame? Follow me, Liza said, leading Ryan and Charizard toward the back of the valley. Along the way, Ryan saw numerous Charmeleon and Charmander, each staying in small caves. Many of the younger Pokémon looked at Ryan curiously. Ryan secretly estimated there were nearly 100 Charmander and Charmeleon here, a testament to Cherasific Valley's depth and history. Liza led them to a concave rock formation. At its center, a small sacred flame flickered with vibrant, powerful energy. Surrounding the flame were 3 flat rocks, clearly the meditation spots of the 3-level, 100 Charizard. Liza then said, Your Charizard has defeated 2 of them and earned the right to use one of these spots, but it must also accept daily challenges from other Charizard. Now, have your Charizard place its tail flame into the sacred flame. Ryan glanced at Charizard, who nodded, flew over, and landed on the rock. It carefully extended its tail directly into the sacred flame. Immediately, Charizard's tail flame blazed more brilliantly than ever before. Charizard, deep in thought, called out to Ryan. Is that so? If this is what you need, Charizard, stay here and gain your insights. I'll have Liza transport you when the Silver Conference begins, Ryan said. Charizard nodded, settled onto the rock, and stretched its tail into the sacred flame to carefully absorb its power. Ryan handed Charizard's Ultra Ball to Liza and said, I'm leaving Charizard in your care. I'll contact you when the Silver Conference starts. Please transport it to me then. Of course, no problem, Liza said, accepting the Ultra Ball. Ryan turned away from Charizard to avoid looking back. He knew this was for Charizard's benefit, and it was Charizard's own choice. But when the time came to leave, there was an indescribable pain in his heart. Liza had Charla carry Ryan out of Cherisific Valley. As they flew away from the valley, a powerful roar made Ryan look back. A brilliant column of flame shot straight into the sky, lingering for a long time. Charizard's farewell. Not long after leaving Cherisific Valley, Ryan's phone rang. The gruff voice announced, "You win. The Celebi family has decided to entrust you with a Celebi. In return, you will solve that Mutwo's problem. In addition, that Mutwo must unconditionally aid the League 10 times. No more than 2 times, Ryan said without hesitation. 9 times. 2 times. 8 times. 2 times. 7 times. 2 times. How dare you bargain like that? The voice roared. No less than 5 times, or the deal's off. Deal, Ryan said. He simply wanted to test the League's bottom line. After all, Ryan admitted that he couldn't convince that paranoid Mutwo, so he could only rely on his own Mutwo. When can you send Celebi over? Ryan asked. When you arrive in the next city, call this number, then go to the Pokémon Center. Use the Pokémon Center's teleportation system, and you'll receive it there, the gruff voice said. Also, you'll need to visit Ilex Forest in Johto. There, members of the Celebi tribe will evaluate you. If you don't meet their expectations, they'll take Celebi back. Ryan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying 2 times at most. Beep, a dial tone echoed from the other end of the line. Ryan practically gnashed his teeth. Experience was everything, and veteran negotiators were always the craftiest. He thought he'd gotten the upper hand, but it turned out he'd been played. They said they were giving him a legendary Pokémon, but with one condition after another, and they could take it back if he didn't comply. How could they operate like that? Ryan had learned his lesson. He wouldn't be so accommodating the next time he dealt with the League. He checked his Pokegear map. If he remembered correctly, the next city was probably Sunflora City, known for its abundance of Sunflora. Shaking his head, Ryan put away the map. Now that Charizard was training and Dragonite had been sent back to the ranch, he'd better make his way there on foot. 2 days later, Ryan arrived in Sunflora City. He eagerly headed to the Pokémon Center and called the number. The phone rang twice before disconnecting. A seemingly ordinary Pokeball emerged from the teleportation machine, which was retrieved by Nurse Joy. Then, the Pokémon Center announcement blared, Ryan from Pallet Town, Ryan from Pallet Town. Please come to the front desk when you hear this announcement. There's a Pokeball waiting for you. Ryan clutched the phone, almost wanting to punch something. He'd originally planned to be tougher on the League later, but now he decided to make them regret this treatment. He took the Pokeball from Nurse Joy at the front desk, put it in his backpack, and requested a room. He decided to stay at the Pokémon Center for the night. He returned to his room and locked the door. Before Ryan could even examine it properly, the Pokeball cracked open on its own, revealing a Celebi, a small, green, fairy-like creature. Celebi had round, toeless feet and 3-fingered hands. Its head was round and curved, converging to a point. Celebi had light blue eyes with thick black rings around them, and green antennae with blue tips. Celebi flew in a circle, humming a melodic tune, and perched on Ryan's right shoulder. Ryan examined Celebi's status. Pokémon, Celebi, mythical Pokémon. Level, 8. Gender, genderless. Height, 0.6 feet. Weight, 11.0 pounds. Ability, Natural Cure. Moves, Leech Seed, Confusion, Recover, Heal Bell. As expected of a mythical Pokémon, at only level 8, it had already mastered several advanced techniques. Furthermore, this little one was clearly newborn, just like Mutwo had been initially. However, unlike Mutwo, Celebi was truly recognized by the system as a mythical Pokémon, meaning it had already comprehended the true power of Origin Energy. Mutwo, on the other hand, was still learning from the other Mutwo. Hello there, little one. Ryan gently touched Celebi's head with his finger. Celebi's body was incredibly soft, and he could sense the natural, life-giving energy emanating from its small frame. Shalebi disdainfully pushed Ryan's finger away and chirped a few times. Ryan nodded and said, "I'll be your trainer from now on. I can understand Pokémon language, so we'll have no problem communicating." Shalebi nodded, then noticed something and flew to Ryan's backpack. With a graceful gesture, it opened the zipper telekinetically, and Cosmog floated out. The two small creatures immediately began playing together in a delightful display. This was Ryan's ultimate goal. One could travel through time, the other through space. Combined, they could theoretically control all of time and space. But for now, it was just a dream. The two little ones hadn't matured yet. Mastering time and space was something they could only discuss in the future. "Little one, come here, get in this ball." "I'll give you a power boost," Ryan said, holding out a premier ball. "Try not to break it, these are expensive." Shalebi curiously touched the button on the ball and was captured within it. Ryan then used the system to maximize Shalebi's individual values and allocated optimal EV points. After releasing Shalebi, he felt a noticeable increase in the Pokémon's strength. This wasn't just an illusion, but a comprehensive, all-encompassing improvement from the inside out. Shalebi gave Ryan several soft cries of gratitude. "It's no problem. This is my standard setup for all my Pokémon. You'll see the benefits of being on my team soon enough," Ryan said with a wave of his hand. Ryan thought to himself, "No matter what it costs, even if it means spending a fortune, I'm going to keep Shalebi." Cosmog looked at Shalebi and Ryan and suddenly became interested in the Master Ball in Ryan's hand. However, the Master Ball was out of reach. Suddenly, Cosmog remembered there seemed to be a more beautiful Pokeball in the backpack. With a mischievous smile, it dove back into the backpack, found the Master Ball, and pressed its button. A flash of red light appeared, and Cosmog was stored in the Master Ball. Ryan watched the red light flash in his backpack, and for some reason, he felt a sense of foreboding. He opened the backpack, only to see the Master Ball settle with one final tremor. Ryan was speechless. You can guard against thieves day and night, but you can't prevent one living in your own house. He had hoped to slowly build a relationship with Cosmog and then capture it with the Master Ball at the right moment. This way, he could have saved the Master Ball for maybe, possibly, perhaps capturing another legendary Pokémon later. Now it was too late. He couldn't release Cosmog. The system also warned Ryan that a Master Ball could only be used to capture a legendary Pokémon once. If the Pokémon was released, the Master Ball would become ineffective and function like an ordinary Pokeball. What could he do? He could only accept it. What made Ryan even more concerned was that Shalebi saw the Master Ball and thought it was much more beautiful than its premier ball and wanted to trade. Ryan immediately tried to reason with Shalebi, but Shalebi just responded, "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." Ryan had no choice but to promise Shalebi that he would immediately get it a Master Ball after the Silver Conference, and only then did he manage to calm the already agitated Shalebi. Ryan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Shalebi should be genderless, so why is it acting like a demanding little princess? A few days later, Shalebi sat on Ryan's shoulder, waving a small branch in its hand, clearly in a good mood. Ryan had no choice. Shalebi, like Ash's Pikachu, refused to enter its Pokeball. Shalebi wasn't heavy anyway, so he just let it be. Shalebi was a mythical Pokémon among the legendary species, and ordinary people couldn't tell that Shalebi was legendary, so Ryan felt comfortable with it visible. Shalebi had been in an excellent mood recently. It had originally thought that leaving the clan and living with a strange trainer would mean it wouldn't have enough to eat or proper care. Unexpectedly, after following this person, its life became more colorful, with delicious food and fun activities. Its strength was also improving many times faster than back with the clan, and it almost didn't want to leave. As Shalebi was humming a tune, a flash of green darted past them. Ryan rubbed his chin and said, "Looks like a Scyther. Pretty fast, but unfortunately I already have Pheromosa, so I'm not short of bug-type Pokémon right now." Shalebi nodded. "This Scyther is too plain, not as elegant as Pheromosa." Another green flash appeared, and the Scyther landed in front of Ryan, adopting a threatening stance. Ryan scratched his head and said, "Shalebi, how about you handle it?" Shalebi shook its head. indicating it didn't want to battle such an ordinary Pokémon. Ryan had no choice but to send out Gyarados and said, "Looking for a fight, are you?" "Ahem. How did you spot me?" After coughing twice, a mustached man emerged from behind a tree. "You underestimate me. My eyesight is quite sharp. I can track your Scyther's speed. Did you think I couldn't see the edge of your clothes peeking out from behind that tree?" Ryan said helplessly. "Haha. You appear to be a very skilled trainer. You've trained your Gyarados exceptionally well too," the man said. "My name is Muramasa, and this is my partner, Scyther. I call him Masamune. I've been searching for a Pokemon trainer like yourself. I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. You're looking for me?" Ryan asked, pointing at himself, puzzled. He couldn't quite recall this scenario from the games or anime. He only remembered the major plot points. The minor ones had long been forgotten. He vaguely recalled that this man was seeking a trainer to teach his son a lesson. "Yes, may I ask a favor of you?" Muramasa said. "If not, that's perfectly fine." Sure, I'm not in any rush." "I'll come with you," Ryan said thoughtfully. "Thank you very much." "Please follow me," Muramasa said, leading Ryan forward. After walking for a while, Ryan came across a traditional dojo building. Inside, he saw many trainers and Pokemon exercising together. Ryan strongly supported the philosophy that trainer and Pokemon should cooperate and grow as partners. Seeing Muramasa return, the students immediately bowed and said, "Sensei, welcome back." "Yes. Please continue your training," Muramasa said solemnly. Then he led Ryan to the main hall, where a student immediately offered him tea and explained the dojo's history and Muramasa's background. "Are you the opponent my father has chosen?" a voice called out. Ryan looked over and saw a young man holding a laptop computer. He glanced at Ryan and said, "You're Ryan from Pallet Town, right? I've researched your profile. You're quite capable, even won the Pokemon League Championship." He opened the laptop, checked something, and said, "You're a Type C trainer, an aggressive battler. You excel at overwhelming opponents with raw power." "Shingo. This is my son," Muramasa said as he approached. "I'd like to ask you to have a battle with him. Would that be possible?" "That's no problem, but I'm afraid it might damage your son's confidence," Ryan said. Ryan knew that the best way to motivate such a prideful person was to appear dismissive of their abilities. As Ryan had expected, Shingo's anger immediately flared upon hearing this, and he shouted, "What? You're underestimating me. Fine, let's battle. This is a guaranteed victory for me. I won't lose. I'll make you regret those words." With that, he walked toward the battle arena, threw a pokeball, and sent out his Scyther. "Come and fight. My blade's stamina, speed, and attack power have surpassed my father's Masamune. It's already the strongest Scyther in the world." Ryan almost laughed at this declaration. "Do you know why a frog at the bottom of a well remains weak?" "Why?" Shingo asked, not catching the metaphor. "Because the sky it can see is only as large as the well's opening. The well becomes its entire world," Ryan explained. "You're just full of empty words." Shingo shouted. "I want to see how strong you really are." "Very well, let me show you what exists beyond your small world. Since Scyther is bug and flying type, I'll use Pheromosa," Ryan said, sending out his Ultra Beast. Shalebi saw Pheromosa and waved at it, and Pheromosa smiled elegantly in return. Pheromosa had the closest relationship with Shalebi after Cosmog. "No data on this Pokemon? I need to record it quickly," Shingo said, frantically typing. "All right, data registered. I'm guaranteed to win now. Blade, quick attack. Quiver dance, then evade and counter with high jump kick," Ryan commanded. "Be gentle, just teach it a lesson." Pheromosa looked at Scyther with aristocratic disdain, and with graceful dance movements, it easily avoided Scyther's quick attack. Then, with an elegant leg strike, it sent Scyther flying. "Triple kick," Ryan ordered. Pheromosa vanished from its original position instantly, appeared beside the airborne Scyther, and kicked it back toward the field. Then it flashed to the ground and launched it skyward again. With the final strike, a devastating axe kick slammed Scyther into the arena floor. Impossible. Speed, reflexes, and attack power are all off the charts. It's so fast my equipment couldn't even track it properly. "What kind of monster is this?" Shingo shouted. I need to update the data, update the data. Do you think you have time to worry about your computer right now? Let's finish this. Lunge. Ryan commanded. Get out of the way, Blade. Shingo shouted, his eyes leaving the computer screen for the first time to look at his scyther. But it was too late. Pheromosa launched itself forward with both feet, striking Scyther's torso and sending it crashing into the wall behind, where it collapsed, unable to continue. Blade. Shingo ran over and helped his Scyther up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Scyther, having regained some strength, shook its head to indicate it was fine. Shingo, what happened to your computer analysis? Muramasa asked with a knowing smile. Shingo shook his head and said, I couldn't even track Pheromosa's movements. I didn't have time to analyze any data. There's nothing wrong with gathering information to understand your opponent beforehand. But you're relying too heavily on that data during battle, Ryan explained. The battlefield is constantly changing and unpredictable. Data analysis can't account for every variable in real combat. I've learned my lesson. I won't lose next time, Shingo declared. He left with Scyther, probably heading to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Muramasa bowed deeply to Ryan. Thank you for teaching my son this valuable lesson. He needed to understand that there's more to Pokémon battling than just numbers and statistics. The bond between trainer and Pokémon, adapting to unexpected situations, and trusting your instincts, these things can't be quantified in a database, Ryan added. Your son has potential, but he needs to look beyond his screen and truly connect with his partner. As Ryan prepared to leave, Shalebi chirped happily from his shoulder, clearly pleased with how the battle had gone. Pheromosa had demonstrated the elegant power that made Ultra Beasts so formidable, and Ryan felt satisfied that he'd helped a young trainer learn an important lesson about the true nature of Pokémon battles. It's so hot. It's only spring. Why does it feel like summer already? Ryan reached Azalea Town. The intense heat made him feel like it was midsummer, and even Shalebi slumped listlessly on his shoulder. It had been several days since they left Muramasa's dojo. On the way, they passed a place where Ryan spotted a Cyndaquil. He remembered Blaine's advice about fire types and decided to try capturing it. As expected, just as he was about to throw his Pokeball, someone stopped him, apparently a league official monitoring rare Pokémon populations. Then Ryan received another call from the league headquarters. Ryan was speechless. The bureaucracy was overwhelming. After a quick journey, they finally arrived near Azalea Town, only to be met with this oppressive weather. Ryan felt exhausted. He asked Shalebi to use Rain Dance, and it rained for a while, which refreshed Ryan and his team. But within 2 minutes, the rain stopped, and the scorching sun returned. After walking for a while, Ryan followed his Pokénav to the Slowpoke well. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go inside the cave to cool off and get some water. Entering the cave, he soon discovered a vast underground lake, surrounded by dozens of Slowpoke. Suddenly remembering the local legends, Ryan went to the lake to refill his water bottles. Then he approached a Slowpoke and said, "Can you understand me? If you do, please respond." The Slowpoke stared blankly at him for several seconds before slowly blinking. Ryan was at a loss. Communication seemed impossible with their delayed reactions. Turning away, he said, "It's scorching hot outside. If any of you can use Rain Dance, please make it rain." He then left the Slowpoke well and headed for Azalea Town. 3 hours later, one Slowpoke twitched its ears and let out a slow. Another hour passed before the group of Slowpoke began to move. They walked outside one by one, reaching a high point and yawning collectively. The numerous Slowpoke using Rain Dance together created a massive weather change. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour. Meanwhile, Ryan had already arrived in Azalea Town, where Slowpoke were everywhere. Here, they were revered as local protectors, so Ryan didn't disturb them. He asked the townspeople for directions and found Master Kurt's residence. After knocking on the door, a young girl opened it, glanced at Ryan, and said, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Hello, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. Professor Oak told me that if I ever came here, I should visit Master Kurt," Ryan explained. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll go ask Grandpa." She closed the door and ran to find Kurt. A moment later, Kurt and his granddaughter came to greet Ryan. The three entered the living room, and Kurt said, "So Professor Oak sent you here. How is the old fellow doing?" "Grandpa, who is Professor Oak?" Kurt's granddaughter, Maisie, asked. "Maisie, Professor Oak is the foremost authority in Pokémon research," Kurt explained. "Oh, I see," Maisie nodded. "I'm happy to report that Professor Oak is in excellent health," Ryan said. "I'm here to commission a batch of Pokeballs from you, Master Kurt. I operate a breeding facility, and my consumption of Pokeballs is quite high. Your craftsmanship with apricorn balls is legendary throughout the regions." "Well, it's not that I won't help you. It's just," Kurt said helplessly. "Money isn't an issue," Ryan assured him. "No, it's water. The special Pokeballs made from apricorns require pure water from the Slowpoke well. It hasn't rained lately, and the well is nearly dry. There's really no alternative," Kurt explained. "I think I can help with that," Ryan said thoughtfully. "Then I'll leave it to you. Once the water problem is solved, fulfilling your order will be straightforward," Kurt said. "Professor Oak mentioned your breeding operation. I'd like you to help my granddaughter choose a Pokémon as her starter." "That's no problem at all. Master Kurt, just bring Maisie to my ranch in Pallet Town. Everything will follow proper procedure, and I won't charge for any Pokémon she wants to catch," Ryan said generously. After all, maintaining good relationships with master craftsmen was invaluable. The breeding facility brought him substantial income, and Kurt's custom Pokeballs were worth any investment. After discussing the arrangements, Ryan prepared to head back to the Slowpoke well to check on the situation. Halfway there, thunder rumbled and heavy rain began pouring down. Checking his watch, Ryan stood bewildered in the rain. Those Slowpoke have such delayed reactions. It took them 4 hours to process my request. Returning to Kurt's house through the rain, Ryan was warmly welcomed. Kurt assured him that the requested Pokeballs would be ready soon, though Ryan would still need to gather the apricorns himself, as Kurt's supply was running low. Ryan agreed, and Kurt asked Maisie to teach him how to properly select apricorns. However, the rain continued for a full day. The next morning, the weather cleared, and Ryan and Maisie set out to collect apricorns in the nearby forest. Apricorns come in 7 varieties: white, red, blue, black, pink, green, and yellow, Maisie explained as they walked. Pokeballs crafted from different colored apricorns each have unique properties. They can be made into level balls, fast balls, lure balls, moon balls, friend balls, love balls, and heavy balls. As she detailed each ball's special characteristics, Ryan and Maisie arrived at the forest grove and began collecting various apricorns. "Don't go over there. There are Pinico," Maisie warned. "Don't worry. Trainers have their methods. Jengar, use hypnosis. Chansey, sing a lullaby," Ryan said, sending out his Pokémon. "Be gentle with the Pinico." Both Pokémon nodded. Chansey's melodious singing combined with Jengar's hypnotic powers put all the Pinico in the trees to sleep. Ryan carefully collected the yellow apricorns. After gathering 5 or 6, Maisie stopped him. Ryan nodded, understanding her conservation approach. They couldn't harvest everything. Sustainable collection was important for future growth. Later, they encountered a swarm of Beedrill. When Gyarados appeared to handle the situation, Maisie got a glimpse of Ryan's true strength as a trainer, and her eyes filled with admiration. After collecting the apricorns, Maisie tugged on Ryan's sleeve and asked, "Big brother Ryan, will I become as strong as you someday?" "Absolutely. As long as you have dreams and work hard toward them, you'll succeed. Even if you face setbacks, turn them into learning experiences and keep growing stronger," Ryan said, gently patting her head. Maisie nodded earnestly, a seed of determination planted in her heart. Returning to Kurt's workshop, Ryan handed over the apricorns. A day later, he received a complete set of 7 different specialty Pokeballs. The remaining balls from his large order would be packaged and shipped to Pallet Town. Ryan nodded with satisfaction and prepared to head to the Azalea Gym to earn his second Johto badge. Arriving at the Azalea Gym, which looked more like a botanical conservatory than a traditional gym, Ryan easily found Bugsy, the gym leader. "Please wait a moment. I'll finish feeding the bug-type Pokémon, and then we can start our gym battle, Bugsy said. After feeding a large group of bug-type Pokémon, Bugsy turned to Ryan and said, "You're Ryan from Pallet Town, right? I've heard some interesting things about you. Did you bring your Beedrill? I'm dying to see Beedrill's Mega Evolution. Bug-type Pokémon are truly incredible." "Sorry, Beedrill is training back at my ranch right now," Ryan said. "But I do have another bug-type Pokémon here. Want to see it? It's one of my main team members now." "Oh, really? Then I'll bring out my ace as well. I petitioned the league for months to get this one, and it's now the strongest Pokémon in my collection," Bugsy said, leading Ryan to the battle arena. "A 3-on-3 match sounds good, right?" "Perfect. Let's begin," Ryan agreed. A referee approached, nodded to both trainers, and announced the official gym battle will now commence. "Go, Ariados." Bugsy sent out his first Pokémon. "Gengar, you're up." Ryan called out his ghost type. "First move advantage, Ariados, string shot." Bugsy commanded. Ariados shot white silk from its spinnerets, quickly creating an intricate web above the battlefield. Ryan frowned and said, "Gengar, Shadow Ball." Gengar brought its hands together and launched a barrage of shadow balls, sending countless dark purple energy spheres hurtling toward Ariados. The spider Pokémon slid along its web with incredible agility, easily dodging the attacks. Ariados' speed on the web was more than double its normal pace. "It's no use, Ryan. As long as there's a web, my Ariados won't lose in terms of speed," Bugsy shouted. "Ariados, quick movement. Multi-directional signal beam attack." Ariados instantly darted across the web, appearing and disappearing as it continuously fired signal beams, changing position after each shot. Same old strategy," Ryan said calmly. "Just exploiting the terrain. Without that web, it's nothing special." Will-O-Wisp. Gengar smirked wickedly and used Pain Split, instantly draining a significant portion of Ariados' health. Then, ghostly blue flames erupted around the web, and Ariados fell directly from the burning silk. "Oh no! Ariados, use String Shot!" Bugsy yelled. "Too late, Hypnosis, then Dream Eater to finish it," Ryan commanded. Gengar vanished instantly. Just as Ariados was about to fire more silk to escape, Gengar appeared face-to-face with it and cast Hypnosis. Gengar then transformed into a dark shadow and dove into Ariados' unconscious form. When it emerged, Ariados had already lost its ability to battle. "Return, Ariados," Bugsy said. "You're quite the troublesome opponent. Your turn, Shedinja." Looking at the peculiar Pokémon floating before him, Ryan thought, "Are you serious? Don't underestimate this Pokémon. It has incredible defensive capabilities," Bugsy exclaimed. "Shedinja, use Wonder Guard." "Incredible defense?" Ryan almost laughed. A Pokémon with only 1 HP would be completely useless without Wonder Guard's protection. "Take care of it, Shadow Ball," Ryan said, barely containing his amusement. Gengar scratched its head in confusion. This seemed too easy. But it trusted Ryan's judgment. Bringing its hands together, it launched a scattered Shadow Ball at Shedinja. "Shedinja, dodge!" Bugsy yelled, suddenly remembering that Gengar was a ghost type. Sending Shedinja against it was practically suicide. Shedinja wasn't particularly fast, and despite its attempts to evade, it was still struck by one of the shadow balls, instantly knocking it out. "Return, Shedinja," Bugsy sighed. "Ryan, do you recognize this Pokémon?" "Yes, I do." "It's native to the Hoenn region," Ryan nodded. "Wasn't that supposed to be your ace?" "Of course not." "Oh. What a mistake. I should have sent out Ninjask instead," Bugsy said regretfully. "But now comes my true strongest Pokémon." As Bugsy's final Pokémon took the field, a whirlwind of flames ignited across the arena. Ryan pondered aloud, fire and bug type. Could it be? As Ryan expected, the flames subsided to reveal a majestic Volcarona on the battlefield. Volcarona resembled a large moth with a white collar around its neck and red antennae. It had 3 pairs of reddish-orange wings with black spots that resembled eye patterns. Its body appeared robust, with wings arranged in large, medium, and small pairs in a flower-like formation. "Now this is my true ace Pokémon. Come on, Ryan," Bugsy said with renewed seriousness. Return, Jengar, Ryan said, recalling his ghost type. Out of respect for your dedication, let's have a proper bug-type battle. Pheromosa, you're up. Pheromosa appeared on the field, striking a pose with one hand on its hip, gazing proudly at Volcarona. Bugsy looked at Pheromosa with sparkling eyes, clearly fascinated by the Ultra Beast. First strike, triple kick, Ryan commanded. Pheromosa instantly closed the distance to Volcarona and launched a kick. However, Volcarona twisted its body at an impossible angle, dodging Pheromosa's attack before flapping its wings to create distance. What incredible speed! It's comparable to my Ninjask at full acceleration, Bugsy said seriously. Ryan silently noted his oversight. If Bugsy had a Ninjask that could potentially match Pheromosa's speed, this battle would be more challenging than expected. Among known Pokémon, speed rankings typically place Deoxys, speed for me, at the top, followed by Ninjask, then Pheromosa. While Pheromosa's stats were maximized, Ninjask's speed boostability could theoretically allow unlimited acceleration, though physical limitations applied. Fiery dance, Bugsy called out. Quiver dance, Ryan countered. Volcarona became enveloped in flames, its wings performing an ancient, graceful dance. The fire moved like ribbons, following the moth's movements as it attacked Pheromosa. Pheromosa rose on its toes, performing an elegant dance of its own, gracefully dodging the attacks while significantly boosting its special attack, special defense, and speed. Now try again, agility then bounce, Ryan commanded. I can't let you gain more advantages, Heat Wave, Bugsy shouted. Pheromosa instantly accelerated, using its legs to spring to the conservatory's ceiling. Using the roof as a launching point, it dove toward Volcarona with a devastating kick. Volcarona flapped its wings, sending scorching winds toward the descending Ultra Beast. Push through it, don't stop, Ryan yelled. Unable to change direction midair, Pheromosa gritted its teeth and endured the intense flame damage, successfully striking Volcarona directly on its wing. Both sides took heavy damage. Both Pokémon stood panting heavily. Pheromosa was charred black, with occasional flames flickering across its body, clearly burned. Volcarona had one wing hanging limply, temporarily unable to fly properly. Flamethrower, Bugsy shouted. Swift, Ryan countered. Both Pokémon used their remaining strength for one final attack. Their moves crossed in midair, striking simultaneously. Both Pokémon collapsed to the ground at the same moment, unable to continue battling. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. This match is a draw, the referee announced. Bugsy approached Ryan with a smile, extending his hand. That was an incredible battle. Your Pheromosa's power and elegance were amazing. You've definitely earned this, the Hive Badge. Ryan accepted the golden hexagonal badge with pride. 2 down, 6 to go on his journey throh Johto. Return, Volcarona, Bugsy said as he recalled his ace Pokémon. As expected, you're still just a bit stronger than me. Your Pheromosa has been wonderfully trained. This is proof of your victory, the Hive Badge. Ryan healed Pheromosa and accepted the badge, smiling, thanks, Bugsy. Let's battle again sometime. Absolutely, Bugsy said, extending his hand to shake Ryan's. Ryan left the Azalea Gym and prepared to head to Ilex Forest. Whether he could save Celebi depended on this one chance. Celebi then emerged from the Ultra Ball and flew onto Ryan's shoulder, complaining that he wouldn't let her out during the gym battle. Ryan tapped Celebi's small head with his finger and smiled. Sorry, some situations aren't suitable for you to appear. I'll buy you something delicious later. Celebi then forgave Ryan, humming a melody while feeling joyful. It sensed that it was almost home. In Azalea Town, they bought some puffins that Celebi enjoyed, and Ryan hurried with Celebi toward Ilex Forest. Deep within the ancient forest, inside a weathered shrine, strange temporal waves distorted a small area of space, revealing 5 Celebi. 3 of them were elderly, their weathered appearances showing the weight of countless years, while the 2 younger ones waited anxiously. Excellent. What fortune! 5 of them have appeared, a gruff, aged voice rang out. A figure clad in a black Team Rocket uniform and wearing a strange ice blue mask appeared before the five Shalebi. The five Shalebi looked at the newcomer warily, uncertain of his intentions. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The masked man chuckled coldly. "You truly are legendary Pokémon, aren't you? But I hope you can remain so composed." "Attack." "Yes, sir." Multiple voices echoed from throughout the forest. Large pieces of equipment were wheeled in 24 machines in total, surrounding the shrine. These devices activated, and invisible electromagnetic waves swept across the entire area. The five Shalebis suddenly weakened. Their psychic powers were being suppressed. Surprised? This is the result of years of research, designed specifically to neutralize your time travel abilities, the masked man declared. The wait has been worth it. He then pulled out 2 unusual Pokeballs. If Professor Oak were here, he'd surely recognize them. These were 2 GS balls. After years of searching, I finally obtained feathers from Lugia and Ho-Oh. Using their power, I've crafted these temporal capture spheres. "You cannot escape now," the masked man shouted, hurling the 2 GS balls toward the 5 Shalebi. "Pheromosa, stop them!" Ryan shouted. Pheromosa descended from above, launching a barrage of high jump kicks, sending both GS balls flying away. Standing protectively in front of the 5 Shalebi, it faced down the masked man. "Haha, you're finally here. Did you think I had no contingency plan? My operatives spotted you long ago," the masked man sneered. A Crobat suddenly slammed into one of the elderly Shalebi at breakneck speed, then produced 2 more GS balls from a hidden compartment, successfully trapping both an old and young Shalebi within the spheres. "This is bad," Ryan cried. Dragonite landed beside Ryan, but couldn't prevent the attack. Crobat had struck from Pheromosa's blind spot, and even the Ultra Beast's incredible speed couldn't stop it. Fortunately, Ryan had strategically positioned his team, otherwise all 5 Shalebi might have been captured. The Crobat delivered the 2 GS balls to its trainer, who caught them with a regular Pokeball's retrieval beam. When he released them again, the 2 GS balls containing the Shalebi were already in his hands. The masked man glanced at the Shalebi on Ryan's shoulder and smiled coldly. "Boy, you're luckier than me, having bonded with a Shalebi. But you cannot stop me now. Shalebi, open the time portal and send me back to the past." 1 GS ball was placed into a specialized device that began pumping continuous energy into the machine. Ryan shouted, "Pheromosa, Dragonite, destroy that contraption." "Don't act rashly," the masked man warned, clutching the other GS ball threateningly. "I have hostages. I can't guarantee their safety if you interfere." Ryan stopped Pheromosa and Dragonite. He couldn't risk the captured Shalebi's lives. Ryan shouted desperately, "Price, stop this madness. Even if you could travel back in time, what could you possibly change?" "I don't know what you're talking about," the masked man, Price, the Mahogany Town gym leader, replied coldly. As they spoke, a swirling temporal vortex began to form. Price burst into maniacal laughter and declared, finally, "At last. Wait for me, I'm coming to save you." Clutching the GS ball containing a Shalebi, he leaped into the time portal. Ryan immediately called out, "Pheromosa, Dragonite, destroy those machines. Jengar, Alakazam, subdue these Team Rocket grunts. Shalebi, help us too. We can't contact the Pokémon League about this. Price is just consumed by grief, not truly evil. I'll go after him." Pheromosa and Dragonite quickly demolished the suppression devices. Shalebi, its power restored, summoned the guardian spirits of Ilex Forest and defeated the Team Rocket operatives within minutes. After destroying the temporal stabilizer, the elderly Shalebi collapsed weakly to the ground. The young Shalebi cried out in distress, urging Ryan to rescue their family members. Ryan stared at the fading time portal and asked the remaining Shalebi, "Can you reopen the tunnel? I'll go retrieve Price and the other Shalebi." The 2 elderly Shalebi sighed and communicated telepathically, "Young trainer, please understand, our powers cannot interfere with the time stream carelessly. Only 1 Shalebi should enter the portal at a time, or we risk creating temporal paradoxes." The young Shalebi flew over, beating its chest confidently and chirping determinedly. "No, you haven't mastered time travel yet. You could all become lost in another era, one elderly Shalebi warned telepathically. Actually, let it try, said the other elder Shalebi. Once we rescue them, we'll take action immediately. They'll only be stranded for a month at most in their timeline. But from our perspective, we can enter the time stream 1 minute after they do, locate them, and bring them back to this exact moment. They'll be safe. Then don't hesitate, I trust my Shalebi completely. It has grown stronger, Ryan declared. The young Shalebi was still hesitating when the two elder Shalebi combined their powers to open a new time portal. Looking at the swirling dimensional gateway, Ryan recalled all his Pokémon without hesitation, checked his equipment, and plunged into the time vortex with Shalebi in his arms. The portal closed, and the elder Shalebi said, regardless of whether they succeed, we will enter the time stream in exactly 1 minute. We'll observe from different time periods first to ensure there are no complications, then retrieve them. I'll summon more of our kind. It will be easier to locate them with additional help, the young Shalebi said. I hope the human child will be all right. He's a good trainer. Our young one will not be mistreated while traveling with him, one elder agreed. The young Shalebi supported the weakened elder, opened another temporal gateway, and departed to gather their tribe. The two remaining elder Shalebi felt the minute pass, opened their own time portal, and began their search. Isn't it a heartbreaking sight? Price muttered to himself, pausing at a specific point in time as he watched his two Lapras perish on the icy plains, tears streaming down his weathered face. This was the scene that Ryan and Shalebi arrived to witness. Ryan sighed deeply and said, Price, why are you doing this? You existed in that time period, and there can't be two versions of you in the same timeline. If you force your way in, only one version, either present or past, will survive. You, as the temporal intruder, will vanish. This is the fundamental law of time. Ryan had extensively consulted with Shalebi about temporal mechanics, hoping to help Price if possible. But after learning about this tragedy, he knew Price couldn't accomplish his goal alone. His attempt to capture Shalebi by force would only end in disaster. I can help you, Ryan offered. I wasn't present in that time period, so I can intervene without creating a paradox. Price excitedly grabbed Ryan's shoulders and said, You're really willing to help me. Thank you so much. Seeing the elderly gym leader clutching him and sobbing, Ryan couldn't bring himself to refuse. He sighed and said, Shalebi, let's enter that timeline. Shalebi shook its head and chirped softly in refusal. It knew that entering another time period carried risks. There could be temporal drift when returning to their original timeline. This error could be seconds or even years, and it couldn't let Ryan take such a dangerous gamble. Wait. Here are 2 Lapras Pokeballs. This will be more efficient, Price said, removing his ice mask and holding out 2 Ultra Balls. Shalebi, let's try it, Ryan said, accepting the Pokeballs. Shalebi shook its head vigorously, absolutely refusing to let Ryan take such a risk. Use this. Please, Price handed one of the GS balls to Ryan, then leaped into the time portal, vanishing from sight. Is love really worth this much? Ryan muttered to himself. Gripping the GS ball tightly, Ryan's expression grew determined as he whispered, for Price's devotion to his Pokémon, let's give it everything we've got. Ignoring Shalebi's protests, Ryan plunged into the time stream and soon arrived at a frozen wasteland. In the distance, he could see young Price and his 2 Lapras struggling desperately on the cracking ice. I hope I can reach them in time. Ryan raced across the treacherous ice field. As he drew closer, he activated the Ultra Balls, successfully retrieving the 2 Lapras just as they were about to fall into the glacial crevasse. He then tossed the 2 Pokeballs to the stunned young Price, but his momentum carried him forward, sending him sliding directly toward the dangerous crevasse. Look out, cried young Price. Ryan helplessly realized he had no way to stop his slide and tumbled directly into the ice crevasse. Now or never. Ryan instantly shattered the GS ball, releasing Shalebi from its confinement. Just before Ryan struck the bottom, a swirling time portal formed beneath him, and he fell through it into the temporal vortex. Entering the time tunnel, Ryan found himself spinning uncontrollably, constantly being pulled deeper into the time stream. Shalebi communicated telepathically, "This is bad. You've created a temporal paradox by altering history. We're caught in chronological turbulence. There's no telling which era we'll be pulled into. Oh great, that's just perfect. Ryan couldn't help but grumble sarcastically. Suddenly, overwhelming temporal pressure washed over him, and he promptly lost consciousness, his body tumbling through the chaotic time stream as he was drawn into an unknown era. In the primordial landscape, a human and two small Pokémon descended from the sky, landing hard on the back of a colossal creature. The tremendous impact caused Ryan, who had just regained consciousness, to cough up blood before blacking out again. The massive Pokémon scratched its back curiously, then gently lifted Ryan and the two Shelebi in its enormous claws to examine them. It recognized Shelebi, the time-travel Pokémon that governed temporal flow and protected forests. While their relationship wasn't particularly close, it harbored no ill will toward them. But what was this other creature? Could it be a human from a different time period? It seemed different from the primitive humans of this era, the ancient Pokémon pondered. However, seeing the blood around Ryan's mouth, it realized he was injured and decided to help heal him. Placing Ryan and the two Shelebi on a flat boulder, the Pokémon lumbered away to search for medicinal herbs. If Ryan were conscious, he would have been absolutely stunned. This Pokémon was none other than Groudon, but not in its primal reversion form. This was ancient times, and this was Groudon's natural state. Groudon gathered various healing herbs and found a small, bowl-shaped rock formation. It carefully placed Ryan and the Shelebi in this natural basin, then crushed the medicinal plants, allowing their healing juices to drip into the makeshift bath. Not wanting to waste the remaining herbs, Groudon chewed them briefly before swallowing the potent plants. Ryan remained unconscious and couldn't hear the mysterious system notifications that would have thrilled him. Ding! Rare medicinal essence detected. Beginning absorption process. Ding! Constitution +1, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1. His carefully trained physical abilities were now rapidly increasing. These were the very healing herbs that Groudon consumed when injured. Considering Groudon's massive size, 16 feet tall, weighing over 2,000 pounds, a single herb could restore the legendary Pokémon. For Ryan's human physiology, this was an incredible enhancement. Ryan drowsily opened his eyes to see two Shelebi hovering over him with worried expressions. He tried to speak, but suddenly Groudon's enormous head loomed overhead, completely blocking out the sky. A deep, rumbling cry nearly knocked him unconscious again. After several minutes of recovery, Ryan managed to say, "I'm sorry for worrying you both. Young trainer, we're stranded in the ancient era. Don't attempt to travel yet, we must wait for rescue," the elder Shelebi communicated telepathically. His own Shelebi also lightly tapped Ryan's head with tiny fists, chirping indignantly in what was clearly scolding him for being reckless. Scratching his head sheepishly, Ryan suddenly noticed the colossal creature nearby and his jaw dropped in amazement. Incredible! It's Groudon in its original form. Well, since this is the ancient era, I suppose this is its original form. Then Ryan noticed a sticky, greenish residue covering his body, even strands of his hair had a shimmering green tint. Puzzled, he finally registered the system notifications. Seeing his stamina and strength stats soar past 70, he jumped up excitedly and realized he had literally jumped over 10 feet into the air. Instinctively, he attempted the advanced techniques the system had taught him. His movements created sonic booms in the air, allowing him to briefly hover. Ryan burst into delighted laughter, then landed heavily on the rocky ground with a resounding thud. Rubbing his aching body, Ryan was amazed by his newfound strength. He could now actually utilize the legendary combat techniques he'd learned. "Thank you, Groudon." Ryan expressed his gratitude to the ancient legendary Pokémon, having learned from Shelebi that Groudon had saved his life. Groudon narrowed its massive eyes and nodded, then gave what might have been intended as a friendly smile, though on such a powerful creature, it looked somewhat intimidating. There was no helping it, cuteness and charm weren't exactly traits that legendary Pokémon of this magnitude could easily display. At least it wasn't terrifying enough to frighten people to death. "Thunderbolt!" Ryan shouted through a makeshift megaphone. Groudon roared in response, sending a powerful electric current surging toward the massive creature in the ocean. This beast was none other than Kyogre, the legendary sea basin Pokémon. Kyogre calmly whipped up towering waves and unleashed its own thunderbolt attack, the two electrical assaults colliding in a spectacular display of sparks. The Groudon clan on land and the Kyogre pod in the sea cheered for their respective champions, while several young Rayquaza in the sky watched the clash between the two clans with curious interest. It had been almost 2 weeks since Ryan arrived in this ancient era, and he had gradually adapted to life here. The elder Celebi that had been captured had departed to seek help from their tribe, leaving Ryan alone with his partner Celebi. Watching the friendly battle between Groudon and Kyogre, Ryan understood this was merely a sparring match between the two clans. Actually, looking up at the young Rayquaza observing from above, it was more accurate to say there were 3 clans: the land, sea, and sky tribes. In this primordial time, Ryan had encountered primitive humans, but the language barrier made communication impossible, so he had chosen to remain in Groudon's territory. Later, he discovered entire communities of Groudon and Kyogre, with the Rayquaza clan occasionally making aerial observations. There was no record of the Great Groudon-Kyogre War here, and it wasn't just individual legendary Pokémon as described in modern myths. Instead, these were thriving clans, entire groups of ancient Groudon and Kyogre living together. As for why only one of each species remained in his era, and why they no longer appeared in their original forms, Ryan had no idea. During his time here, Ryan had also encountered other Pokémon, all of them incredibly large with strange markings on their bodies, similar to the giant Gengar and Alakazam that Ash and his friends had discovered fossilized in the Kanto region. Ryan had initially considered catching a few. It would have been amazing to bring them back to his time. However, his Ultra Balls and Heavy Balls simply shattered on impact, making capture impossible. Eventually, he abandoned the idea. Out of boredom, Ryan began using his TM collection to teach the Groudon new moves. In return, Groudon provided Ryan with rare medicinal herbs, leading to a comfortable and peaceful existence. His only regret was not bringing Greninja along. After all, direct training from Kyogre would undoubtedly be incredibly beneficial for a water-type Pokémon. After the friendly match between a young Groudon and Kyogre concluded, Ryan leaped from the rocky outcrop onto his Groudon companion and said, "Let's head back." The Alpha Groudon nodded and led the clan toward the volcanic region. Upon arrival, Ryan jumped down from Groudon, marveling at his incredible strength. He could now leap over 15 feet with ease, no longer needing to worry about landing impact. He looked up at the Groudon before him. Groudon was essentially a massive dinosaur-like Pokémon covered in red, segmented, armor-like skin. Its underside was gray, with large spikes protruding from its head, torso, and tail. Each of Groudon's arms had 4 claws, and 4 bulldozer-like blades jutted from its tail. Each foot had 3 claws, with gray markings on the soles. Blue spikes also grew from the seams of Groudon's armor plating, becoming visible when it gathered energy. The ancient Groudon bore an omega symbol on the circular segments of their arms, a pattern that would later appear on the red orb in Ryan's time. Ryan found his makeshift shelter and lay down on the soft grass. Currently, the 3 clans coexisted peacefully, but with territorial instincts this strong, who knew when a conflict might erupt. As night fell, the intermittent glow from the volcano illuminated Ryan's small camp. He gazed at the 3 Pokémon eggs in his collection. They were enormous, more than 3 times larger than normal Pokémon eggs. These were gifts from the 3 clans, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. Ryan had convinced the 3 clans to entrust him with these eggs by explaining that in the future timeline, only one member of each species remained. The others had either perished or vanished completely. So Ryan decided to attempt bringing the 3 Pokémon eggs back to his original timeline. The 3 clans were somewhat skeptical, so while they agreed to give Ryan their precious eggs, they sealed them with their primordial energy, requiring corresponding legendary power to unlock them. Simply put, Ryan would need to find the Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza from his own era and request their help in unsealing the eggs. If Ryan's claims were true, then bringing additional clan members to the future would benefit everyone. But if Ryan had lied, he would face the combined wrath of all three legendary clans when the Shalebi eventually brought him and the eggs back. Ryan accepted these terms without hesitation. After all, he had only omitted details about the future conflict between Groudon and Kyogre. Everything else he'd told them was completely true. Ryan had also consulted with the local Shalebi during this period, but they explained they couldn't pinpoint his exact temporal coordinates and would need a Shalebi from his original timeline to retrieve him safely. If they attempted the rescue alone, they might accidentally strand Ryan in yet another random era. The next morning, after absorbing the herbal enhancement provided by his Groudon friends, Ryan checked his stats. Both Constitution and Strength had reached 100. Satisfied, he decided to test his new abilities against Pheromosa in a friendly sparring match. Pheromosa was completely overwhelmed. Rubbing his aching muscles afterward, Ryan grinned and said, "Not bad. I've finally reached Ash's level, able to withstand a full-power Thunderbolt attack." Looking at his 100-plus stats, Ryan nearly wept with joy. He had barely reached Ash Ketchum's physical level with Constitution and Strength at 100. That guy was absolutely incredible. And Professor Oak, who constantly handled powerful Pokémon in his research, must have abnormally high stats to still be active at his age. During Ryan's intensive training, another 2 weeks passed. Finally, a swirling time portal opened before him. Watching nearly 60 or 70 Shalebi emerge from the temporal gateway, Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the might of the Shalebi tribe. After all, no other legendary Pokémon clan could field such impressive numbers. His young Shalebi finally reunited with its parents. Although Ryan was curious about how Shalebi reproduced given their ambiguous gender and how they could distinguish parents from offspring, he decided not to inquire for the sake of his continued well-being. Carefully placing the 3 sealed Pokémon eggs in his backpack, Ryan bid farewell to the 3 legendary clans that had gathered to see him off, then stepped back into the time tunnel. Every few steps through the temporal corridor, a different Shalebi would guide Ryan and his companion. Following their lead, Ryan and his Shalebi finally returned to their original timeline. The rescue Shalebi looked at Ryan one final time, then returned to the time tunnel and disappeared. Ryan glanced at his partner Shalebi on his shoulder and asked, "So, we made it back?" Shalebi gave Ryan an exasperated look, patted his cheek, and chirped a few times. The message was clear: hurry up and find civilization to determine how much time has passed since we left. Ryan chuckled and quickly made his way out of Ilex Forest. With Price's forces and equipment gone, it must have been quite some time since their departure. "You reckless fool. Do you have a death wish?" Professor Oak roared in frustration. "You think history is so easy to rewrite? If you're not careful, you might even erase yourself from existence." Ryan nodded and bowed apologetically, promising he wouldn't attempt such dangerous time travel again. He knew Professor Oak was genuinely concerned for his welfare. This kind-hearted old man truly treated Ryan like family, and he'd been terrified after hearing about Ryan's temporal adventure. "By the way, Professor Oak, how do you know so much about Shalebi?" Ryan asked deliberately. "Shalebi," Professor Oak said with a hint of nostalgia, then spoke seriously, "Be more careful next time. Take good care of that Shalebi of yours." Yes, I understand," Ryan replied. "Also, Ash just asked me to transfer his Tauros to him. He's in Palmpona City, not far ahead of you. Ash mentioned there's a trade fair happening there, so you know what that means," Professor Oak said with a knowing smile. Pokémon Trade Fair. Ryan suddenly realized and cried out in excitement. This event was perfect for Ryan. With his ability to assess Pokémon potential and so many intermediate-grade Pokémon from his breeding ranch, he could trade them for high-grade or even elite-tier Pokémon, then sell them for substantial profits. Money was calling his name. Seeing Ryan's beaming expression, Professor Oak said sternly, "Remember to trade for some rare Pokémon specimens. I still have research to conduct." "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you something interesting," Ryan promised. He hung up the video phone, pulled out his Pokegear, and called his ranch, asking them to transport several dozen Pokémon to Palmpona City. Then Ryan left the Pokémon Center, stretched his enhanced muscles, and sprinted toward the coastal city, enjoying the sea breeze. It took him only 5 or 6 minutes to reach Palmpona City, leaving Ryan slightly winded. Maintaining that pace for several minutes was still challenging even with his improved constitution. Still, seeing the massive crowds at the Pokémon trading convention, Ryan felt relieved that he'd arrived in time. After visiting the Pokémon Center to collect his transferred Pokeballs, Ryan found a prime trading spot. He took out a piece of cardboard and began writing, then placed it next to his trading station. Several people passed by. A young trainer glanced at the cardboard and read aloud, "Bulk Pokémon Exchange. Breeding ranch owner offering diverse Pokémon from multiple regions. All Pokémon thoroughly health-checked. Wide selection available for trade." Really? Several people gathered around and exclaimed with interest. "Absolutely, but I'll also evaluate based on the offered Pokémon's condition. Any Pokémon that catches my eye will be considered for trade," Ryan explained. "I want to trade. I want to trade. Do you have a Squirtle? I need a Ghastly. I'll offer you a Spearow. Hold on, one at a time," Ryan called out. "Please form a line. Anyone who cuts in line won't be eligible for trades." With that announcement, everyone organized into an orderly queue. Ryan observed the steady flow of customers with satisfaction. He then began examining each Pokémon, trading for any high-quality specimens he discovered. If intermediate-quality Pokémon were relatively rare species, he'd trade for them. Otherwise, he'd politely decline. Throughout the day, he managed to find 3 elite-tier Pokémon, a Tentacle, a Carnivine, and a Kecleon. Unfortunately, they weren't particularly powerful species, and Ryan had no immediate use for them, so he decided to keep them at his breeding ranch for future purposes. "I knew it was you, Ryan." Ash's familiar voice rang out. Ash approached with Brock and Misty, accompanied by a young boy. Ash said, "Can you trade with Adrian? He wants to breed different types of Pokémon too." "Sure, I'll do you a favor. As long as his Pokémon meets my standards, we can definitely make a deal," Ryan said with a welcoming gesture. "Thank you so much. Come out, Wobbuffet." The boy named Adrian released his Pokémon. Ryan's eyes lit up immediately. Wobbuffet, an elite-tier specimen. His heart raced with excitement, but he maintained his composure. Not bad at all. What Pokémon are you looking for? As long as I have it at my breeding ranch, I'll trade it with you." "Really? Awesome. I want a Charmander. Is that possible?" Adrian asked excitedly. "No problem. I have one right here. What do you think?" Ryan rummaged through his Pokeballs, found one labeled Charmander, and released the Fire-type starter. Adrian nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Ryan quickly completed the trade, exchanging his Charmander for Adrian's Wobbuffet. As Adrian left with profuse gratitude, Ryan tossed Wobbuffet's Pokeball thoughtfully. Wobbuffet wasn't exactly a powerhouse in terms of offense, lacking almost everything except incredible HP and defensive capabilities. It only knew 4 moves, making it somewhat limited. However, this Pokémon possessed immense endurance, and when used strategically, could be quite formidable. Its ability to reflect both physical and special attacks through Counter and Mirror Coat, combined with Shadow Tag preventing opponents from escaping, and its devastating Destiny Bond that could take down opponents with it, made it surprisingly well-rounded despite its offensive limitations. Furthermore, Ryan envisioned that if Wobbuffet could truly reach legendary status, the elemental energy it mastered would undoubtedly create the ultimate reflection ability. Used properly, it could become the Pokémon equivalent of an absolute defense system. After a full day of trading, and despite some interference from Team Rocket's usual schemes, Ryan had successfully traded his intermediate-quality Pokémon for 86 high-grade specimens and 12 elite-tier Pokémon, a massive profit. Aside from the Wobbuffet, which Ryan valued highly, the other elite-tier Pokémon weren't particularly impressive species, so he decided to send them all to his breeding ranch. After all, they would serve as excellent attractions for future customers. Back at the Pokémon Center, Ryan planned to stay overnight. Ash and his friends shamelessly requested to share a room with Ryan. Celebi was happily playing with Togepi, their joyful chirping filling the room. Seeing Celebi's delighted expression, Ryan couldn't bring himself to object to the arrangement. In front of Ash and the others, Ryan destroyed Wobbuffet's original Pokeball and released the patient Pokémon. Looking at Wobbuffet's confused but trusting expression, Ryan smiled warmly and said, "I'll be your trainer from now on. Let's work hard together." Wobbuffet, the blue Pokémon, responded, understanding perfectly. Ryan took out a great ball and recaptured his new partner. Ash saw this and asked, "Ryan, are you planning to train Wobbuffet seriously?" "Yeah, he's got incredible potential. According to my breeding ranch's evaluation standards, he's an elite-tier Pokémon," Ryan explained. "Oh? I didn't expect this goofy-looking Pokémon to have such high potential, even higher than my Gyarados," Misty said in surprise. The last time they'd met, Misty had also received a top-grade Magikarp from Ryan, which had since evolved into Gyarados. "I keep telling you, train your Psyduck properly. He's going to be your absolute ace in the future. Pokémon that receive elite-tier rankings from my evaluations have tremendous potential," Ryan said, looking directly at Misty. I know. But he's such a space case. I really don't know how to train him effectively," Misty said helplessly. "Maybe if you could cure his chronic headaches, he might make a breakthrough," Brock suggested thoughtfully. Misty and her Psyduck looked at each other, and a wave of mutual understanding and shared bewilderment passed between them. The next day, Ryan set out with Ash and his friends toward Goldenrod City. Initially, Ryan was reluctant to travel with Ash's group, but since they were heading in the same direction, he had no choice but to tag along. Besides, Ryan had already lost too much time in the temporal vortex, and he couldn't afford to waste another day. They hadn't walked long before arriving at the next town, where a firefighting competition was taking place. Ash and his friends eagerly participated. Ryan said he wasn't interested, bid farewell to the group, and continued on his solo journey. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at a peaceful meadow. As Ryan prepared for lunch, he spotted several wild Miltank grazing nearby. This discovery thrilled him immensely. First, his breeding ranch didn't have any Miltank, and the Moo milk produced by Miltank was incredibly valuable, both delicious and nutritious. Since Miltank were largely controlled by established ranches, encountering wild ones was an extremely rare opportunity. He counted 6 in total. One was clearly an elite-tier specimen, while the others were intermediate to low-grade. Ryan immediately deployed several Pokémon to surround the Miltank herd. Gengar, attack from behind. Alakazam to the right, Dragonite to the left. Celebi, help out too, don't you love Moo milk? Ryan instructed strategically. Finally, Wobbuffet, engage them head-on. Wobbuffet. As soon as Wobbuffet appeared, he immediately used Shadow Tag on the elite-tier Miltank. With his ability activated, the Miltank couldn't escape from battle. Realizing it couldn't flee, the Miltank immediately charged at Wobbuffet with a powerful body slam. Ryan called out, "Wobbuffet, counter." As the Miltank slammed into Wobbuffet, a brilliant flash of energy coursed through his body, sending the attacking Miltank flying back with double the force. "Listen up, Miltank. If you defeat my Wobbuffet, I'll let you all go free. But if you lose, I'll capture you for my ranch," Ryan declared confidently. Miltank, the elite-grade Miltank, bellowed, and all 6 Miltank charged at Wobbuffet simultaneously with coordinated body slams. "Counter everything at once," Ryan shouted. The 6 Miltank slammed into Wobbuffet, their combined impacts merging into one devastating counterattack that struck the elite-grade Miltank directly, instantly sending it flying several meters. Dragonite caught it gently, and Ryan captured it with an Ultra Ball, then transferred it to his ranch. "Is that really all you've got?" Ryan taunted. Wobbuffet's HP was only down to 4/5. Wearing down the opposition would be no problem. The 5 remaining Miltank instantly used Rollout, their bodies forming tight spheres as they rolled toward Wobbuffet in formation. "Same strategy," Ryan said calmly. The 5 impacts combined into one massive counterattack that struck another Miltank, instantly knocking it out. Ryan threw another Ultra Ball to capture it, then checked Wobbuffet's condition. 3/5 HP remaining, still plenty to work with. Seeing this devastating pattern, the 4 remaining Miltank opened their mouths and fired ice beam attacks at Wobbuffet simultaneously. Mirror Code, Ryan commanded. For reflected ice beams returned with double power, striking all 4 Miltank directly. One unlucky Miltank had its legs frozen solid. Another immediately used Heal Bell to cure the status condition. Then one Miltank launched another ice beam at Wobbuffet while another tried a seismic toss. Using both physical and special attacks at once? Ryan observed. Too bad for you. With your limited special attack potential, the damage won't be significant. Wobbuffet, counter and mirror code. Wobbuffet absorbed both attacks and reflected them back with doubled power, instantly defeating the Miltank that had used seismic toss. The remaining Miltank looked terrified and tried to flee, but Wobbuffet's shadow tag ability prevented its escape. It was trapped in battle. Ryan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wobbuffet really was incredibly useful in the right situation. While it couldn't launch offensive attacks, its reflected damage was always doubled. Plus, if it was knocked out, Destiny Bond could take the opponent down too. It was remarkably annoying to face. But there were downsides. Since it couldn't attack directly, battles had to be won through patience and strategy. Trainers without patience would probably go insane. The 3 remaining Miltank seemed to realize this tactical limitation. After using Milk Drink to restore their health, they simply sat down on the ground and refused to attack. They stared defiantly at Ryan, their expressions clearly saying, "What are you going to do about it?" "Oh, come on, you're really going to be stubborn?" "Fine, if you won't attack, I'll switch Pokémon," Ryan said with exasperation. "Miltank," one of them called out, essentially saying, "Do whatever you want." "Dragonite, finish them off," Ryan commanded. Dragonite nodded and gathered energy in its claws, firing 3 precise Dragon Pulse attacks at the Miltank. The Miltank, resigned to their fate, offered no resistance and were instantly defeated by the powerful Dragon-type moves. 3 Ultra Balls were thrown, successfully capturing all the remaining Miltank. Ding! Cosmog is ready to evolve. Please release it immediately to facilitate evolution. Just as the 3 Pokeballs were transferred to his ranch, the mysterious system notification chimed. Ryan thought excitedly, finally. Cosmog is ready to evolve. He immediately retrieved his Master Ball and released Cosmog. A brilliant white light gradually emanated from the sleeping Nebula Pokémon, but in an instant, the light intensified dramatically, revealing it had become Cosmoem. However, a dangerous vortex formed around Cosmoem, and all surrounding light was being pulled into it, creating what looked like a miniature black hole. Oh no! Even Ryan, with all his self-control, couldn't help but curse. He instantly recalled all his Pokémon and began running for his life. But he quickly realized escape was futile. The powerful gravitational pull had already caught him, making movement nearly impossible. If Ryan tried to run now, he risked being sucked into the dimensional anomaly completely. Ryan frantically recalled Cosmoem's Pokédex entry from his knowledge of the games. The king who ruled Alola in ancient times called it the Cocoon of Stars and built an altar to worship it. Within its hard shell, something is forming by drawing in surrounding energy, growing as it absorbs light. The golden shell is extraordinarily hard. The system directly provided additional information Ryan desperately needed. "Stop giving me trivia. I can't hold on much longer," Ryan cried out. He was already flat on the ground, his hands and feet digging into the earth for purchase, but even so, he was being dragged backward. His fingers had carved 20 to 30 centimeter trenches in the dirt, and several nails had torn off completely. Despite the excruciating pain, he couldn't let go now. Emergency protocol activated. 10,000 credits required. Provide sufficient energy to Cosmoem for stable evolution. Almost there. Do it. Take the credits. Ryan roared desperately. Credits deducted. Energy being supplied. Suddenly, Ryan began radiating an intense golden light that was immediately absorbed by the gravitational anomaly. Fortunately, the continuous energy supply helped maintain equilibrium, and Ryan felt the dangerous suction gradually weaken before finally stopping completely. System, heal my injuries, keep whatever credits you need. And what in the world just happened? Nothing like this ever occurred in the anime or games, Ryan demanded while examining his torn fingernails. Ding. Medical treatment completed. Analysis complete. Cosmoem did not absorb sufficient solar and lunar energy during its cosmic stage, which caused this emergency evolution state as it attempted to gather all necessary power at once. Explain that in simple terms. Translation: it spent too much time in backpacks and pokeballs instead of being outside absorbing natural light and cosmic energy. Ryan looked up at the sky in complete exasperation. Watching the quieted Cosmoem floating in the air, Ryan instinctively picked it up, but felt no weight at all. Scratching his head, he said, "Strange? Could it be that I, like Ash, possess super-strength arms?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Cosmoem in his hand suddenly grew heavier, crashing to the ground with a thud, creating a deep crater before slowly floating back up. I know, Ryan said, holding the Cosmoem. You used your psychic powers to levitate yourself, didn't you? Okay, stop being so mad. I'll let you out more often next time. He retrieved the Cosmoem with a Master Ball, and then, fearing to stay any longer, he hurried away. Leaving only the plowed grass behind, anyone uninformed might think some large Pokémon had been wreaking havoc. 3 days later, at a small lake, Ryan and his friends took a break for lunch. Ryan also took out his super rod to see if he could catch a few decent water-type Pokémon. But what was very strange was that once he'd cast his line in the water, he'd hook a Pokémon almost every minute. But this time, 3 minutes had passed, and the rod hadn't budged at all. Could it be that there aren't many high-quality Pokémon in these waters? Ryan muttered to himself. Looking at the motionless rod, Ryan glanced at the Pokémon that had fallen asleep nearby, yawned, and began his own nap. But just as he drifted off to sleep, he suddenly felt a tug on the rod in his hand. Ryan instantly woke up, and with a burst of over 100 strength stats, he instantly pulled a dark figure out of the water. He looked closely and was speechless. He saw a young man in swimming trunks and scuba gear clutching a Marl, but the Marl had taken hold of Ryan's hook. What the hell was going on? The two of them exchanged glances, and Ryan felt the young man looked familiar. The young man struggled in the air, then released his scuba gear and said, "Hey, who are you? I personally went into the water to capture this Marl." As he spoke, a Poliwrath leaped out of the water, proving the young man's words were true. "Sorry to trouble you, Gold," a voice called out. A girl in overalls, a large hat, and slightly upturned pigtails pushed through the brush and approached. Seeing Gold's expression, she said, "Gold, Marl was obviously hooked by this guy. Don't interfere." "No way. I found this Marl with great difficulty underwater. I chased her for ages," Gold said without hesitation. "Forget it. You can capture this Marl if you want," Ryan said, but he already had some idea of who the two people were. "Really? Thank you. My name is Crystal. You can just call me Cries," the girl thanked him. "Hey, thanks, dude," Gold said. "Suinbois, I'm counting on you." Razor Leaf. A sunflora was dispatched, waving its leafy arms, sending a flurry of leaves flying towards Marl. Before Marl could react, she was sent reeling back. "Suinbois, leech seed, trap it," Gold called out. The sunflora released seeds that quickly sprouted on Marl, binding her tightly with vines. Gold then captured her with a pokeball. The pokeball was instantly teleported away. Gold rubbed his nose with his index finger and said to Ryan, "Thanks, dude. By the way, I didn't catch your name yet. I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. I'm challenging the Johto League and preparing to compete in the Silver Conference. What about you guys?" Ryan said with a smile. "Us? Just wandering around." "Oh, Ryan, what a familiar name," Gold said. "I remember. You're the Ryan who partnered with a Shalevi," Crystal said. Ryan nodded and waved. Shalevi, who was sleeping in a large tree, landed on his shoulder and even said hello to Crystal. "Are you acquaintances?" Ryan asked Shalevi curiously. Shalevi chirped a few times, saying it knew her from the league and that she was very nice to him. Ryan smiled and nodded, then said to Crystal and Gold, "Are you on vacation?" From Shalevi's words, Ryan probably guessed it. Gold, the male protagonist of Pokémon Gold and Silver, and Crystal, the female protagonist, seemed to be working for the League. Yeah, that's right. So I came back to check things out. The League is sending us to the Hoenn region soon, so I guess we won't have much free time left, Crystal said. Yeah, I shouldn't have accepted the League's invitation. Running around all day is such a hassle, Gold complained. Ryan suddenly remembered that in the manga, one of these two people was the Hatcher and the other the Capturer. He wondered if that was true. Ryan then asked, Crystal, I heard you're an incredible Pokémon capturer. Is that true? Yes, it's true. You should see the Pokémon Crystal has captured, almost 500 of them, Gold said before Crystal could answer. Crystal smacked Gold in annoyance and said, I know you run a breeding ranch. You want me to help you catch Pokémon, right? Yes, Ryan nodded. Sorry, I haven't done this kind of work in a long time. After all, as long as your wallet is satisfied, and I'll give you first choice for the elite tier Pokémon in my breeding ranch, you can pay and take them away anytime if you're qualified, Ryan interrupted Crystal. Deal. Send me the ranch's coordinates, Crystal said without hesitation. After all, joining the League had broadened her horizons. She knew that if she wanted to advance, a highly qualified partner was essential. At Ryan's breeding ranch, elite-tier Pokémon were given priority to the League, usually after the Champions and Elite Four had made their selections. Only then would others get their turn. While Ryan required the Pokémon's approval, wouldn't the other Pokémon be impressed by Champions and Elite Four members showing off their strength? It was clear that only by following the strong could one achieve success. Therefore, Ryan's first-choice option was very attractive, and these two had already taken the bait. Seeing Crystal agree and then looking at Gold, who looked eager, Ryan smiled and said, I have a favor to ask of you, Gold. Leave it to me. As for the reward, Gold said. I'll just give you an elite-tier Pokémon of your choice, free of charge, Ryan said. Gold hesitated, believing the offer was even better than Crystal's, and it was likely a very difficult task. Gold asked, What's the deal? Ryan handed Gold 3 Pokémon eggs and said, You're going to the Hoenn region. Please investigate the specific locations of those 3 guys. If you can find them, that would be great. Have them hatch these 3 Pokémon eggs. Gold's eyes widened in disbelief. Ryan nodded and said, Just knowing their whereabouts is enough. It doesn't matter if you fail, but you must help me find their addresses. I'll go to the Hoenn region to find you as soon as the Silver Conference is over. Please, Gold, even if you fail, I can't give you a Pokémon directly, but I can still give you first choice. Gold gritted his teeth and said, Deal. Gold and Crystal bid farewell to Ryan. They had 1 week's vacation left before heading to the Hoenn region, and Ryan was counting on them to get things done. After a good rest, Ryan continued his journey to Goldenrod City. 2 days later, Ryan arrived at a small town called Cerulean Cape, only to discover a fishing tournament. It was said that the winner would not only get to keep the Pokémon they caught, but also receive a prized Pokémon from another region. Ryan had little interest in the competition, but he was still fascinated by the Pokémon from other regions, so he signed up for it. With the Super Rod, Ryan had no chance of losing. But when the contestants entered, Ryan was shocked to see 3 of the dozen or so contestants. One was Gary, a familiar figure, with his EV. The other was a boy wearing a bandana. If Ryan was not mistaken, it was Ruby from the manga. In the manga, Ruby is Norman's son, and Sapphire is Professor Birch's daughter. But in the anime, Sapphire becomes May, Norman's daughter, with a younger brother, Max. So whose son is this Ruby? Ryan accidentally saw Ruby take off his bandana, adjust it, and then put it back on. But the hairstyle revealed was exactly the same as Norman's. Ryan absolutely couldn't believe that Ruby and Norman had nothing to do with each other. Looks like after the competition is over, maybe we can have a good chat, Ryan thought. As for the other one, Ryan looked at the energetic girl and didn't know what to say. She should be Rosa from the Unova region, which is her official name in the games. She's from Unova, so why is she in Johto? Although Ryan knew the timeline of this world was different from the anime and games he remembered, he suddenly felt the urge to complain when he saw these characters. The fishing competition in Cerulean Cape was held at the town's signature Cerulean Bay. The contestants sailed into the bay in their small boats, using the provided fishing rods and bait. After catching a Pokémon, they used the provided safari balls to capture it. The rarity of the Pokémon was then judged. Ryan suddenly felt overwhelmed. He had thought his super rod would easily win the competition, but now it seemed like victory was a real question. He attached the bait to the hook and cast the line, sending the hook into the water. Reluctantly, he sat down in the boat and began to wait. Occasionally, someone would bring in a Magikarp, but most of them were Magikarp, with a few landing Krabby, Goldeen, and the like. Ryan also quickly caught a fish, and with a jerk of his rod, a Magikarp was pulled out of the water. He despaired at his own performance. Not only had he landed a Magikarp, but it was also a low-quality one. As expected, without the super rod, Ryan's fishing skills were truly mediocre. System, do you have any similar bait for sale? Ryan began to call the system. Ding. This is cheating, strictly prohibited, the system declared sternly. A system that can break game mechanics and you tell me you can't cheat? Are you kidding me? Ryan scoffed. I'll double the price. Triple it. Deal, Ryan declared. Then, fishing bait appeared in the system store, identical to the bait for this tournament. However, it was priced at 300 credits each, tripled to 900 credits. Reluctantly spending the credits, he bought one and mixed it into his bait. Then, he took the system-provided bait from the tournament supply. He attached it to the hook, gave it a gentle flick, and it dove into the water. Ryan sat back in his boat, waiting. His reputation as a fishing master had spread throughout Pallet Town. If he didn't win a small competition like this, it would be a disgrace. Soon, the line straightened, and Ryan reeled it in without hesitation. His exceptionally high-strength stat was perfect for overpowering all sorts of resistance. The underwater Pokémon, before it could react, was pulled to the surface. Gyarados, elite grade. Anything produced by the system must be elite grade. Ryan immediately released Gengar and said, Gengar, hypnosis. Gengar floated in front of Gyarados and put it to sleep. The dormant Gyarados landed heavily, sending up a massive splash that drenched Ryan. Looking at his soaking wet clothes, Ryan reluctantly captured Gyarados before rowing his boat to shore to change. Ryan's performance was quite a sight, drawing the attention of many. Seeing this, Gary shook his head and said, with Ryan participating, we won't even compete. Enjoy your leisure time, Evie. Evie nuzzled Gary's face, purring in contentment. Ruby spotted Ryan and exclaimed, it seems to be the guy Dad mentioned. Let's go meet him after the tournament. Rosa glanced at Ryan and said, it seems to be that guy. Damn it. I won't lose, Rosa, keep going. Ryan, having changed his clothes, handed Gyarados' safari ball to the tournament organizers for inspection. For now, Ryan's Gyarados was in first place, and barring a miracle, Ryan would definitely take first place. Ryan also came to the shore to watch, checking on the 3 people he'd been eyeing. Gary seemed to have given up, simply enjoying the moment. Ruby had a catch, a Corsola, and was now ready to battle. No matter how time passes, its beauty remains unchanged. Its lovely form exudes a captivating charm. This is the Pokémon Delcatty, Coco. Ruby said, sending out her own Delcatty. Delcatty? That means Ruby hasn't moved to Hoenn yet. Oh, I remember now. In the manga, Ruby's hometown is Goldenrod City in Johto. It was only after Norman was transferred to Hoenn that the family settled there. Ryan suddenly understood. According to this analysis, Ruby is Norman's son. Then May can't be May, it must be Professor Birch's daughter, Sapphire. Ruby was quite capable, and while this Delcatty must have only recently been acquired, his talent truly impressed Ryan. It truly lived up to the saying, like father, like son. As for Rosa, her superior flew with flying colors, unleashing leaf storms and brutally crushing the tentacle. Watching each leaf storm become more powerful, Ryan was convinced that Rosa's superior had the contrary ability. After the competition ended, first place fell to Ryan without a doubt. After the closing ceremonies, the competition concluded. Ryan also secured the prize Pokémon he had sought, and the Gyarados was teleported back to his ranch. Come out. Ryan eagerly released the prize Pokémon, wondering what kind of precious Pokémon it was. A yellow and orange Pokémon appeared before Ryan, a bit short but with a fierce look in its eyes. Seeing Ryan, it smiled and gave him a respectful bow, a gesture of acknowledgement. Minfu. That's a pleasant surprise, Ryan said excitedly. Hey, it's a Minfu from the Unova region. Looks very strong, a female voice said. Ryan turned around and found Rosa standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Hello, I'm Rosa. I'm from Aspertia City in the Unova region, Rosa said. Hello, I'm Ruby from Goldenrod City. You're Ryan from Pallet Town, right? I've heard about you from my father, Ruby approached. Gary also approached, glanced over, said hello to Ryan, and left. Ryan looked at the two before him and said, I'm indeed Ryan from Pallet Town. What did you want to see me about? Rosa and Ruby exchanged glances. Rosa said, Actually, I heard about your breeding ranch, so I rushed over from the Unova region. I was going there to see if I could get a Pokémon. Ruby nodded and said, Same here. I was planning to visit your breeding ranch to see if I could get a Pokémon. But the competition here also attracted me, so I came to participate. I didn't expect to run into you, Ryan. Rosa also nodded in agreement with Ruby. Ryan nodded and looked closely at Minfu. Ryan had good luck, having obtained an elite-grade Minfu. Among Pokémon, Minfu represents a fighting-type Pokémon with martial arts prowess, making it a perfect fit for the modified moves in Ryan's system. With such a well-matched elite-grade Minfu, coupled with the modified moves in the system, this Minfu could become a key force in Ryan's arsenal. He recalled the Minfu and teleported it back to his ranch. Ryan stood up and said, You're going to my breeding ranch. So, are you heading to Goldenrod City, or are you taking another route? That's what I was thinking, Ruby said. Ryan, you're challenging the Johto League, so Goldenrod City is definitely your next destination. We're on the same route. Would you like to travel together? Yes. Traveling alone gets boring, Rosa said. Ryan thought for a moment and said, That's fine. Since you're from Goldenrod City, Ruby, I'd appreciate you being our guide. No problem, Ruby said, giving him a thumbs up. After saying that, he glanced at the Celebi on Ryan's shoulder, then pulled Ryan aside and said, Hey Ryan, let me tell you something. I recently encountered a Celebi too. It told me that I will be moving to the Hoenn region. Then a very serious disaster will occur in the Hoenn region, and only a girl and I can solve it. But recently, it contacted me again and said that if possible, it hopes you can come and help me. That's why I sought you out. Seeing Ruby's serious expression, Ryan probably understood the reason. Nodding without hesitation, he said, No problem. When are you moving? No plans for the time being. But my father has been appointed as the gym leader of Petalburg City by the League, and it will probably be soon, Ruby said seriously. Probably after the Silver Conference. So, Ryan, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Ryan said. I want to travel with you, at least until that big incident is over. Also, I'd like you to train me. Although my dad told me to take Wallace as my mentor, he's too busy to teach me for long. So I'd like to train with you first. You won the Indigo League, so you must be very strong, Ruby said. Ryan was speechless. The difference was too great. He had only been taught by Steven, but Ruby had directly taken Wallace as his mentor, and even then, he complained that Wallace didn't have time to teach him. Ryan wanted to grab him by the collar and shake some sense into him, but after thinking it over, he decided to agree to Ruby's request. At least he had a champion-level mentor, and maybe Ryan could learn a thing or two about contest techniques. Seeing that the two had finished their discussion, Rosa came over and said, You guys have finished your private conversation. Now it's my turn. Ryan, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? She said this while looking at Ryan with affection. It seemed that if Ryan just nodded, she would throw herself into his arms. Ugh. Ryan's sweat dropped. Were kids this bold these days? A direct confession? Seeing his expression, Rosa finally smiled and said, I was kidding. You're not my type. Ryan looked at Rosa's instantly changed expression and shook his head helplessly. All right, let's travel together. Let's head to Goldenrod City first. Yeah. Rosa exclaimed energetically. Then let's go, Ruby said. Judging by the different expressions on their faces, it looked like the journey ahead wouldn't be lonely. Later, Ryan and his group arrived in a dark forest. The light was dim, so Ryan released Gengar just in case. Strangely, there weren't any ghost-type Pokémon in the forest. Even Rosa was puzzled. Such a dark forest should be a haven for ghost-type Pokémon. Why haven't we seen any ghost-type Pokémon? I guess that's why. Ruby pointed to a Pokémon in a tree. Ryan looked up and said, no wonder. It's Noctowl. Noctowl is quite effective against ghost-type Pokémon. While it might not be able to defeat them outright, ghost types can naturally sense its presence, so ghost types will definitely feel uncomfortable. As he spoke, Ryan remembered that this was probably where Ash had captured his Noctowl. As expected, just as Ryan was thinking this, Rosa called out, look. It's a shiny Noctowl. Ryan and his companions followed Rosa's direction and saw the shiny Noctowl perched on a branch, its head twisted 180 degrees, staring at Ryan and his companions. All right. I'm going to capture it. Go, Superior, use Leaf Storm. Rosa shouted, sending out Superior. Ryan facepalmed. They had underestimated this Noctowl. Every shiny Pokémon has something special that sets it apart from its peers. Take Ryan's Beedrill and Gengar, for example. Beedrill's strength is exceptional, something he understood the moment he captured it and saw its poison stinger. As for Gengar, while Ryan didn't notice anything else special about it, this one was absolutely a natural performer. It was incredibly skilled at playing dumb and acting weak. Anyone who didn't understand would be easily fooled. As for this Noctowl, according to the anime, it's incredibly intelligent. While its raw power isn't particularly impressive, it's incredibly clever. If it were facing a strategic trainer, it would definitely shine. But in the hands of the hot-blooded Ash, it was truly underutilized. Facing the oncoming leaf storm, Noctowl spread its wings, shedding a cascade of feathers, obscuring everyone's view. When they looked again, it had already vanished. Damn, this Noctowl is really smart. It's blocking our view and then escaping. We'll definitely lose it now, Rosa complained. Forget it, it probably wasn't interested in you. If you can't capture it, don't force it, Ruby said. Ryan glanced at Ruby and thought, do you think everyone is like you? A Delcatty, a Poochyena, and a Ralts taking down a Salamence. Even though Ruby was injured and the scar is still on his forehead, he was only a few years old at the time. This also shows that Ruby's battle talent is indeed formidable. However, after that incident, Ruby also began to take the path of a contest coordinator. As for why, Ryan also knew the reason. He couldn't interfere in the affairs of the young couple. Minfo, unleash your power, Ryan called. Coco, charge, Ruby commanded. Superior, use Vine Whip to lock them down, Rosa said. Ryan and his group had arrived at the national park. While caution would have been fine, Rosa couldn't resist trying to catch a Teddiursa. It was spring, the perfect time for Pokémon to breed. Female Pokémon are naturally sensitive and irritable, and Rosa had stirred up a hornet's nest. A swarm of Ursaring immediately surrounded Ryan and his group, attacking them. Sorry, Rosa said sheepishly after dispatching the Ursaring. It's okay. I just happened to be sending some Pokémon to the breeding ranch. Ruby, do you want these Ursaring and their cubs? Ryan said. Ruby was still a newcomer, after all, and facing such an intense battle all at once, he was still a little overwhelmed. He waved his hand and said, I don't need them. I want Pokémon that are both graceful and powerful. I can't handle a bulky Ursaring. Ryan patted Ruby's shoulder firmly and said, young man, you still lack training. Do you want to work out with me every day? Get lost. Who wants to work out with a monster like you? Ruby said angrily. He had seen Ryan working out. Ryan, whose current fitness and strength stats were over 100, usually did push-ups with Cosmoem on top of him. He certainly didn't let Cosmoem directly release its psychic power. By gradually reducing its psychic support, Cosmoem's weight would gradually increase, becoming the perfect training weight. But Ruby and Rosa didn't know that. At first, Ryan had teased them by simply having Cosmoem remove its psychic support and letting them try to carry it. After that, They viewed Ryan's training regimen as absolutely inhuman. After capturing the defeated Ursaring and the Teddy Ursa, Ryan and his companions set out on their journey again. 2 days later, they arrived at City. Ruby excitedly said, "Let me tell you, there are a lot of psychic-type Pokémon here. Almost every household has one. I also know a secret. There's an old man who raises a very powerful Xatu. He even runs a fortune-telling parlor, and it's quite accurate." With that, Ruby led Ryan and the others through a winding path to a run-down cabin. Ruby walked over, knocked on the door, and said, "Is Master Kenzo here?" "I'm Ruby. Come in, the door's unlocked." "I figured you'd come today," an elderly voice said. Ryan smirked. He's really being mysterious. Whether he's truly capable or not, we'll have to see for ourselves. Ruby pushed the door open and walked in. Ryan and Rosa followed suit. There wasn't anything unusual inside. It was a simple, ordinary cabin. An old man was feeding a very aged Xatu. He must be the Master Kenzo Ruby mentioned. "Master Kenzo, I'm here again," Ruby said respectfully. "Can you do a divination for me?" "No need. I can't tell you what you want to know," Master Kenzo said calmly. "That being has already informed you. What you do is up to you. Young man over there, come here. Let me take a look at you." "Please, Master," Ryan said solemnly. The reason was simple. The old Xatu was an elite-grade Pokémon at level 100, and it exuded some fundamental power of time, a power Ryan was all too familiar with. It was Celebi's fundamental power. If the Xatu didn't have the ability to predict the future, Ryan would be the first to disbelieve it. "Old friend, please. Predict the future," Master Kenzo said. The Xatu nodded, its eyes gleaming blue, a look of deep concentration. After a long pause, Master Kenzo fell silent. Then he spoke, another chosen one. "Young man, stay true to your heart, and you will achieve what you desire. You're already connected and entangled with too many things. Don't pursue too much, just go with the flow." "How long will it take to take that step?" Ryan asked. 3 years is enough," Master Kenzo said. "Yes. Thank you," Ryan said. "Let me remind you, everything has its pros and cons. A fierce heart can appreciate gentle beauty. Human nature has two sides, yet the opposing sides are inherently harmonious," Master Kenzo said mysteriously. "Yes. One more question, about relationships," Ryan said, blushing slightly. Master Kenzo smiled and said, "What's meant to be yours will always be yours. It can't be taken away." "Master Kenzo, can you help me take a look too?" Rosa couldn't help herself and immediately leaned over to ask. "Yes. Let me take a look," Master Kenzo said with a smile. Then he had the Xatu use its predictive power again. After a while, Master Kenzo said, "Alas, the chaos is finally coming. The battle between the legendary Pokémon is not far off, and those chosen by destiny will soon appear one after another to prevent the disaster." "What do you mean?" Rosa was confused. Ryan, however, felt uneasy. He had watched the anime before, and, because of the episodic format, Ash traveled from region to region, subsequently resolving disasters. But now the timeline has changed, and it's possible that the villainous teams from various regions are collaborating to cause chaos. If the League doesn't handle it well, it could really be catastrophic. I can't reveal the details. After all, the future is changeable. If people deliberately alter it, the future will also change, Master Kenzo said. He was speaking to Rosa, but Ryan knew that Master Kenzo was reminding him. After all, he definitely knew Celebi, who sat on Ryan's shoulder. "What about my love life?" Rosa asked anxiously. "Childhood friends," Master Kenzo said. "Okay, get going, children. There's no need to waste any more time with an old man like me." Ryan and the others bowed respectfully to Master Kenzo. After all, he was an elder, and a capable one at that, worthy of their respect. Leaving Saffron City, Ruby curiously asked, "By the way, you both asked about your relationships. Who are your partners?" "It's an adult matter, kids don't need to know," Ryan said, subconsciously forgetting that he was only 14. "Haha. I don't believe you haven't thought about it before. Come on, tell me, who is your sweetheart?" Rosa's expression darkened, practically ready to interrogate Ruby. Ruby trembled and began to seek protection from Ryan. By the way, Ruby, you're quite capable. Why are you pursuing the path of a contest coordinator? It's usually chosen by girls, isn't it? Ryan smirked, rubbing his chin. Bro, you're my real bro. Ruby quickly came up and covered Ryan's mouth. Can you please show some mercy? Oh, I see. Rosa dragged out the words. It seems like childhood sweethearts. Aren't you the same? Ruby said angrily. Oh, hee hee. It seems you're asking for trouble. Rosa instantly went ballistic and chased after Ruby, ready to beat him up. Hey, slow down. Ryan helplessly chased after them. Master Kenzo watched the three of them leave inside. Keep going, children. The future truly lies in the hands of you chosen ones. I hope the League will be more vigilant, otherwise it will be truly irreversible. Goldenrod City is the largest city in the Johto region. It's bustling with tall buildings. It has a large Pokémon Center, a large department store, a radio tower, a magnet train station, a game corner, a flower shop, an underground path, and even a Pokémon salon. Goldenrod City has a Pokémon gym, a normal-type gym, and its leader is Whitney. Ruby introduced his hometown to Ryan and Rosa. Let's go to my house and rest up first, Ruby suggested. Ryan and Rosa nodded. After all, it had taken them 5 days to get to Goldenrod City from Azalea Town, and they were exhausted. They decided to rest up at Ruby's house before heading to the gym. A big city, as expected. After a long journey, Ryan and the other two finally arrived at Ruby's house. They were greeted by Ruby's mother, Mitsuko, a beautiful woman with short hair and a gentle manner. She warmly welcomed Ryan and Rosa. Is Norman not home? Ryan asked after lunch. Oh, my husband. He's been transferred to the Hoenn region. He said he needs to familiarize himself with the Petalburg gym first. Ruby and I will also be moving to Hoenn next year, Mitsuko said. Ruby, your father is a gym leader, Rosa said in surprise. Yeah, I heard rumors that Norman is very strong. Not to mention gym leader, he should have no problem becoming one of the Elite Four, Ryan said seriously. That's not true. My husband is more family-oriented, so he chose to be a gym leader, Mitsuko said happily. The three of them, fed a mouthful of affection, were gloomy. Ruby said, Mom, I'll take Ryan to the Goldenrod gym battle first. After that, I'll go to Ryan's ranch to choose a Pokémon. For the rest of the time, I'll accompany Ryan to finish the Johto League. When the time comes, we'll move. Okay, I understand. Ryan, I'll leave Ruby in your care, Mitsuko said. Don't worry, ma'am, Ryan said. I'll take care of Ruby. Ryan and Rosa then followed Ruby to the Goldenrod gym, where they also met its gym leader, Whitney. Hey, Ruby. Why are you here? Whitney, who was brushing Miltank's fur, asked curiously when she saw Ryan and the others. Hello, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. I'm here to challenge the Goldenrod gym. Oh, so you're the challenger. I accept your challenge, but my other Pokémon are resting. This Miltank is my ace, so let's decide the outcome in one round, Whitney said. No problem, Ryan replied. Go ahead, Minfo. Ryan sent out his own Minfo. Minfo, this is your first gym match, so do your best. Minfo performed several aerial somersaults and landed gracefully. With his fists clasped together, he bowed to Miltank and Whitney, then took up his stance, signaling Miltank to attack first. A Minfo. Rosa and Ruby were immediately visibly shaken. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Ryan's training of Minfo. It was almost harsh, but the results were truly remarkable. Rosa and Ruby had both attempted to challenge Minfo. But after the battles, it was clear that Minfo was nearly invincible in close combat. Seeing Ryan unleash Minfo, a fighting type that countered Miltank, a normal type, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Whitney. Oh, he looks very strong. Then we'll attack first. Miltank, roll out, Whitney said. Use the opponent's force against them, redirect their power, Ryan said. Minfo drew a circle with his hands, and after Miltank rushed over, he dodged it by turning sideways. With his left hand, he guided Miltank's direction, and with his right hand, he applied force and struck the rolling Miltank, which directly accelerated Miltank. The direction was completely uncontrollable, and it rushed out of the field. It took a big detour to return to the battlefield. Interesting, what a strange fighting method. Miltank, keep using rollout. Whitney shouted. Ryan laughed. The training of Minfu over the past few days had been very successful. It could be said that Minfu was able to quickly understand the meaning of the martial arts principles that Ryan taught it, and he could apply some of them through practice. What a shame. I'm conserving my resources now. I have to rely on natural training. Otherwise, if the system provided modified moves suitable for Minfu, Minfu would definitely be stronger than he is now, Ryan murmured to himself. Without Ryan's command, Minfu dodged the attack again, and with a powerful strike, he once again disrupted Miltank's rolling momentum. No, although it's not very obvious, the speed and strength of Miltank have increased. We can't keep wasting time like this. Minfu, dig! Ryan shouted. Minfu instantly dug a hole and dove underground, avoiding Miltank's rolling attack. Earthquake! Did you really think I only had one move? Whitney shouted. Miltank stopped rolling and then stomped the ground hard. Minfu was instantly bounced out by the strong seismic waves and suffered significant damage. Now's your chance, jump kick. Ryan shouted. No way you'll hit. Miltank, back away, then use milk drink to recover, Whitney said. Miltank stepped back to make sure that Minfu wouldn't hit him, and then began to drink his own milk to restore his health. Ryan smiled without saying a word. Minfu spun in the air, landed headfirst, supported himself on the ground with both hands, spun his whole body around, and kicked Miltank, who was still drinking milk, directly with a flying kick, sending Miltank flying. Don't hold back, drain punch combo. Ryan shouted. Minfu rushed towards Miltank, attacking the opponent fiercely with both fists. When Miltank was hit, a dark energy field appeared around his body, and the power was absorbed by Minfu's arms. Looking at Minfu, who kept punching Miltank, Ryan thought to himself, this reminds me of those intense battle scenes from the manga. It's quite exciting. After a flurry of blows, Miltank was stunned and fell to the ground, unable to battle. Miltank. Hey, Ryan, you went too far. Whitney, distressed, helped Miltank up, then angrily said. Sorry, I got carried away and couldn't hold back, Ryan said, scratching his head sheepishly. Here's a max potion. It fully restores your Pokemon's health. Ryan immediately took out a max potion to apologize. Whitney used it to heal Miltank, then huffed and forgave Ryan, tossing him a badge as proof of his victory. Minfu, a bit embarrassed, approached Miltank and bowed to acknowledge his mistake. Miltank, being a generous Pokemon, forgave him. Rosa and Ruby exchanged a look of determination. If you encounter Ryan's Minfu, never engage it in close combat. Ranged attacks and slowly wearing it down are the best strategy. I wonder if Ryan would be amused or embarrassed if he knew what they were thinking. After bidding farewell to Whitney, Ryan and the other two prepared to fly directly to Pallet Town. Initially, Ryan hadn't wanted to go back, saying he'd wait for them in the next city. But then Professor Oak contacted him, saying someone from the League had come to evaluate Ryan's ranch's premium Pokémon. With no other choice, Ryan had to go back for the time being. After all, an opportunity that's been delivered to your doorstep is worth taking advantage of. He still remembered how the League had shortchanged him during the Celebi incident, and he was determined to get back everything with interest. That evening, Ryan and the other two boarded a plane to Pallet Town and arrived at Ryan's ranch early the next morning. Wow! How luxurious! Rosa envied the ranch. Even Celebi loved it, happily flying around the courtyard. Wherever Celebi passed, the trees and flowers grew more luxuriantly. Roar! A roar echoed, and an Aerodactyl descended from the sky, landing in front of Ryan. Yes! I'm back for a while, and I'll have more travels later. Let's go to the ranch first. Don't worry, if you're lucky, you'll be able to compete in the Silver Conference. Ryan patted Aerodactyl's head and said, This is your Aerodactyl, Ryan. It looks so impressive. Ruby looked at the Aerodactyl with envy. Well, I won't bother you for now. After all, someone from the League is coming, and I still need to deal with them. Let me tell you a secret. The closer to my ranch center, the higher the potential. The same goes for several special areas. The better the location, the higher the potential of the Pokémon. Ryan winked at them. Ruby and Rosa nodded and excitedly began their search. Ryan jumped onto Aerodactyl's back, which carried him back to the main building. Upon entering, he saw Lorelei and Blaine sitting on the sofa drinking tea, accompanied by two unfamiliar League officials. Ryan's mouth twitched as he said, "Lorelei, Blaine, how cautious is the League? They actually sent you two here." Lorelei said helplessly, "It can't be helped. The League has been outmaneuvered by you so many times, they'll definitely be more careful." "Yes. After all, we've heard about the Shalebi incident, and the League also wants us to come. Please, for our sake, don't charge us too much," Blaine said. 3 selections, 20 million each. "That's my lowest offer," Ryan said after a moment's hesitation. "We'll negotiate next time, but this time, each of the premium Pokémon I'm providing will be 20 million. "Okay. Fine." Lorelei pulled out her phone and called the League. After a moment, Lorelei said, 5 selections is the minimum. After all, the League needs to play it safe. But the price can be raised to 50 million each. Ryan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, deal. 10 this time. 500 million up front, and then I'll take you to choose." Lorelei nodded and sent a message to the League. 2 minutes later, Ryan received the payment. Now fully funded, Ryan instantly converted his resources and purchased 2 ability capsules for Greninja and Sylveon. 500 million in, 200 million spent in an instant, a painful loss for Ryan. Fortunately, none of his main team members were premium grade anymore. Otherwise, even with expensive enhancement items, Ryan wouldn't have been able to afford upgrades no matter how much money he had. Ryan had actually considered what would happen if he gave a premium Pokémon a rare candy or protein. However, based on his experience, enhancement items could only help Pokémon below premium rank reach premium rank, and for premium Pokémon, they were probably just regular supplements. He took Lorelei and Blaine to the area where premium Pokémon were raised. It was an independent ecological preserve Ryan had specially commissioned. The League had heard about this place, specifically for raising premium Pokémon, and had spared no expense, using the finest materials to build it. There were mountains, rivers, ice fields, and volcanic areas, all carefully constructed to simulate natural habitats, allowing the Pokémon to better settle in the preserve. Of course, this also cost the League a considerable amount of money. Lorelei went directly to the ice field and selected an Alolan Vulpix, which Ryan had captured in the Alola region. Originally, Ryan had intended to train it himself, but Lorelei, upon learning of this, had requested it. Considering his good relationship with Lorelei, and the fact that she had previously served as his training partner, Ryan had saved it for her. Lorelei collected the Alolan Vulpix, feeling satisfied. Blaine also picked up an Alolan Marowak from the volcanic region. With its dual fire and ghost typing, it was well worth his training. Then, 2 League officials began their selections, choosing from a prepared list. Mantine, Natu, Lanten, Crobat, Haunter, Machamp, Corsola, and Sharpedo, Ryan counted. Including the 2 from Lorelei and Blaine, that makes exactly 10. Judging by their selections, most were specifically chosen, likely requested by Elite 4 members or gym leaders who had applied through the League. There was probably a champion involved too, but he didn't know who. After sending them off, Ryan instructed 2 of his ranch hands to tell Ruby and Rosa to go to the ecological preserve to make their selections. After all, each of them showed great potential as trainers, and their future achievements were bound to be significant. Any help was appreciated. They would all be part of Ryan's network. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Ryan had just released his Pokémon, letting them get acquainted with their home, when he heard an explosion. He couldn't sit still anymore and jumped onto Aerodactyl's back. Aerodactyl carried Ryan to the source of the explosion. Shalebi and Mutwo faced each other. Mutwo already had a spoon in hand, pointing it at Shalebi. Shalebi's body was also radiating temporal energy, clearly getting serious. "Stop it. Why are you two fighting?" Ryan jumped off Aerodactyl's back and landed hard. "Ryan, we're just sparring," Mutwo said, puzzled. "Isn't this normal training intensity?" "Sparring? That kind of destructive power is called sparring. What does that mean? Are they trying to level the mountain? Continue, I'll observe, Ryan said, sitting cross-legged on the ground to see what the two legendary Pokémon were training for. Mutwo nodded, spinning the spoon in the air a few times before hurling it at Celebi. Celebi instantly teleported away, dodging Mutwo's attack, and launched countless psychic orbs into temporal rifts. If there was a move that best suited Celebi, it would be Future Sight. Not only did it deal massive damage, but for Celebi, who could manipulate time, predicting his opponent's next move was incredibly easy. Mutwo frowned, and a surge of ice energy instantly gathered around the spoon. The spoon thrust forward, sending the frigid energy piercing toward Celebi like a lance. But several psychic orbs materialized from temporal space, shattering the ice spears. More psychic orbs then appeared, hurling themselves at Mutwo from all angles. Mutwo spun the spoon with incredible speed, and the psychic orbs exploded upon impact. Though individually minor, they still dealt cumulative damage. After the psychic barrage ended, Mutwo used Recover, restoring himself to perfect condition, then sent a large number of his own psychic orbs into dimensional space. Celebi chuckled softly and fired a beam at Mutwo, enveloping it in a ring of light. It was Heal Block. It sealed Mutwo's recovery abilities, preventing it from using Recover. Celebi then gathered energy between his hands and thrust forward, launching a concentrated shadow ball barrage toward Mutwo. Mutwo teleported behind Celebi and struck fiercely with the raised spoon. That's enough, Ryan said. Aerodactyl, use Stone Edge to separate them. Aerodactyl roared, and 2 rows of sharp stones flew toward Mutwo and Celebi. Mutwo shattered the stones with a powerful psychic blast, while a barrage of psychic orbs shot toward Celebi. Celebi's own Future Sight orbs emerged from temporal space, colliding with Mutwo's psychic attacks in thunderous explosions. A massive shadow ball also destroyed Aerodactyl's remaining stone projectiles. Ryan thought to himself that he had finally managed to stop them. But looking at Aerodactyl, he realized that his fossil Pokémon had also touched upon legendary power, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to interrupt the attacks of 2 mythical beings. Although these 2 legendary Pokémon weren't yet at full maturity, at least now, the data his Pokédex gave Ryan included the classification Legendary Pokémon in their entries. Alright, even if you each have recovery abilities, you were too destructive, Ryan said. Watching Mutwo retract the spoon and Celebi fly back to Ryan's shoulder, Ryan asked, Mutwo, how are you progressing in your training? It's going well. I've begun to grasp the true nature of psychic power, Mutwo telepathically replied, but I'm still far from that master's level. Ryan nodded and said, yes. You should continue studying diligently. You won't need to participate in the Silver Conference this year. But next year we'll be in the Hoenn region, where there's a tough battle waiting. I hope you'll have mastered enough by then. Mutwo nodded in agreement. After a pause, Ryan said, also, when you have time, you can train at the ranch. It's a good opportunity to show the other Pokémon the power of legendary beings and give them inspiration. I understand, Ryan. Mutwo nodded in agreement, then teleported away. Okay, that's settled. Get some rest first, then we'll set off tomorrow, Ryan said, gently poking Celebi's cheek. Celebi batted Ryan's fingers away unhappily, letting out a few soft chirps. We're only 10,000 experience points short. Once I unlock that ability, Celebi, will you be competing in the Silver Conference? Ryan asked. Celebi nodded and chirped a few times, meaning he could, but he had to be the finale. Ryan agreed, and the next step was to consider which Pokémon to bring with him. After much deliberation, he settled on Greninja, Tyranitar, Mienfoo, and Golem. Ryan had long been frustrated with the 6 Pokémon limit and had petitioned the League to lift the restriction. However, the League rejected their request, stating that the 6 Pokémon limit would only be lifted for those serving the League on official missions. His training system offered a service to expand Pokémon slots, but each slot cost significant resources, a ridiculously high price. Now that I have the funds, I can consider opening a few more Pokémon slots. Honestly, Celebi and Cosmoem are completely occupying 2 slots. One doesn't need Ryan's training at all, and the other barely moves, let alone trains. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to bring several more. After all, some Pokémon haven't quite reached the level of power mastery like Mutwo and Charizard. Beedrill, Blissey, Gengar, Gyarados, Dragonite, Crobat, Sylveon. I'm still working with Nidoking, so I won't be bringing it for now. Aerodactyl has also started reaching power mastery, so I won't be bringing it either. Well, there go more resources. Ryan reluctantly invested in expanding the Pokémon slots. Then, he waited for Ruby and Rosa. After they made their selections, he prepared to go to the ruins of Ulf. After all, there were unknown in the Pokédex entries, and the ruins of Ulf were the only place Ryan knew of. The next morning, Ryan and his companions departed and rushed to the ruins of Ulf. Research indicates that the ruins of Ulf have been preserved from 1,500 years ago, making them a truly remarkable archaeological site. With permission from the researchers, Ryan and his companions entered the ancient structure. Ryan, why are we here? There aren't any Pokémon here, Rosa asked, playing with her captured Misdreavus. Who said there aren't any Pokémon? I'll show you some very mysterious Pokémon, Ryan said. Reaching the innermost chamber of the ruins of Ulf, Ryan said, almost there, Celebi, can you awaken them? Celebi nodded, flew into the air, and called out loudly. As Ruby and Rosa watched in astonishment, the symbols engraved on the walls began to float out, revealing themselves as unknown. Strange? I've touched these symbols before, and there wasn't any sign of life. How come there are so many unknown now? Ruby exclaimed in amazement. So, there are still many unsolved mysteries about Pokémon, waiting for people to explore and discover them. Ryan, after recording their data in his Pokédex, planned to capture a few unknown. Celebi, seeing this, immediately stopped Ryan and spoke anxiously to him. Upon hearing this, Ryan retracted his Pokeball and said, "Can the unknown lead us there?" Celebi nodded and called out to the unknown a few times. The unknown spun rapidly around Ryan and the other two, leaving them feeling dizzy. Then, the scene shifted, revealing a strange dimension. Trees withered, riverbeds dried up, the earth cracked, and the sky darkened, a scene of despair and desolation. Celebi, perched on Ryan's shoulder, called out somewhat melancholy. The legendary Pokémon has died, Celebi communicated in his own way. Ryan, where is this place? Ruby and Rosa exclaimed in unison, unable to conceal their shock. A legendary Pokémon has died here, Ryan said with a touch of sadness. Ruby and Rosa exchanged glances, speechless. No one had ever imagined that a legendary Pokémon could die. Or rather, why would such a powerful being die? Was it old age? Or was it killed? No one could answer this mystery. Celebi cried out mournfully before flying off in one direction, followed by Ryan and the others. As they advanced, the landscape remained desolate, devoid of any sign of life. Ryan picked up a stone from the ground and gently grasped it. The stone crumbled into dust, flowing from his hand. It was a place that had been abandoned for countless years. Following Celebi's lead, they arrived at a withered forest. Atop a patch of rotting leaves lay a dozen Pokémon eggs. Ryan knelt down, picked up an egg, examined it, shook his head, and said, "No, it's lifeless." No signs of vitality. Oh no, Ruby and Rosa sighed simultaneously, lamenting the fragility of life. At that moment, Celebi cried out excitedly, using psychic power to levitate 2 Pokémon eggs. Ryan took one look and saw the red and blue triangular pattern, unmistakably Togepi. He held the 2 Pokémon eggs, sensing the faint spark of life within them. He silently accessed his training knowledge. Can these 2 Pokémon eggs be saved? His intuition told him they could be. 2 lucky little ones, Ryan said with a smile. His smile also lifted Ruby and Rosa's spirits, who smiled back. Ryan simply said they were 2 lucky little ones. His experience told him that the 2 creatures would fade within a day at most. It was fortunate that Ryan and his team had arrived, and that Ryan had access to a legendary Pokémon like Celebi, who could use its own power to awaken these unknown, allowing him to enter this dimension and save the 2 little ones. If this wasn't luck, then what was? After using significant energy and resources to stabilize the 2 eggs, Ryan sighed, I was almost reaching my goal, and now I'm set back considerably. I don't know if I can recover everything before the Silver Conference. But looking at the 2 Pokémon eggs in his arms that were gradually showing signs of life, Ryan felt that the effort was completely worth it. After collecting the 2 Togepi's Pokémon eggs, Ryan said, "Shelebi, is there anything else?" Shelebi shook his head and chirped a few times. He meant that the unknown had said that only these Pokémon eggs were left, and nothing else. Ryan nodded and said, "Then let's get out of here. This place is too depressing." "Yes, yes," Rosa said. "A world devoid of any life is truly depressing." Ruby nodded in agreement. While she didn't know how this dimension was formed, it was already lifeless. Regardless, rescuing the 2 Togepi was enough. There was no need to stay here any longer. Shelebi called out softly, summoning the unknown. Then a circular portal appeared before Ryan and the others. They quickly passed through it one by one, returning to their original world. After standing still outside, Ryan and the others looked back at the space, only to see it slowly crumbling, everything returning to nothingness. Then the portal closed, and the unknown returned to their original positions on the walls. Ruby instinctively touched the wall again. It was indeed a wall with ancient murals, with no trace of Pokémon. Ruby exclaimed, "What amazing Pokémon!" Ryan and Rosa nodded. These Pokémon were beyond their comprehension and seemed incredibly mysterious. The 3 of them left the ruins of Ulf and embarked on a journey to a critique city. A few days later, Ryan and his companions arrived in a tropical jungle. Rosa wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "It's almost summer, but it's scorching here. It must be over 86 degrees Fahrenheit." "Yeah, what's going on?" Ruby took off his hat in the heat, revealing a scar on his right forehead. "Hey, Ruby, why do you have a scar on your forehead? How did you get hurt?" Rosa asked, noticing the scar. "Oh, from when I was a kid," Ruby said casually. Ryan couldn't help but think inwardly, "How young are you talking about? You took down a Salamence with 3 starter Pokémon, and you just brush it off like that." But thinking about who he'd been injured protecting, Ryan had a clue. If he mentioned it, Rosa would probably start gossiping again. "Wait. I smell sulfur," Ryan said suddenly, sniffing the air. "Yeah, it really is," Rosa replied, sniffing as well. "Isn't there a hot spring nearby?" Ruby asked curiously. The 3 of them quickened their pace, pushing aside a bush. Their view suddenly opened up, revealing a lake. Ryan walked over, squatted down, and tested the water's temperature. He smiled. "It really is a hot spring. No wonder it's so hot here." Turning back, Ryan said, "Let's take a day off today. We'll continue our journey tomorrow." "Yes!" Ruby and Rosa exclaimed excitedly. The 3 of them set up their tent and built a cooking area with stones. Then they changed into their swimsuits and prepared to soak in the hot springs to relieve their travel fatigue. "By the way, let's let everyone out to play together," Rosa said, releasing her Pokémon, Serperior, Teddiursa, and Misdreavus. Ruby also released his own Pokémon, Delcatty, Mitina, Ralts, and an EV. This EV was the one Ruby had captured at the preserve. Who knows what Ruby would evolve it into? "Everyone, come out." Ryan also released his Pokémon, and a large group of them suddenly appeared. "That's amazing, Ryan. Your restrictions are lifted," Rosa said enviously. Ryan smiled, but said nothing. After all, he had invested his own resources to expand the Pokémon slots, not the League. If the League knew about it, there would probably be another argument. The lake was quite large, so all these Pokémon could enter the water without any problem. At first, Tyranitar was reluctant to enter the water. After all, he was a rock type and had a weakness to water types. But Ryan would have him practice water resistance regularly. After all, he still needed to train Tyranitar's endurance against water-type moves. Over time, he no longer objected to taking a bath. Everyone enjoyed the hot springs, and Ryan came ashore to prepare lunch. While preparing lunch, Ryan watched the Pokémon frolicking in the lake. Rosa, wearing a one-piece swimsuit, showed off her developing figure. He couldn't help but think of other friends from his travels. Most of them weren't fully grown yet, they were still quite young. Ryan had no particular concerns, considering his own physical development. He probably had the mind, but not the maturity yet, he thought as he cut vegetables. Suddenly, the backpack at his feet began to vibrate. He looked down and saw a white light emanating from it. Realizing what was happening, he immediately pulled out 2 Pokémon eggs. Sure enough, the eggs glowed white and trembled. He was both excited and amused, having never expected both eggs to hatch at the same time. The glow of the hatching light also attracted Ruby, Rosa, and the others. They rushed ashore with a group of Pokémon. A crowd of creatures surrounded the 2 Pokémon eggs. He hoped the newborns wouldn't be frightened. As the Pokémon egg swayed, 2 tiny hands emerged, followed by tiny feet, and finally, the head pushed through the shell. How adorable! Rosa exclaimed. That's right, Ryan thought. Togepi is relatively small, like an egg, and its body is primarily bright yellow. Its eyes are black, and it has 5 spikes on its head, resembling a crown. When it sleeps, these spikes fold together, making it look even more like an egg. Togepi's body is mostly encased in the eggshell, and it won't leave it. The eggshell is patterned with red and blue triangular rings. It has short, stubby hands and round feet with 2 toes. Its soles have semicircular brown pads. Their appearance was simply adorable. Ryan examined them and saw that both of them were of exceptional quality, a male and a female. He also checked their stats using his Pokédex. Pokémon, Togepi. Level 1. Gender, male. Height, 1 foot 0 inches, 30 centimeters. Weight, 3.3 pounds, 1.5 kilograms. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Metronome, Inherited, Growl, Charm. Pokémon, Togepi. Level 1. Gender, female. Height, 1 foot 0 inches, 30 centimeters. Weight, 3.3 pounds, 1.5 kilograms. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Metronome, Inherited, Growl, Charm. Both possess the hidden ability Super Luck, and their inherited move was also Metronome. This clearly showed that these 2 little ones possessed incredible fortune, perfectly complementing someone like Ryan, who often relied on strategy over luck. These abilities are perfect, Ryan thought to himself. After Togepi evolves into Togekiss, the most compatible ability would be Serene Grace, but Super Luck works incredibly well too. He remembered from his Pokédex knowledge, Togepi transforms the warmth and kindness it feels from others into happiness. It's said that if you treat it gently, it will share its good fortune with you. Ryan had always wondered if this was true, but seeing these 2 with such perfect abilities seemed to confirm it. Ryan excitedly picked up the 2 Togepi, gently holding each one, and said with a smile, "From now on, you'll be my good luck charms. I'll definitely take excellent care of you." The 2 Togepi squinted their eyes and smiled happily. After all, they could feel Ryan's genuine joy and excitement at their arrival. Minfa, Hidden Power, Focus Punch. Ryan shouted, simultaneously striking a stance and punching the rock. Minfa called out loudly and swung his fist at the rock as well. 3 seconds later, Ryan shook his right hand, tears welling up in his eyes. "It hurts." "That doesn't work." Minfa smiled and bowed to the rock. There was a crack, followed by a series of cracks, and the rock, over 6 feet tall, split in half. "Ryan, why are you competing with Pokémon?" Rosa said, waving a sandwich in her hand. "Indeed. You cook so well, it would be a shame to injure your hands," Ruby said, picking up another sandwich. Ryan rolled his eyes at them and said, if Pokémon and humans could achieve perfect synchronization, they wouldn't need verbal commands from their trainers. They could be directed with a glance or a gesture. This would be incredibly helpful in battle. Minfa nodded and threw a few practice punches, demonstrating his strength. The fighting type was content with his current life. His trainer was gentle and knowledgeable, helping improve his abilities. He also enjoyed excellent meals, close relationships with his teammates, and guidance from senior Pokémon. This was paradise for him. "Hey, there's a hollow under the rock. What's down there?" Rosa suddenly said. Ryan looked back as Minfa moved the 2 rock pieces aside. He saw a hard red shell with numerous holes. The holes had white edges, but several of the holes were sealed shut. He wondered what was happening. "It must be a shuckle," Ryan said, pulling out his Pokédex to examine it. It was indeed a shuckle. Ryan picked up the shuckle, examined it, and removed a cork from one of the holes. A sweet aroma wafted out. "It smells like berry juice," Ryan exclaimed excitedly. Shuckle have a habit of storing berries in their shell and fermenting them into juice. He was surprised to find one here. Ryan took a sip of the juice from the shuckle. It was sweet, with a slight tartness that enhanced the flavor. It had hints of orangeberry, which was quite pleasant. "You guys try it, it tastes great," Ryan said, giving them a thumbs up. "I don't know. Look at the cork blocking the hole in the shell. It must have been left here by someone else," Rosa said. "It's okay. We'll just pay for it." "This juice tastes really good," Ruby said, unable to resist the temptation and taking a sip. Rosa didn't hesitate, taking the shell and taking a sip. She couldn't stop drinking. "Hey, leave some for us," Ryan said with some distress. He had thought it was just ordinary berry juice, but soon he felt something different in his body. Ryan suddenly felt more energetic. He flexed his muscles and noticed some improvement. He hadn't expected this fermented juice to have such effects. Watching Rosa gulp down the juice, Ryan's face showed concern. "Hey, what are you doing?" a voice called out. Ryan and the other two turned around and saw a chubby boy approaching from a distance, carrying a pot. Seeing this, Ryan said sheepishly, "Is this the shuckle you were keeping?" "Sorry, the juice was delicious, so we drank it. But we'll pay for it." "Oh, it's the shuckle that Grandpa was keeping," the chubby boy said. "My name is Kirk, and I help my grandfather with his work. What's fermenting in that shell isn't just juice, but medicine made by Grandpa, with amazing effects." Ryan nearly choked in surprise. This seemed like something straight out of the legends about special trainers and their unique methods. "Huh, it's medicine. Will we be okay if we drink it?" Rosa put down the empty shell, a look of worry on her face. Kirk took the shell, sniffed it, and said, "It's fine. This is a special formula that enhances Pokémon stamina, perfect for fighting-type Pokémon. It's safe for humans to drink in small amounts, as it can boost physical condition, but don't drink too much. A little will strengthen you, but too much can cause problems." "What kind of problems?" Rosa asked anxiously. Ryan and Ruby only took a sip, but she had gulped it all down. "Nothing serious, just that your energy levels might spike, and you could feel restless. After all, it's concentrated berry essence, and drinking too much can make you hyperactive," Kirk said casually. But for someone trying to stay calm during their journey, it was concerning. Looking at Kirk's energetic demeanor, Rosa felt worried. "By the way, Kirk, you said this shuckle is your grandfather's, so he must make a lot of these medicines. Can you introduce me? I'm Ryan from Pallet Town, and I run a Pokémon ranch. This is Ruby and Rosa." "Huh? You're Ryan from Pallet Town?" Kirk exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Ryan was puzzled. "My family's in the Pokémon nutrition business. I've been wanting to meet you. Are you interested in our specialized Pokémon food?" "Don't worry, I'll give you a great deal," Kirk said excitedly. "Let's go check out the medicine first. We'll talk about the Pokémon food later." Ryan couldn't help but smile. Kirk nodded and led the three of them to a small house. Inside, a short, elderly man was extracting juice from a shuckle shell and processing it in a pot on the stove. After the juice concentrated, the remaining essence was formed into small pellets. Hearing them enter, he looked back and said, "Kirk's back. How's it going? Did you find the shuckle?" "Hey, Grandpa, I'm here to introduce you to a client," Kirk said. "This is Ryan. He's opened a Pokémon ranch in Pallet Town. It's quite famous now. He wants to buy some supplements from you." "Oh, I see. I have many medicines here. Which one interests you?" the old man said. "I have supplements to restore stamina, enhance muscle development, boost flamethrower power, water gun pressure, hydro pump force, and so on." "Enhanced flamethrower?" Rosa asked curiously. "What's that?" "Don't you know?" the old man asked. Fire-type Pokémon have internal flame sacs that generate heat, allowing them to use various fire-based moves. My medicine targets those flame sacs, increasing their capacity and efficiency, essentially boosting the power of fire-type moves. The same principle applies to Pokémon of all types. By understanding their physiology, you can target specific organs and make them more powerful. Is it really that effective? Ruby asked skeptically. You'll see if you try it, Ryan said. He then released Greninja and asked the old man for a water enhancement supplement. Greninja swallowed the pellet, walked outside, and used water gun on a tree. Ryan observed the technique, then compared it with his previous observations. He nodded and said, "The effect is subtle, but definitely present." Of course, the old man said proudly. "My medicine is very gentle and nourishing to the Pokémon's body. Although the effect isn't immediately dramatic, it definitely improves performance over time. Just look at my Bellsprout and you'll understand." Bellsprout. At the old man's call, a Bellsprout emerged. Ryan examined the Bellsprout and was impressed. It was an average Bellsprout in terms of species, but its physical conditioning was exceptional, even exceeding what he'd expect. "Sir, I want to purchase all your medicine," Ryan said seriously. "I'll buy everything you produce in the future. You name the price, and you can ship it directly to Pallet Town, where someone will receive it." "No need, I'll provide you with some pills. As for the money, you can give what you think is fair. I need to keep some for myself to deal with emergencies," the old man said. "But I have one condition. First, you fight Marcus, 3-on-3. If you win, I'll give you the pills, but if you lose, I won't." Ryan looked at Marcus, who said with a bitter expression, "Old man, I'm the champion of the local tournament. Asking Ryan to fight me is clearly unfair to him. Didn't you say you have invincible defense?" "Give it a try," the old man said, then walked out of the house into the open clearing. "Please, Marcus," Ryan said, patting Marcus's thick shoulders. "Ryan, be gentle with me," Marcus said with a grimace. The two of them stood in the clearing. Ryan sent out Minfu. Marcus said, "Shuckle, let's go." Looking at Marcus's Shuckle, Ryan nodded. Shuckle is a very extreme Pokémon, with a combined defense of 230, a mere 10 attack, and only 5 speed. But if used well, it can be incredibly effective. "Shuckle, strike first, power split," Marcus shouted. "Forget about going first at that speed." "Focus Blast," Ryan said. Minfu used Focus Blast, launching the energy sphere at Shuckle. Shuckle, being incredibly slow, couldn't dodge it. Taking the Focus Blast was super effective, and it also interrupted Shuckle's power split. "Shuckle, Euro Ball," Marcus shouted. "Dig underground to avoid it," Ryan said. The Euro Ball move's attack power increases the slower the user is compared to the target. With Shuckle's 5 speed, the damage from its Euro Ball was simply explosive, potentially defeating Minfu in a single strike. So Ryan had no choice but to have Minfu dodge. Shuckle suddenly began to spin at high speed. Though its movement was slow, the high-speed rotation it created demonstrated the devastating power of this attack. Minfu dug underground to avoid the attack, preventing a direct confrontation. This is trouble. If Minfu gets hit by that attack, he'll probably be knocked out immediately, Ruby frowned. "Don't worry, it's Ryan. He should have a solution," Rosa expressed her confidence in Ryan. "Minfu, knock it high into the sky, then Drain Punch." Ryan had no choice but to take a gamble. The rapidly spinning Shuckle was suddenly sent flying into the air. Minfu emerged from underneath, clutching his reddened right hand, then fixed his eyes on the falling Shuckle. He sprinted to where Shuckle would land, punching repeatedly. The Drain Punch effect took hold, and Minfu became more and more energized. He used the hidden power technique Ryan had taught him, and there was a cracking sound. Shuckle's shell was visibly fracturing. "Come back, Shuckle," Marcus said in distress, recalling his Pokémon. "Ryan, don't you know how to hold back?" Ryan scratched his head in embarrassment. He discovered that when working with Minfu, it was easy to get carried away and lose control of the intensity. "I forgot to tell you, Shuckle is my team's food supplier. If you hurt Shuckle, the next two will go berserk." "Go, Snorlax," Marcus said. Snorlax. A clearly overweight Snorlax appeared in the clearing. Its massive frame and thick layer of fat meant that a single punch from Minfu would likely be absorbed entirely by Snorlax's bulk. But Snorlax's fierce gaze was fixed on Minfu, and Wei wouldn't allow Ryan to recall his Pokémon. "You actually hurt our Shuckle. Unforgivable." Snorlax unleashed 10 times his normal power, leaping forward and crushing down on Mienfoo with mountain-like pressure. Truly, a glutton's protective instincts shouldn't be underestimated. Ryan watched the overwhelming force of the attack and shouted, "Get out of the way, Mienfoo." Mienfoo immediately left his position, leaping over Snorlax and delivering a flying knee strike to Snorlax's back. However, the thick layer of fat cushioned the impact. If Mienfoo hadn't mastered the hidden power technique, he wouldn't have been able to penetrate Snorlax's fat layer at all. "Body slam!" Marcus shouted. Snorlax stood up without a scratch, then slammed into Mienfoo with immense force, sending him flying. "Aura Sphere!" Ryan shouted. Mienfoo instantly gathered an Aura Sphere and launched it at Snorlax. After hitting Snorlax, it was deflected by Snorlax's belly, causing only minor damage that didn't even register as painful. Ryan was instantly at a loss. This thick layer of fat was simply too much. His attacks were completely ineffective. "U-turn! U-turn!" Ryan reacted instantly and shouted, "U-turn!" Now that he had more resources, Ryan had invested heavily in buying all the technical machines available. It's safe to say that Ryan's Pokémon had the most comprehensive move sets in the entire region. With U-turn, Mienfoo slammed into Snorlax and immediately returned to his Pokeball. The next Pokémon to appear was Beedrill. "Perfect. Physical attacks won't work on you, so let's try piercing attacks." Ryan shouted, "Beedrill, Mega Evolution." Ryan instantly triggered Mega Evolution, something he hadn't used in a while, but Marcus's Pokémon was worth it. Mega Beedrill transformed into a streak of light, piercing Snorlax's hide with its drill-like stingers. "Snorlax, body press!" Marcus shouted. Snorlax immediately fell backward, but Mega Beedrill had already repositioned and struck Snorlax with additional poison jab attacks. Then a large amount of venom was injected into Snorlax's system through Mega Beedrill's stingers. The poison was taking effect. "Damn, flying around is so annoying." "Snorlax, yawn!" Marcus shouted. "Finish it, Venoshock," Ryan said. Snorlax yawned, and a drowsy atmosphere swept through the arena. But Beedrill's stinger pierced Snorlax again, triggering Venoshock that dealt massive damage to the poisoned Snorlax, draining its remaining health. Then Beedrill fell into a deep sleep from the yawn. "Come back, Snorlax," Marcus said. Ryan tossed him a Pecha berry. Marcus thanked him and gave it to Snorlax to cure the poison. "Ryan, you're truly strong. But my travels over the years haven't been in vain. This is my ace. Don't think I'm only capable of defense. Enter the battle, Slaking," Marcus said, recalling Snorlax and sending out his trump card, Slaking. "Then enter the battle, Togepi," Ryan said. A cute Togepi appeared in the clearing. It was the male of the two Togepis. Ryan had given the female to Lily back in Alola. Rosa and Ruby shuddered at the sight of Togepi. If there was one Pokémon among Ryan's team that they least wanted to face, it would be Togepi. This Togepi had incredible luck. Fighting Togepi was complete physical and mental devastation. "Togepi metronome." Ryan laughed, thinking to himself, "Finally, I get to feel like the luckiest trainer alive." "Here it comes," Ruby and Rosa thought with looks of resignation. The metronome move is unique. It randomly selects from nearly every move that exists in the world. That's right, nearly all of them. It's a completely luck-based move. With good luck, it's a miracle move, but with bad luck, it might not do anything useful at all. After using metronome, a void opened up and swallowed Slaking whole. It was Darkray's signature move, Dark Void. Slaking fell into a deep slumber. Marcus's eye twitched. How was Togepi so fast? Ryan chuckled, not wanting to tell him that he had equipped Togepi with a quick claw. "Togepi, keep using metronome." Ryan laughed. Togepi also smiled happily, wiggling its fingers. But this smile filled Marcus with dread. "Marcus, thank you." Ryan shook the bulging bags in his hands. It looked like these pills should last Ryan's Pokémon team for a full year. Marcus huddled in a corner, his face pale. A single thought crossed his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? "It seems the blow was too deep," Rosa said with lingering fear. Ruby nodded in agreement. Either Togepi was instantly defeated, or its metronome always managed to unleash the most appropriate moves. A barrage of techniques, combined with Slaking's truant ability, wore Slaking down completely. Slaking didn't even manage to use a single move, which would have been devastating for anyone. Remember, don't feed them too much. 1 pill a day is enough. Too much is as bad as too little, the old man instructed earnestly. Yes, I understand, Ryan said seriously. Marcus, now let's talk about Pokémon food. Okay, no problem. Marcus instantly revived and began to explain his Pokémon food business, including the scale of his factory. Ryan was surprised to learn that this young man, Marcus, came from a family that was the largest food supplier in the Johto region, with numerous partnerships with the Pokémon League. No wonder his main team consisted of such voracious eaters. With their wealth and their focus on Pokémon nutrition, their Pokémon wouldn't be shortchanged. Marcus brought out some samples, and Ryan gave them to his own Pokémon. The food was indeed delicious and nutritious, suitable for Pokémon who exercised intensively and had large appetites. After careful consideration, he signed a 1-year contract with Marcus. If the results were good, he could move on to a 10-year contract. After all, Ryan's breeding ranch needed a lot of Pokémon food, and he had been buying it from the League. Honestly, the League was overpriced, charging premium rates. However, Ryan, struggling without a large supplier, had to accept the situation. Now that he had a supplier, he could save hundreds of thousands of Poke dollars a month. Having finalized the deal, Ryan and his companions bid farewell to Marcus and the old pharmaceutical manufacturer and continued their journey towards a critique city. But life isn't always predictable. Sometimes unexpected things happen like this. Ryan and the others looked at the group of people before them, a large R on their chests, as if to prevent others from noticing they were Team Rocket. There were over 30 of them, surrounding Ryan and his team. Ruby nudged Ryan and said, "Your enemies?" "Yeah. We helped their artificial Pokémon escape," Ryan said indifferently, having already released all his Pokémon. "Just a bunch of grunts, what's there to be afraid of?" Rosa released Superior with a look of disdain. "I appreciate the confidence, but please take a look at where we are now," Ryan said helplessly. Rosa looked at the cliff behind her and said helplessly, "What should we do? We can't escape. Should we surrender?" "Hell no," Ruby said. "Let's do this," Ryan roared. "Shalevi, stop slacking off. Future Sight, Dragonite, Hail, and everyone else who can use Blizzard, unleash everything. Jengar and Beedrill, pick them off one by one. Alakazam, protect everyone." Dragonite fired an energy blast into the air, and dark clouds suddenly gathered. Then, Lapras and the others all used Blizzard, and the intense snow and wind instantly engulfed the Team Rocket grunts. Looks like a one-shot solution," Ruby said hesitantly. "It's not that simple. Be careful," Ryan said, and then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A Beedrill shot directly at Ruby and Rosa with its stingers. Ryan's reflexes instantly kicked in as he pressed down on their heads with one hand each. Then, with a sharp sound, intense pain pierced Ryan's arms and blood instantly flowed over Ruby and Rosa's heads. Boom! A powerful psychic force sent the Beedrill flying. Shalebi waved his hand in fury, and countless psychic attacks shot out from the void towards Team Rocket. He didn't need the help of other Pokémon. The wrath of a legendary Pokémon was too much for ordinary people to withstand. "Ryan, are you okay?" Ruby wiped the blood from her face and looked at Ryan's pierced arm, a look of guilt on her face. If Ryan hadn't pushed her and Rosa down, the 2 holes would have been in their heads. "I can't die. I have psychic powers," Ryan said. He then opened his system store and looked through the psychic ability list. He found Rapid Healing, worth 1,000 battle points, and purchased it. Ryan then discovered that the psychic power he had purchased had different levels. It was only at level 1, and he would need to spend battle points to upgrade to the next level. He silently contacted the system and asked, "What level is required for instant healing?" Ding! According to the host's current injuries, recovery requires reaching level 5 of Rapid Healing. Level 2 costs 5,000, Level 3 costs 10,000, Level 4 costs 50,000, and Level 5 costs 100,000, the system said. "You're just after my points, right?" Take them and get me to level 5, Ryan said helplessly. The system was quite efficient. With the battle points spent and level 5 rapid healing acquired, the 2 puncture wounds in Ryan's arms healed at a visible speed, soon returning to perfect condition. If it weren't for the blood still there, Ruby and Rosa would have thought they were seeing things. Watching Shalebi, who had lost himself to fury, Ryan called out, "All right, Shalebi. Stop the assault." Shalebi finally came to his senses, and the sight before them made the 3 gasp. Although Shalebi hadn't killed anyone, their arms and legs were twisted at unnatural angles, and none of them could stand up again. "Let's call Officer Jenny first," Rosa said, then took out her phone and made a call. Ryan and the other 2 were currently in the mountains. He wondered how long it would take Jenny and the others to arrive. Just as he was thinking this, Ryan glanced at the Team Rocket members and suddenly shouted, "Don't you dare." "Graveler, Earthquake," a grunt yelled, "Long live Team Rocket." Without hesitation, the wounded Graveler slammed into the ground with such force that even the Graveler itself shattered from the impact. This was a cliff. The entire mountain shook under Graveler's desperate attack, and a series of ominous cracking sounds echoed. Ryan felt his footing give way, and he plummeted off the cliff. It wasn't just Ryan. Ruby, Rosa, and the rest of Team Rocket were also falling. Ryan gritted his teeth and shouted, "A bunch of fanatics. Dragonite, Shalebi, save Ruby and Rosa. Garridos, come get me." Ryan focused his psychic energy and pushed against the air. A loud boom echoed, and Ryan's body hovered in the air for a moment. Another boom sounded, and Ryan rose slightly, but 2 psychic boosts were already his limit. Garridos reacted quickly and flew over to catch Ryan. Ryan immediately took out his Pokeballs and recalled his other Pokémon. Ryan and the other 2 landed safely. They glanced back at the horrifying crimson stain beneath the collapsed cliff, and all 3 fell silent. This was Ryan's first experience with the true darkness of the world, his first time facing so many mangled bodies. It was overwhelming, his chest tight, and he bent over and vomited. Ruby and Rosa couldn't help themselves either and vomited as well. The bloody lesson before Ryan and the others was a harsh reality. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. What? Not from Team Rocket. Ryan was stunned after listening to Officer Jenny's report. Yes, we have records of these people. They belong to a vicious poaching organization. They probably couldn't stand the pressure from Team Rocket in the Johto region, so they came up with this scheme, Officer Jenny said. Is it possible that this poaching organization has been disbanded and absorbed by Team Rocket? Ruby asked with a frown. Not likely. Although Team Rocket is a criminal organization, they are still quite straightforward in some matters. At least when their operatives are captured or choose to die like this, they will give an explanation to the Pokémon League. Whether it's paying a high ransom to redeem their people or if operatives die, they will give advance notice if they want to retaliate against the League, Officer Jenny said. Ryan and the other 2 were speechless. You are a criminal organization after all. Why are you so straightforward? It seems Team Rocket really pushed them to the limit, forcing them to resort to this desperate measure. Plus, your breeding ranch is quite famous now, Ryan. There must be many organizations targeting you, Rosa said. What am I afraid of? I won't hold back next time. Ryan's eyes flashed coldly. Although his stomach still felt queasy, this incident had made him see things more clearly. If they met again, he wouldn't hold back. After giving their statement to Officer Jenny, Ryan and the others continued on their way to a critique city. Ruby, what's wrong with you? Rosa asked curiously, noticing Ruby's pensive look. Ruby rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I'm as thick-skinned as you? I'm still a little shaken. Ryan nodded and said, Take it easy, Wheel. Before he could finish his words, his phone rang. Ryan answered the phone and Lily's voice rang out. Ryan, can you come to Alola? We're having some trouble here. We can't deal with this ultra beast that's appeared this time. Yes. Sure. I'll help you solve the problem and we can all relax a bit, Ryan nodded. He then looked at Ruby and Rosa and said, Want to take a break? Care to join us? Of course, they said in unison. A few days later, Ryan and the other 2 disembarked at Ether Paradise and immediately boarded another helicopter to Pony Island. Upon arrival, a special car took them to Pony Canyon. Rosa took in the scenery and said, "It's beautiful here." Ruby nodded in agreement, saying, "It's indeed a great place for a vacation. Don't get too relaxed. This time we're dealing with ultra beasts. My Pheromosa is one of them, and you know how powerful it is. If Lily and the others haven't been able to solve the problem this time, we're in big trouble," Ryan said seriously. Arriving in front of a large crater, Ryan and the other two got out of the car. Lily and her group spotted Ryan. Lily ran over to give him a hug and said, "This ultra beast is too powerful. There's no way we can deal with it. Fortunately, it's very focused on eating. We lured it into this crater and provide it with food every day, so it hasn't disturbed anyone for the time being." Ryan nodded, walked to the edge of the crater, and looked down. Upon seeing the ultra beast, Ryan gasped. Having seen the size of Primal Groudon before, he was generally somewhat resistant to large Pokémon. But this ultra beast was conservatively estimated to be nearly 20 feet long. Its pitch-black body and the huge maw on its belly made Ryan recognize it immediately as Guzzlord. "Lily, this crater, could it be?" Ryan had a bad feeling. "Yes, it devoured everything bite by bite," Lily nodded. "We've been calling it Guzzlord. Not only did it absorb the dirt and rocks, it even absorbed the attacks from our Pokémon. So, we're really at our wits' end. If there were an easy solution, it would be a miracle," Ryan thought helplessly. This Guzzlord had clearly reached legendary level power, its aura pulsing with energy comparable to Ryan's Mutwo. And if Ryan's guess was correct, the fundamental power this Guzzlord had mastered was clearly devouring. It would be a miracle if Lily and the others' attacks were effective. Rosa and Ruby approached the crater and took a look, and were also shocked. The crater was over 30 feet deep, and Guzzlord continued to feed voraciously. In its haste, it bit into dirt and rocks along with the food, mixed everything together in its stomach, chewing and swallowing it all. "This is going to be troublesome. Please bring the Pokémon transporter." "I need to call Mutwo over," Ryan said, rubbing his temple. "Also, where's Tapu Fini? Can you find it? Where's the totem Pokémon of Pony Canyon? Call them over too. This is really getting dangerous." "I'll go inform the island kahuna," said Kiawe, jumping on his Charizard to find Hapu. "Lana and I will go find the totem Pokémon," said Mallow, pulling Lana deeper into Pony Canyon. "You guys stay here. I'll go talk to it," Ryan said. Then he jumped down into the crater, using several ledges on the rock wall for leverage. In one bound, Ryan landed on Guzzlord's back. Ryan patted Guzzlord's head firmly and said, "Hello, you're an ultra beast, right? Are you lost? Do you need me to take you back to where you came from?" Guzzlord stopped chewing and roared loudly. The sound echoed throughout the crater, nearly shattering Ryan's eardrums. But the general meaning was that the food here was good, so why should it go back to that barren place? "But this place doesn't belong to you. If you showed a little restraint, you'd be welcome to stay, but you're already destroying everything," Ryan said, suppressing his anger. Guzzlord didn't answer. The two smaller arms on its body swung and struck at Ryan. Dragonite. Ryan released Dragonite, and Dragonite flew away from Guzzlord's body, carrying Ryan. Ryan said, "Shalevi, perish song." Shalevi sang a haunting melody, emanating waves of dark energy from its mouth, transforming into red and black energy that attacked Guzzlord. However, the space surrounding Guzzlord trembled strangely, and the effects of perish song vanished instantly. "Even this can be devoured." Ryan was speechless. Even such a sound-based attack could be devoured. This kind of fundamental power was simply too difficult to deal with. "Tapu." A crisp cry echoed, and Tapu Fini flew over from afar, landing in front of Ryan. Simultaneously, the other three Tapus arrived. The four guardian deities converged around Ryan, and Ryan's Master Ball instantly activated, sending Cosmoem floating in the air. Tapu Fini nodded to Ryan, signaling him to follow. Then, the four Tapus carried Cosmoem away. Ryan immediately understood. His Cosmoem had long reached the level to evolve, but it hadn't evolved yet. It seemed that in reality, Cosmoem evolution required more than just level, it also required specific conditions. He immediately briefed everyone on the situation and instructed the Ether Foundation to continue feeding Guzzlord. Ryan was about to chase the 4 Tapu Guardians, but 3 hands held him back. Seeing Lily's determined gaze and Ruby and Rosa's curious eyes, Ryan sighed and released the Aerodactyl he'd obtained through trade. Dragonite carried Ryan and Lily, while Aerodactyl carried Ruby and Rosa, and the 4 of them quickly set off in pursuit of the 4 guardian deities. The Sun Altar is a key location on Pony Island in the Alola region, situated at the far end of Pony Canyon. Ryan and his companions landed on the Sun Altar and saw Tapu Bulu and Tapu Fini circling the floating Cosmoem in a strange dance. Glittering scales and shimmering water droplets swirled around Cosmoem. "Has it started yet?" Ryan murmured. "So beautiful," Rosa said. "Ryan, do you know what Tapu Bulu and Tapu Fini are doing?" Lily said, taking Ryan's hand. "What incredible Pokémon! Are these the 4 guardian deities of Alola?" Ruby said, looking at the 4 Tapus. Ryan asked them to lower their voices and said, "From what I understand, this is a ritual for Cosmoem to evolve again." "Nebby evolves again?" Lily exclaimed in shock. "Could it be true what you told me before, Ryan?" "Nebby is the legendary Solgaleo." "Let's wait and see," Ryan said, then sat down cross-legged and watched the ceremony unfold. Lily and the others also sat down on the steps, carefully observing the ritual. As Tapu Bulu and Tapu Fini finished their dance, Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele flew forward. The 4 Tapu landed on the 4 stone pillars of the Sun Altar and began to chant. The chant was long and filled with an ancient aura. Then, the power of the 4 Tapu flowed into the stone pillars beneath them, and the energy traveled along the pathways into the Sun Flute. As the Sun Flute's energy was activated, it gradually opened, revealing an energy form within that resembled the radiance of the sun. The energy form gradually gathered intense light, shining directly at the center of the Sun Altar, where Cosmoem floated. A powerful energy field enveloped Cosmoem, and it gradually began to glow with the light of evolution. As the light shot up into the sky, Cosmoem slowly transformed within the energy, growing into a majestic lion-like form. "Solgaleo!" Lily cried, covering her mouth, not wanting to disturb Cosmoem's evolution. The light faded and Solgaleo stood majestically, announcing its arrival with a powerful roar. Ryan walked over, pulled a container from his backpack, poured out a few poke beans, and smiled. "You've finally grown up." Solgaleo affectionately nuzzled Ryan's face with its golden mane, then ate the poke beans from his hand. "Koko," Tapu Koko whispered to Ryan, then handed him a distinctive Z-crystal. Ryan looked at the Z-crystal with its unique solar design, shook the Z-ring on his left wrist, and said, "It doesn't seem to fit." Tapu Bulu chuckled and waved its hand, causing the Z-ring on Ryan's left wrist to float in front of it. Then, Tapu Bulu's shell closed, enveloping the Z-ring within its body. Gently shaking it, Tapu Bulu tossed it to Tapu Fini. As the 4 Tapus passed it along, by the time Tapu Lele handed the ring back to Ryan, it had been transformed. Ryan set the Z-crystal into place, fitting it perfectly. "Thank you, Tapu Bulu, Tapu Fini, Tapu Lele, and Tapu Koko." "With this, Guzzlord will have to return," Ryan said. Tapu Koko demonstrated the Z-move pose to Ryan, and the 4 Tapus dispersed and vanished. "Ryan, the Tapus are gone. Are you okay?" Rosa asked. "Of course we're okay. With Solgaleo here, everything's fine," Lily said confidently. "In some old documents I've seen, Solgaleo was recorded as the beast that devours the sun. How could it not be powerful? The beast that devours the sun?" Ruby was in awe. Every legendary Pokémon was the stuff of legend. "Come on up. Let's take care of that Guzzlord," Ryan said, leaping onto Solgaleo's back. He then recalled Dragonite and Aerodactyl. Solgaleo also lowered itself, and Lily and the others climbed onto Solgaleo's back. "So warm, it feels like sunlight," Lily said, gently lying against Solgaleo's back, feeling its radiant mane. "Let's go, Solgaleo," Ryan called out when the 3 of them were seated. Solgaleo roared powerfully, and they leaped into the air as if running, then sprinted through the sky as if walking on solid ground, swiftly heading for Guzzlord's location. Arriving at the deep crater, Ryan discovered that Island Kahuna Hapu had already arrived, commanding her Mudstale to battle Guzzlord. Nearby, a massive Kommo-o was also engaged in combat with Guzzlord. "Get back!" Ryan roared. Hapu and the Kommo-o immediately retreated without hesitation upon seeing Ryan and Solgaleo. Ryan, riding Solgaleo, inserted Solganium Z into Zering, assumed the proper stance, channeling Z power through his body, and began unleashing the exclusive Z move. Ryan roared, "This is our full power." Searing Sunrays Smash. Solgaleo, empowered by the Z power, began transforming into its Radiant Sun phase, then suddenly accelerated, charging directly at Guzzlord. A massive Ultra Wormhole also appeared behind Guzzlord. Solgaleo's powerful impact sent it hurtling directly into the Ultra Wormhole, carrying Guzzlord with it. Of course, this also included Ryan and his group. "That seems to be the legendary Pokémon Solgaleo?" Hapu exclaimed in shock. Are Lily and the others okay?" Mallow asked worriedly. "They're definitely fine," Sophocles said. "After all, Ryan is so strong, and with Solgaleo's help, don't worry. Let's not talk about the group outside for now." Ryan and his companions rushed into the Ultra Wormhole, instantly feeling as if they had entered a bizarre tunnel dotted with circular portals emitting a variety of colors. "Everyone, help find the white portal," Ryan shouted. Guzzlord had now realized what was happening and was relentlessly attacking Solgaleo. Solgaleo couldn't accurately locate Guzzlord's Ultra Space on its own. Fortunately, Ryan had studied the Ultra Beasts and knew that Guzzlord's Ultra Space was Ultra Ruin within the White Portal, so he quickly asked them to help. "Shalevi, use Leech Seed to restrict its movement," Ryan shouted. Shalevi immediately released a handful of leech seeds, which landed on Guzzlord and immediately sprouted into vast vines that bound it. Solgaleo, having a chance to catch its breath, quickly accelerated and rushed forward. "Ryan, is that where it is?" Lily asked, pointing to a white portal. "No," Ryan said after taking a look. "It's a place with many ruined buildings." "There," Ruby said immediately. Ryan looked and saw a white portal in the distance. As to whether it was Ultra Ruin, Ryan wasn't certain, but he saw that another Guzzlord was emerging from the portal. "Solgaleo, hit it!" Ryan shouted loudly. Solgaleo also roared and rushed towards the Guzzlord that was crawling out. After a fierce impact, Ryan and his team successfully knocked both Guzzlords back, but Solgaleo also rushed into this Ultra Space. The stench, the dust, the haze, the sky here was all gray. Ryan and his companions took only a few breaths before their lungs began to feel uncomfortable and they struggled to breathe. Ryan quickly pulled out 4 respirator masks from his bag, and everyone felt better after putting them on. "The environment here is awful. I didn't expect Guzzlord to come from here," Lily's muffled voice came from beneath the mask. Ryan looked at several Guzzlord in the distance and said, "Let's leave quickly. This place is no longer habitable. Staying any longer will put us in danger." Solgaleo nodded and prepared to lead everyone away. "Wait. Why does this look so much like Hawali City?" Lily suddenly shouted. "Hawali City? Hawali City on Melee Island?" "Lily, you're not seeing things, are you?" Ryan asked. "How could I be mistaken? That's a boutique, that's a shopping mall, and that's the Malasada shop chain." Lily identified the abandoned buildings one by one. Solgaleo also stepped forward, and they all examined them one by one. Although they couldn't see clearly, the faint glimpses from the broken signs showed that Lily was absolutely correct. A parallel dimension? Ryan pondered. The current scene clearly proved that this was Hawali City on Melee Island, but it wasn't Hawali City either. Perhaps the only explanation was a parallel dimension. "Anyway, let's get out of here. There are a few Guzzlord coming over there," Ruby said grimly. "Solgaleo, let's go." Ryan no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to use Searing Sunrays Smash to break through the sky again. Solgaleo immediately rushed out of this ultra space. Then, entering the ultra wormhole, Solgaleo used its power to shrink the white portal, ensuring that no more Guzzlord could escape. "Do you want to go back and take a look?" Ryan asked, releasing Pheromosa. Pheromosa nodded. It still wanted to see its home. While it wasn't a beautiful place, it was where it was born and raised. Ryan looked at everyone and said, "Let's go to another place." It's a good opportunity for Pheromosa to go back and have a look. Everyone had taken off their masks. Ruby shrugged and said, "That's fine with me." "I agree. It's good to see the world," Rosa said. "Yeah, let's go and have a look." "After just going through Ultra Ruin, I'm interested in other dimensions too," Lily said. Ryan then gestured to Solgaleo, who nodded and rushed into a white space not far away. They soon arrived in a vast desert. This ultra space was an open expanse of desert, dotted with stone pillars and numerous caves. Some of the rock formations were covered in sky-blue crystals. Everyone saw numerous Pheromosa poking their heads out of the caves. Ryan's Pheromosa leaped down from Solgaleo's back. Arriving among the stone pillars, a group of Pheromosa surrounded it, greeting it warmly. Ryan rubbed his nose and said, "I didn't expect my Pheromosa to be so popular." Ryan's Pheromosa was communicating with the wild ones, and Ryan frowned as he listened to their conversation. "Ryan, what are they talking about?" Lily asked curiously. "Those Pheromosa want my Pheromosa to stay and take over the position of leader, but my Pheromosa wants them to live in Alola. After all, the environment and conditions here are too harsh," Ryan said. A short while later, Pheromosa returned, somewhat disappointed. Ryan knew its persuasion had been ineffective. Although some Pheromosa were willing to leave, the fact that they were going to an unfamiliar place made them hesitant. Furthermore, each Pheromosa had connections with the others, so no single one would abandon its entire colony and head for a strange place. "Don't be disappointed," Ryan patted Pheromosa's bowed head and said, "After all, you're doing this for their own good. They have their own concerns, so there's no need to worry about them." Pheromosa nodded, and Ryan returned it to its ultra ball. He then signaled to Solgaleo that it was time to return. Solgaleo immediately rushed out of this ultra space, heading back the way they had come. Ryan glanced back at the other colored dimensions in the distance. Ultra Ruin and Ultra Desert had both been confirmed to harbor Ultra Beasts, so were there any other legendary Pokémon in those other dimensions? It remained unknown, but Ryan would return. With Solgaleo, he could come here whenever he wanted. However, without the strength to challenge legendary Pokémon, he would not return. Returning to the real world, they were surrounded by the people who greeted them. They looked at Solgaleo with curiosity and petted it. Professor Kukui, unfazed by the long journey, ran over. He gazed enthusiastically at Solgaleo and said, "I didn't expect you, Ryan, to have caught Solgaleo. How's it going? Any special moves?" All right, let's let them rest for a while." Professor Burnett pulled Professor Kukui away. Ryan and the others dismounted Solgaleo, and Ryan used a Master Ball to recall the somewhat restless Solgaleo. "Hey, Ryan. Why did you recall Solgaleo?" Luzman complained slightly. "You'll have time to observe it later if you want," Ryan said. This incident with Guzzlord was indeed quite dangerous. "If there's another Ultra Beast like that next time, just call me and I'll come and deal with it as soon as possible." "Ryan, how about you leave Solgaleo here?" Luzman suggested. "Don't even think about it. It's my Pokémon," Ryan said, protecting the Master Ball. The matter of Guzzlord had come to a temporary end. Ryan and his companions planned to rest in Alola for a day before departing the next day, flying directly to Vermilion City to challenge for Ryan's 4th gym badge. Afterward, Ryan and his companions returned to Melee Island. They paid a visit to Principal Samson Oak and planned to spend the day at the Pokémon school. Ryan also asked Lily if the egg had hatched. After all, it was Charizard's offspring, so he had to pay attention. "It's hatched. Charmander, come out," Lily said, pulling out a Pokeball and releasing Charmander. Ryan took a look and saw that Charmander had perfect IVs. This was thanks to the ability capsule Charizard had used. Otherwise, it would have been a real waste to have a low-potential Charmander. Furthermore, this Charmander was female, capable of evolving into Charizard. Lily had trained her well, and she was already level 20. And this Togepi is also very well behaved. And just like you said, Ryan, it's a lucky little fellow. Lily released another little one, the Togepi that Ryan had given her. Ryan also released his Togepi, and the two Togepi immediately came together, playing and frolicking. Ryan and Lily sat under the tree and watched the two Togepi play. Ruby and Rosa saw the scene, turned around and rolled their eyes, gritting their teeth and saying, "Get a room." They looked at each other and turned away to find something else that interested them. A few days later, Ryan, Ruby, and Rosa finally arrived by plane in the historic city of Critique City. Ruby pointed to the tall tin tower and said, "The Critique Gym is right next to it. Should I go check it out first?" "No, let's go to the Brass Tower first. I'm a little interested in the place where the three legendary beasts were resurrected," Ryan said. "It's been so long, what can we find?" Rosa asked curiously. "Anyway, let's go check it out. If we don't find anything, we can just treat it as sightseeing," Ryan said, then headed northwest. Ruby and the others followed, as it would be interesting to see that legendary place. The Brass Tower is located in the northwest of Critique City. It was originally called the Tin Tower, and it was paired with the current Tin Tower. However, it was destroyed in a fire 150 years ago. Now only the ground and basement levels remain, Ruby explained to Ryan and Rosa as they walked. Ruby, after all, was born in the Johto region and was well-versed in its history. Legend has it that Logia once inhabited this place, but when the Brass Tower collapsed, Logia flew away, never to be found. 3 unknown Pokémon perished in the fire, and it was Ho-Oh who resurrected them, Ruby explained. But the people at the time didn't understand, believing Ho-Oh to be a monster possessing power beyond life and death. They attacked Ho-Oh and tried to drive it away. This hurt Ho-Oh, and it too flew away. It's said that Ho-Oh seeks those with pure hearts, and only when people truly learn to coexist peacefully will it return. And the 3 legendary beasts are Ho-Oh's messengers, watching over the world for it, Ruby explained. The 3 of them arrived at the Brass Tower. Entering the dilapidated structure, Ryan instantly felt the attention of unseen presences. Ryan remembered that this place was known to be inhabited by ghost-type Pokémon, so he immediately said, "Don't bother us. We're just here to take a look and we'll be leaving soon." "Ryan, who are you talking to?" Rosa asked, confused by Ryan's sudden words. "This is the territory of ghost-type Pokémon. Our entry has disturbed them, and they were hostile to us just now. That's why I spoke to them. It's not a big deal, but it's better to avoid trouble if possible," Ryan said. The cold gaze around him disappeared. Ryan had his Pokédex scan the burnt tower. It seemed that nothing significant was left. Ryan shook his head and said, "Let's go. There's really nothing left." With that, he led the way out of the burnt tower. Ruby and Rosa exchanged a glance, then followed him. Ryan and his friends arrived at the Critique Gym. Once inside, they saw Morty teaching some children. Ryan said, "Excuse me, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. I'm here to challenge the Critique Gym." Morty gestured for Ryan and the others to wait while he continued explaining the advantages of ghost-type Pokémon to the children. Only after he finished did Morty address Ryan. "Hello, Ryan, right? Do you mind if these kids watch our match?" "No problem at all," Ryan said. Morty nodded and gestured to the waiting referee, who immediately announced, "Next up, Ryan from Pallet Town will face Morty, the Critique Gym leader. Each trainer will use 3 Pokémon. The match ends when one trainer's Pokémon are unable to battle. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. The match begins. Then, my first Pokémon is Ghastly." Morty sent out his Ghastly. "Go, Blissey." Ryan sent out his Blissey. "Blissey, hail." Blissey instantly launched a ball of energy into the air. Dark clouds gathered in the room, and snowflakes began to fall. Morty frowned and said, "That's quite rude to use indoors." "Ghastly, hypnosis." "I can't help it. My Blissey can't see through invisibility, but in hail weather, your Ghastly will be affected to some extent, and its ability to phase will be hindered." "Close your eyes, Blissey, use Blizzard," Ryan said. Ghastly tried to hypnotize Blissey, but since Blissey closed its eyes, the hypnosis had no effect. Then Blissey opened its mouth and launched a powerful blizzard at Ghastly. Ghastly was completely unable to resist and was frozen solid, losing its ability to fight. "Return, Ghastly. Go, Haunter." Morty immediately sent out his Haunter. Seeing Ryan having Blissey use soft-boiled to recover its health, Morty immediately declared, "Curse," then Pain split. Haunter's speed was incredible, and it immediately cast Curse. A dark shadow enveloped Blissey, causing Blissey to grimace in pain. In that brief moment of vulnerability, Haunter's Pain split took effect. While Blissey's health was fully restored, it effectively restored Haunter's health while Blissey lost nearly half of its own. Ryan frowned, another blizzard. Ryan also owned a Jengar, so he knew just how troublesome ghost-type Pokémon could be. While he could recall his Pokémon to break the curse, Ryan was certain that Haunter would instantly use Mean Look to prevent Blissey from escaping. Blissey exhaled an icy breath, once again unleashing a powerful blizzard upon Haunter. Haunter didn't even attempt to dodge, taking the attack head-on. After withstanding the blizzard, it used Pain Split again. Then, the curse's power activated, knocking Blissey out directly. Ryan slapped his forehead. "I was careless. I already have a Jengar, and I forgot about this tactic." "Return, Blissey. Go, Tyranitar." As Tyranitar entered the battle, a fierce sandstorm suddenly swirled, neutralizing the hail. Like a tyrant of sand, its roar frightened many of the children. "Tyranitar, Dark Pulse," Ryan shouted. "Haunter, Destiny Bond," Morty exclaimed immediately, watching the approaching Dark Pulse. "Protect," Ryan said calmly. Tyranitar's Dark Pulse struck Haunter directly, and the subsequent Destiny Bond was blocked by Protect, instantly knocking out Haunter. "Return, Haunter." "Jengar, let's go," Morty called out. "Get close and use Hypnosis." Jengar teleported and instantly appeared before Tyranitar, its eyes gleaming with a strange light, its hands weaving as it cast its hypnotic spell. "Close your eyes, use Shadow Claw to grab Jengar, then use Crunch," Ryan said. Tyranitar instantly closed its eyes to avoid the hypnosis, and Shadow Claws formed on its hands. Morty immediately ordered Jengar to retreat, but he probably didn't know that Ryan had a special bond with his Pokémon. While the bond wouldn't enhance Tyranitar much, simple telepathic communication was still possible. Using this connection, Tyranitar lunged forward to grab one of Jengar's arms, then bit down with a devastating crunch, dealing massive damage and instantly knocking it out. "Well, I lost," Morty said with resignation. Ghost-type Pokémon are mysterious, but their low HP and defense are indeed a major weakness. Even after losing, Morty continued to teach the children. From this, you could see that Morty was indeed a qualified instructor. Ryan also received the badge from Morty. He held it up and gave Ruby and Rosa a peace sign, saying with a smile, "I got the Fog badge." Leaving the Critique Gym, Ryan took out his town map and looked at it. He said, "The road now splits in two. East leads to Olivine City, and west leads to Mahogany Town. Which way should we go?" Ruby pondered for a moment and said, "Ryan, I suggest you go to Olivine City first, then take a ship to Cinewood City. That's more convenient. After obtaining these two badges, we can return and head to Mahogany Town. I've heard that Price in Mahogany Town is very powerful, so it's best to be well prepared. Finally, we can go to Blackthorn City without taking a detour." "Price," Ryan muttered, thinking of Price who had disappeared in the time vortex. If Ryan had saved the two Lapras, Price wouldn't be so obsessed. In other words, history would have been rewritten. He didn't know how Price was doing now, but he shouldn't be in bad shape. Ryan smiled and said, "Then it's decided. We'll go to Olivine City." Rosa shrugged, indicating that anywhere was fine. After restocking their supplies, Ryan and the other two continued their journey. After leaving a Critique City, Ryan and his companions entered a forest. It was a bit dark, but it didn't hinder their progress. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, its sharp claws aimed at Ryan's throat. "Watch out!" Rosa and Ruby shouted. Ryan narrowed his eyes and retreated rapidly. Then, with a quick motion from his belt, Greninja appeared instantly. The energy blade generated by Night Slash clashed with the shadow's claws. Rosa and the others then saw that the shadow was actually a Crobat. "Who are you sneaking up on us?" Ryan said coldly. "Tell me where Mutwo went, and I'll spare your life." A cold voice echoed. A man dressed in black, wearing a black coat and dark sunglasses, appeared from the treetops to Ryan's left. "Team Rocket?" Ryan asked. At the same time, Beedrill, Crobat, Pheromosa, and Jengar were already in position, surrounding the tree where the man was. "What do you think?" "Crobat Aerial Ace," the man said. Crobat instantly dodged Greninja and, in a flash, swooped at Ryan, its sharp wings pointed straight at his throat. "Superior, Vine Whip, stop it." Rosa also released Superior to interfere with Crobat. "No need to reason with Team Rocket, Ruby, join us." "Gardevoir, use Psychic on that guy." Ruby also released her Gardevoir, preparing to use telekinesis on him. "Crobat, Umbreon, stop them." The man in black sent out his other two Pokémon. "Have I been underestimated?" Ryan said calmly. "Not even close." "Greninja, Night Slash." "Beedrill, take care of him." At the same time, Sylveon appeared and, with a single Moonblast, sent Crobat flying, knocking it out. It then turned to look at the man in black. "TCH, Tyranitar, Hydreigon, Shiftry, Dragonite, Toxicroak, and Sharpedo. They're all powerful Pokémon. This seems to be Team Rocket's elite," Ryan muttered. And with 9 Pokémon, if he weren't outnumbered, he'd normally be able to handle it. After all, the standard is 6 Pokémon. Even if he struggled with the remaining 3, he could still escape. But now, this was different. Ryan said, "Sylveon, Misty Terrain, then Fairy Wind." Sylveon instantly filled the entire space with Misty Terrain, then Fairy Wind blew towards Crobat and Umbreon, helping Rosa and Ruby. The man in black saw that his 6 Pokémon could only match against Ryan's 4 and knew he was outmatched. Furthermore, the Pokémon perched on Ryan's shoulder was keeping a close eye on him. If he moved, he'd likely be attacked fiercely. He sighed, realizing this was impossible. He instantly recalled his Pokémon and released a large number of smoke bombs, instantly enveloping the entire forest in thick smoke. Celebi snorted softly and waved its hand, sending the smoke dissipating instantly. Looking back at the man in black, they saw him swiftly departing on Hydreigon. His voice rang out from the distance. "Remember, my name is Proton. Next time won't be so easy." Watching Proton leave, Ryan sneered. "Next time, if you dare come, Celebi will capture you." Celebi nodded. After all, letting him escape, it was a legendary Pokémon after all, would be embarrassing. "It seems Team Rocket is still targeting you," Ruby said. "Yeah, better be careful next time," Rosa said. "Don't let me catch him, or he'll go to prison for life. Besides, I'm not the same person I used to be. I have 3 legendary Pokémon at my disposal. While not quite at the level of the ancient legendaries, 3 combined is more than enough. Anger me, and I'll fight Team Rocket to the death," Ryan declared. Ryan was absolutely right. Team Rocket's intelligence network also reported Ryan's situation to Giovanni. While he didn't know about Ryan Solgaleo, neither Mutwo nor Celebi were easy targets. Plus, the escaped Mutwo was likely still with Ryan, so Team Rocket didn't dare to make any major moves against him right now. Sending a large force to trouble Ryan was out of the question. Did they really think the League was useless? If Team Rocket made a big move, the League's forces would likely descend upon them the moment they acted. So, for now, they had to act individually, and they only needed to gather information about Mutwo's whereabouts. Ryan released Blissey to treat the injured Pokémon and then contacted Lorelei about the matter. Lorelei, unable to control the Johto region for the time being, gave Ryan Lance's number and hung up. From the sound in the background, she seemed to be in a meeting. Ryan dialed the number for the Flying-type Master. Oh wait, he was already the champion now. The phone rang briefly, then connected. Ryan said, "Hello, is this Lance?" "Yes." "Are you Ryan? What do you want to talk to me about?" Lance's voice came through. "I've been attacked by Team Rocket. I'm reporting back to you and seeing if I can get some benefits from the League. Otherwise, I'll tell them where Mutwo is so they don't have to bother me," Ryan said. "Wait, let me process this." Lance rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. After a while, Lance finally spoke. "The League can negotiate. What do you want? Is there something that can change a person's luck, something that can improve their fortune?" Ryan asked, posing a difficult question to the League. How can such a thing exist? Lance roared. If there were something that could change a person's luck, I'd want it too. Wait, what did you say? A voice suddenly came from the other end, interrupting Lance's outburst. Then Ryan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Really? Tell me what it is. Do you know about Jirachi? A voice came through, saying seriously, there is a wish tag on Jirachi's head that records wishes. Legend has it that when it wakes up, it will fulfill the wishes written on the wish tag on its head. The League has a wish tag here. You can write on it that you want good luck, but after all, after leaving Jirachi's body, this wish tag can only bring you good luck for 1 minute. What do you think? I accept. Send it to me. Ryan's eyes sparkled. Ryan basically doesn't use gacha systems because his luck is terrible. He rarely draws high-quality or rare Pokémon, so it doesn't matter whether he wants them or not. But with 1 minute of good luck, Ryan could try his luck with some rare Pokémon encounters. Maybe he could find a legendary Pokémon. A few days later, Ryan and his companions stopped at the Pokémon Center in a ruined area. After Nurse Joy's introduction, they learned about the ruins. Originally known as the Ancient Tree Civilization, the area had become deserted and rocky due to indiscriminate logging. It was said to be a civilization that worshipped Remoraid and Octillery. It was also here that Ryan obtained the wish tag given to him by the League. The tag was green and made of a mystical paper-like material. He told Ruby and Rosa to wait while he tried using the tag and then return. Although Ruby and Rosa were curious about why Ryan wanted the tag for good luck, out of respect for his privacy, they didn't ask too many questions and told him to return quickly after trying it. Ryan left all his Pokémon with Nurse Joy for recovery, taking only Togepi with him. Arriving at a cliff face far from the Pokémon Center, Ryan stroked Togepi's head and said, I hope you can share some of your good luck with me. He then pulled a marker from his backpack and carefully wrote on the wish tag, I hope my luck will improve in the future. With the last stroke, the wish tag flew into the air, then dissipated into tiny specks of starlight. A strange power filled Ryan's body. He took a deep breath and said, System, Premium 10 pull. Keep going. Ding, 10 pull started, the system announced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Ice Stone, 2 Dawn Stones, 1 Dusk Stone, 1 Perfect 4 Mimikyu, 1 Perfect 4 Steelix, 1 Perfect 4 Crobat, 1 Perfect 4 Masharna, and 20 Ultra Balls. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Treasure Hunting Rotom, 1 Fossilized Drake. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. The system continued, 1 draw per second, 60 times a minute, as 600 items appeared before Ryan and in his bag. A quick count revealed 267 Perfect 4 Pokémon and 93 Legendary Tier Pokémon. Pokeballs came in groups of 10, and there were 30 sets. A complete collection of Evolution Stones was also available, likely more than they could ever use, 120 in total, of every type. The rest were miscellaneous items, mostly Pokémon gear and tools, even a super rod. But finally, Ryan practically jumped for joy when he found an ordinary-looking Pokeball. A Thunder Pokémon, Zeraora. Zeraora was also a mythical Pokémon, but it seemed to be from the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon era before Ryan's dimensional travel. He wasn't entirely sure of its details, so he checked the system's information. Pokémon. Zeraora level, 1 gender, genderless height, 1.5 meters weight, 44.5 kilograms ability, Volt Absorb moves, Scratch, Thunder Shock. Ryan's face turned pale and he roared, System. Just give me this. Where's the legendary power you promised? Where's the overwhelming strength? Ding. Zeraora resembles a bipedal cat. It can emit large amounts of electric current from its paw pads, thereby creating a strong magnetic field. The power of this magnetic field allows it to float in the air and move at high speeds. It is said that its maximum movement speed rivals the speed of lightning itself. Unlike ordinary electric-type Pokémon, it doesn't have organs in its body that generate electricity. However, it can absorb electrical energy from the outside world and store it in its body for use. When using electrical energy with great power, The fur on its body stands on end. I'm not asking for a Pokédex entry. Ryan roared. Where's the level? Where's the legendary power? You're just giving me a starting point like with Mutwo. Ding. Mythical Pokémon must be raised by the host personally. A mythical Pokémon given by the system that has already mastered its true nature would be completely beyond the host's control and could easily overwhelm the host. Furthermore, this is the result of the host forcibly interfering with the system's gacha using external power. Obtaining a mythical Pokémon is already quite remarkable, the system explained. Ryan was on the verge of tears. 10 consecutive draws cost 1,000 points, and 60 draws would have cost 60,000 points. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken, but he felt like he'd been scammed by the system. But from a rational perspective, Ryan had made a huge profit by spending 60,000 points. He released Zeraora and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent Pokémon!" Ryan's main team lacked an electric-type specialist, and Zeraora's arrival filled that gap perfectly. "Hello there, little one," Ryan said, stroking Zeraora's head. The Pokémon provided by the system were indeed very affectionate. Zeraora narrowed its eyes, enjoying Ryan's touch, truly cat-like in nature. Ryan destroyed the ordinary Pokeball and replaced it with an Ultra Ball for Zeraora, who easily entered the premium tier. Then, looking at the vast pile of Pokeballs, Ryan began to select. There were quite a few perfect for Pokemon he liked, but he didn't intend to take them all. After all, his main team was gradually maturing, and he also had to consider team balance. He wouldn't consider any overlapping Pokemon unless they had truly greater potential than his current ones. A shiny, perfect 4 Metagross, this one's a must. Ryan picked it up first. After all, Steven's Metagross had truly impressed him, and subconsciously, he'd wanted one. This time, he was lucky enough to draw one, so of course Ryan wouldn't let it go. It's a shame there aren't any perfect for Riolu or Lucario. There are a few decent Pokemon, but they're not very valuable to train. This Rotom and Charmeleon are okay though. I'll take them, Ryan said as he made his selections. After making his choices, the large batch of Pokeballs was instantly teleported back to Professor Oak's lab. Looking at the empty ground, Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the PC storage system, otherwise he would be exhausted teleporting these Pokeballs one by one. Ryan had 4 new team members, a shiny Metagross, a Rotom, a Charmeleon, and of course, Zeraora. When Ryan returned to the Pokémon Center, Ruby and Rosa didn't ask any questions, simply saying that his Pokémon had recovered and were ready to go. Ryan nodded and asked Nurse Joy to send a large storage box back to Pallet Town. He then stored Metagross and the others in the PC system, leaving them to be managed by the storage network. He also temporarily stored Gyarados and added Zeraora to his active party. A few days later, Ryan and his group reached a snowy mountain. Rosa tightened her coat and said, "Ryan, do we really have to go to Mount Silver? It's really cold." Ryan and Ruby also tightened their coats. Ryan said, "I finally heard someone saw Articuno here. I have to give it a try." Yesterday, Ryan and his group met a father and daughter digging for a hot spring at the foot of the mountain. They heard the rumor about Articuno on Mount Silver. Combining Ryan's hazy memory, it seemed to be true. Ryan also suspected that this Articuno was probably still a juvenile, otherwise it wouldn't be confined to this snowy mountain. Although the legendary birds weren't particularly powerful among the legendary Pokémon, they still had the dignity of a legendary. However, it definitely wasn't the style of a legendary to stay in this small snowy mountain. So Ryan decided to try and capture this Articuno. It was also a chance to test out Zeraora's abilities. Its arrival was indeed a pleasant surprise to Ryan. Its exceptional learning ability and swift combat prowess truly impressed him. "There's a Pokémon Center over there," Rosa exclaimed in surprise after walking for a while. Ryan and Ruby looked over and indeed spotted a small wooden building standing in the snowy wind ahead. Ruby said, "It's snowing pretty hard. Let's go get some rest and then go up the mountain to look for it later." Rosa agreed wholeheartedly. Ryan glanced at Rosa, whose face was red from the cold, and said, "Okay, let's get some rest first." I'll ask Nurse Joy if she has a snowmobile or something to take me up the mountain. The three of them hurried into the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy smiled upon seeing them and said, "You're rare visitors. I didn't expect anyone would come to such a high place like Mount Silver." Rosa quickly huddled by the fireplace, complaining, "I really didn't want to come." But as soon as Ryan and Ruby heard about Articuno, they insisted on coming to see it. Ryan and Ruby smiled sheepishly as they sat by the fireplace. Nurse Joy poured each of them a cup of hot cocoa and said, "Mount Silver has a deep connection with Articuno." "Really?" Ruby said excitedly. "Articuno is the guardian of those who travel the snowy mountains," Nurse Joy said. "That's what the locals call it. According to legend, many people have indeed seen Articuno on Mount Silver. I've also heard of many cases of climbers on the verge of death suddenly appearing at the door of the Pokémon Center. Maybe there really is Articuno in the snowy mountains." Ryan nodded, took a sip of his hot cocoa, and said, "It's probably true. Articuno does prefer to live in snowy mountains. Although it's difficult to spot, since there have been sightings of Articuno, it's possible that one lives on Mount Silver." "What do you think, Ryan? Do you want to capture it?" Rosa asked. "Let's give it a try. If I can, that's great. If not, just consider it a battle with a legendary Pokémon and gain some experience." Ryan began to be more open-minded. After all, he knew that ordinary Pokeballs couldn't capture legendary Pokémon unless they were willing. Mature legendaries were definitely out of the question, but a young one like this was worth a try. Who knows, maybe he could capture one. Nurse Joy said nothing, took Ryan and the others' Pokémon, and went to treat them. After a while, the wind and snow died down a bit, and Ryan asked Nurse Joy if she had a snowmobile. Nurse Joy said Officer Jenny had borrowed it to buy supplies, so there was no other way. Ryan and the other two had no choice but to walk. After Ryan and the others left for Mount Silver, Nurse Joy pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and said, "Yes. Ryan, the one you asked me to keep an eye on, has already gone to Mount Silver. I heard he's going to capture Articuno." On the other end of the line, the league champion rubbed his head in frustration and said, "Lance, go there. You know the situation with Articuno. It was Ho-Oh's order." With Ryan's current strength, 2 legendary Pokémon at his disposal, and a suspected mythical he recently obtained from somewhere, if he uses all of them, he'll definitely capture Articuno. Lance shook his head helplessly and said, "What's the point of rushing over now? Do you think I can convince him?" "Whatever, let's try." "Okay, I'll go." Lance stood up helplessly, preparing to leave. "Wait, your Dragonite is too slow. It'll probably take several days to fly there." "Let me take you there," the league champion said. "All right, it's a good time to see just how powerful Mew is," Lance said with a smile. He then left the meeting room, ready to find Mew to take him to Mount Silver. The scene shifted to Ryan. Ryan and his companions were beginning to feel lost in the snowy mountains. The wind and snow were gradually intensifying, reducing visibility to less than 200 meters. "Ryan, let's go down the mountain and rest. We'll come back when the wind and snow die down," Ruby said, sensing something was wrong. Ryan smiled wryly and said, "I absolutely agree, but can we still find our way back?" Ruby and Rosa looked back, only to see a vast expanse of snow behind them. The path they had previously traveled was now obscured by the wind and snow, meaning they were now lost. "Tyranitar, dig a cave." Ryan had no choice but to send out Tyranitar, telling it to dig a cave large enough for the 3 of them to rest. Otherwise, braving the blizzard head-on was too dangerous. Tyranitar shuddered as it emerged, its sandstorm abilities proving too weak against the might of nature. It quickly carved a hole in the rock face, and Ryan and the others quickly entered to escape the wind and snow. Tyranitar used its ability to block the cave entrance with a huge rock, minimizing the snow's entry. "What terrible weather," Rosa complained. "Is it possible that your good luck, Ryan, has run out, so all that's left is bad luck?" Ryan's face darkened. "If it's all bad luck, then there's going to be an avalanche the moment we go up the mountain," he said irritably. Rosa stuck out her tongue and didn't respond. Ryan pulled a small camping stove from his backpack and said, "Tyranitar, can I borrow a light?" Tyranitar breathed a small flame, lighting the stove and warming the entire cave. Ruby reached out her hand to absorb the warmth, jokingly saying, "Ryan, your backpack is like Doraemon's pocket. It's got everything. Being well prepared is the key to travel, isn't it?" Ryan laughed. It couldn't be helped. That 1-minute gotcha streak had yielded so much, a plethora of all sorts of items. So Ryan's backpack earned the nickname, Magic Pocket. "The wind and snow seem to have stopped," Rosa suddenly said. Ryan listened carefully, and indeed, the whistling sound of the wind and snow seemed to have vanished. He signaled to Tyranitar, who broke the rocks at the cave entrance. The wind and snow outside had indeed stopped, but only where Ryan and his group were. Further out, the wind and snow, though lighter, continued to fall. The reason the wind and snow had vanished near Ryan and his group was because an Articuno had landed at their cave entrance, staring intently at them. Within the 3-meter range of the Articuno, the wind and snow seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to reach the legendary bird at all. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out an Ultra Ball from his belt and said, "Articuno, come and battle me." In response to Ryan, Articuno let out a long cry, echoing throughout the entire Mount Silver. Articuno is a large bird-like Pokémon with beautiful blue feathers and wings said to be made of ice. It has a crest of 3 dark blue, prismatic feathers and red eyes. Its beak is short and gray, the same color as its long, slender legs. Articuno has a long, streaming tail, longer than its body and the same color as its crest. Ryan watched Articuno and sent out his Pokémon. A cat-like cry echoed out, and Zeraora raised its fists, bumping them twice, staring at Articuno with an intense gaze. "Fight me. If you lose, we'll leave. If you win, I'll capture you. How's that?" Ryan said. Articuno chirped softly and shook its head. Startled, Ryan said, "You're not willing? What do you mean?" With that, Ryan instantly understood. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Ho-oh, Ash. Damn, the gap was too big." Ryan had risked his life for a legendary Pokémon. And Ash, the legendary, was even being given to him. "Anyway, let's have a battle. It'll be a way for my Pokémon to learn something new," Ryan said, suppressing his envy and jealousy. "If you don't answer, I'll take that as consent." Zeraora. Plasma Fists. Zeraora roared, its fists crackling with lightning and its legs covered in electric current. This generated a magnetic field, causing Zeraora to levitate and strike Articuno at incredible speed. Articuno moved with agility, accelerating itself and dodging Zeraora's attacks. Ryan frowned and said, "Iron Ball." A black iron ball suddenly appeared between Zeraora's hands and was hurled at Articuno. Articuno suddenly accelerated, dodging the iron ball's attack. But Zeraora, like a flash of lightning, arrived above Articuno, its right claw clenched into a fist, and a Plasma Fist's attack struck Articuno's back fiercely. Articuno cried out in pain and was knocked against the rock wall, the super effective hit doing significant damage. Articuno was also enveloped in a pale blue static electricity, and all subsequent normal-type attacks would become electric-type. Looking at the iron ball that had fallen to the bottom of the cliff, Ryan nodded. He hadn't expected the iron ball to be so useful. Although Zeraora didn't have the light metal ability, carrying an iron ball instantly reduced the Pokémon's speed. If thrown in battle, the iron ball would still deal decent damage with fling. Furthermore, regularly carrying an iron ball was like training with weights. When the weight was removed, it would significantly increase the Pokémon's speed. Therefore, Ryan equipped most of his speed attackers with iron balls for fling training, and the results of these days' training were indeed very encouraging. Articuno, enraged, launched an ice beam at Zeraora. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he commanded, "Dodge with extreme speed, then close combat." Zeraora instantly accelerated, dodging Articuno's ice beam. Then, it charged forward, its fists crackling with electricity in a flurry of strikes. Zeraora's martial arts skills were learned from Lucario. While its close combat wasn't as refined as Lucario's, it was much better than its previous wild, unrefined attacks. Seeing Articuno unable to fight back in close combat, Ryan was secretly amazed. From Articuno's ice beam attack just now, Ryan hadn't detected even a trace of legendary power. No wonder Ho-Oh had left this Articuno for Ash. A legendary Pokémon without the ability to harness its true legendary power is, to put it bluntly, no better than a pseudo-legendary. Even a champion or elite 4-level trainer using their ace pseudo-legendary could defeat it. It could be said to be a powerful Pokémon that suited Ash perfectly at the moment, strong, but not unbeatable. The legendary Pokémon that battled Ash in the past probably faced the same situation, but Ho-Oh still missed something. If Ash were like in the original timeline, he'd definitely not accept this Articuno, but with the current Ash, it's hard to say. Articuno screamed angrily, and the wind and snow instantly intensified. Then, with a powerful blizzard blasting towards Zeraora, the force of the attack, combined with the hail weather, was truly devastating. "Protect!" Ryan shouted. Zeraora instantly formed a protective barrier, and then the powerful blizzard struck it. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. But then, a series of cracking sounds were heard. The barrier shattered, and Zeraora was blown away by the intense blizzard, slamming into the rock wall and sliding down. It stood up, panting heavily, barely hanging on. "Protect failed," Ryan said in shock. He had underestimated the power of nature. In this weather, even if Articuno hadn't grasped its legendary power, thanks to the perfect conditions, it could still achieve devastating effects. Articuno hovered majestically before Zeraora, ready to finish it off. "Thunder Wave!" Ryan shouted. Articuno looked at the Thunder Wave with disdain. Although it was paralyzed, it swung its wings and struck Zeraora directly. "This is it," Articuno thought. But suddenly, the resistance beneath its wings stunned it. Hadn't Zeraora already been defeated? How could it still resist? Ryan chuckled and said that Plasma Fists wasn't in vain. "Zeraora, Thunderbolt!" Zeraora slowly raised its head. The pale blue static electricity that had been lingering on Articuno rapidly returned to Zeraora through its ability, restoring its strength and health. Then, Zeraora roared, sending a powerful electrical current from its body to Articuno, sending it wailing in agony. "Focus Blast!" Ryan commanded. Zeraora crossed its arms and leaned forward, a sphere of fighting energy appearing before it. The sphere grew larger until it became substantial. Zeraora then launched the energy sphere at Articuno, exploding upon impact and sending it flying. Follow up. Plasma Fists. Ryan wasn't about to miss such a good opportunity. Zeraora instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Articuno. Articuno tried to dodge, but the paralyzing effects of the Thunder Wave took hold, freezing it in place. Zeraora showed no mercy, slamming its electrified fist into Articuno, sending it flying. Articuno then crashed into the rock wall and fell helplessly. Thunderbolt. Ryan could see Articuno was still conscious. It still had some fight left. Zeraora unleashed a powerful electric current at the defenseless Articuno, who cried out mournfully, its voice gradually fading. "Go, Ultra Ball!" Ryan threw the Ultra Ball at Articuno. "Stop!" A familiar voice called out. "Dragonite, Dragon Rage!" A spiraling column of draconic energy struck the Ultra Ball, shattering it midair. Ryan's eye twitched. He looked at the person on Dragonite and said, "What's the meaning of this, Lance?" Dragonite brought Lance to Ryan's side. Lance jumped off Dragonite and said, "Ryan, you can't capture this Articuno." "Haha. I've already defeated this Articuno. Why can't I capture it?" Ryan sneered. "The League is meddling too much." "You should know the situation," Lance said. "If you capture this Articuno, the League has the right to reclaim your Celebi. Don't try to manipulate me. I only know that I fought fair and square, and after defeating this Articuno, I have the right to capture it as well," Ryan said. "Besides, Celebi is what I earned for helping the League control Mutwo. If you want to take Celebi back, then I'll just join Team Rocket and see who can outmaneuver whom." Lance's face was serious. "Ryan, don't forget that the League helped you build your current breeding facility. Please. If it weren't for my ability to evaluate Pokémon potential, would the League help me this much? Besides, the League gets perfect 4 Pokémon, so they take a cut of the profits. Isn't that enough?" Ryan sneered. "Ryan! Articuno's trying to escape," Rosa shouted. During the argument between Ryan and Lance, Articuno regained some strength and flapped its wings, fleeing the scene. A vein throbbed in Ryan's forehead, and he gritted his teeth. Lance, I need an explanation from the league. It's not the league that owes you an explanation. If you want one, then go talk to Ho-Oh, Lance said. If it weren't for Ho-Oh's instructions, you wouldn't have encountered Articuno. Huff, huh. Ryan took 2 deep breaths, calming himself. Then he said, let's battle then. If I lose, today's matter is over. But if I win, I won't let the league interfere with my breeding facility anymore. League members are no longer allowed to enter my facility, not even for perfect 4 Pokémon. Lance couldn't help but chuckle and said, okay. I agree. Lance could tell Ryan was trying to find a way out. At his current level, he was 40-60 against the Elite Four, let alone the champion. Ryan simply wanted an explanation, so Lance would give it to him. Rosa and Ruby exchanged a glance, seemingly unable to make out what was happening. Ruby said, somewhat worriedly, Ryan, let's just forget about it. Rosa offered her counsel, yes, since you can defeat Articuno, then you can just wait until you encounter another Articuno to capture it. Ryan shook his head, not responding. Under Lance's guidance, the 3 returned to the Pokémon Center. After their Pokémon had recovered, Lance stood outside in the snow and said, I'm sending out my Dragonite. What about you? Solgaleo, I choose you. Ryan declared, sending out Solgaleo. He would give it his all. Even if he wasn't a match, he wanted to see just how far the gap between him and the champion lay. Solgaleo, over 3 meters tall, stared at Dragonite, its eyes filled with determination. This was a formidable opponent. Noble roar. Ryan shouted. Solgaleo roared mightily, and Dragonite winced in discomfort as its attack power dropped. Lance chuckled and said, starting with an attack reduction? Then, Dragonite, Dragon Dance. Dragonite soared into the air, performing a mystical dance that boosted its attack and speed. Ryan signaled to Solgaleo, who used teleport to appear behind Dragonite and then slammed into it with Sunsteel Strike, the momentum of a meteor sending Dragonite crashing into the snow. Psychic and Steel type? Then, Dragonite, Flamethrower. Lance said. Dragonite, enduring the pain, fired a flamethrower directly at Solgaleo's head, which was pinning it to the ground. In the distant Pokémon Center, Ruby muttered, actually gaining the upper hand against the champion. As expected of Ryan. No, Dragonite's reflexes are quick. This was just a surprise attack. We might not be so lucky next time, Rosa said pointedly. Just as Rosa had predicted, after the flamethrower connected, Solgaleo's attack paused, and Dragonite immediately escaped from Solgaleo's grasp. Then, a massive fire blast struck Solgaleo's hind legs, knocking it off balance and sending it crashing to the ground. Thunder Wave. Lance immediately commanded Dragonite to inflict a status condition on Solgaleo before it could react. The Thunder Wave struck Solgaleo, successfully paralyzing it. Ryan frowned. This tiny mistake had instantly transformed his initial advantage into a decisive disadvantage. Ryan shouted, Morning Sun, recover your health, then Thunderbolt. Solgaleo immediately stood up, tiny motes of light rising from its body, rapidly regenerating its health. But Lance gave it no chance. He unleashed a blizzard, interrupting Solgaleo's recovery. Finish it. Flamethrower. Lance called out. Protect. Ryan shouted. The barrier blocked Dragonite's flamethrower. Ryan said, try this move of mine. Searing Sunrays Smash. Striking a Z-pose, Solgaleo gained Z-power and transformed into a blazing sun, roaring and charging towards Dragonite with devastating force. Counter it. Protect. Lance said. Then try this. This is our full power. Ryan roared. Solgaleo slammed into the barrier, which cracked with a resounding snap. The Z-move's power broke through, and Dragonite was sent flying, leaving a long trail on the ground. What? Lance exclaimed in surprise. Ryan smiled and sat down weakly. Using Z-moves is very demanding on a trainer's stamina. Coupled with the inherent power contained in this move, if he couldn't defeat Dragonite with this, Ryan would be helpless. He had reached his limit. With this thought, seeing Dragonite slowly flying towards him despite the damage, Ryan's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, I forfeit. Lance looked at his Dragonite, knowing it was nearing its limit too. Gazing at Ryan and Solgaleo, Lance said earnestly, "Ryan, you already possess Elite 4-level strength. All you lack is experience. Keep training hard." With that, he recalled Dragonite. He released an Aerodactyl, leaped onto its back, crossed his arms, and flew off into the distance with his cape billowing dramatically. "TSK, still showing off with flying types," Ryan remarked. Lance, soaring in midair, nearly fell off Aerodactyl's back. The ancient Pokémon flapped its wings frantically for a moment before stabilizing its flight. Then, from afar, Lance's voice rang out, "I'm the Dragon-type Elite 4 member." "No, I'm the Dragon-type champion." Ryan smirked and said nothing more. Petting the somewhat dejected Solgaleo, Ryan said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Nebby, you're a legendary Pokémon, and it's my fault for not commanding you well. Keep working hard, and we'll definitely defeat champions. When we do, we'll show them." Solgaleo licked Ryan's face with its tongue. It knew it had its own shortcomings too. Before, it had no combat experience at all. Now that it could battle, it had no experience fighting high-level opponents. When Lance said Ryan lacked experience before leaving, wasn't he also referring to Solgaleo's lack of experience fighting strong opponents? "Roar!" Solgaleo growled at Ryan with determination. Ryan nodded and said, "It's good that you have this resolve. I'll send you back to Professor Oak's lab later, and you can go train with Mutewo." Ryan didn't intend to interfere with Solgaleo's chosen path. It was its own decision to make. "Happiny, the final egg bomb," Ryan called out. He pulled an energy ball from his pocket and threw it at the opponent's Azumarill. With a bang, Azumarill was blown away, unable to battle. "Azumarill." The boy on the other side hugged Azumarill with a distressed look, apologized to Ryan, and hurried to the Pokémon Center. Rosa yawned, expressing her boredom. Ruby, who was also grooming several of her Pokémon, said, "Ryan, you're really energetic. The opponent's strength wasn't that great at all. Is it necessary to take it so seriously?" Ryan smiled and said, "I usually go for a speed attack build, but it's nice to try a defensive build for a change. Having more battle styles broadens your horizons, right?" He patted Happiny and the nearby Wobbuffet and said, "You did a great job." Happiny and Wobbuffet smiled, and Happiny radiated white light. Ryan nodded and grinned. The friendship is finally maxed out. The white light dissipated, revealing a plump Chansey. Chansey had a large, egg-shaped body, pink on top and white on the bottom. Its head had curled hair-like growths and small wings where its arms joined its body. Chansey's tail had disappeared after evolving. Just like before, it had a pouch on its stomach, containing an egg. "Oh, you evolved into Chansey. It seems you've done a good job raising Pokémon. "Want to battle me?" A red-haired boy approached, accompanied by a Sneasel. Ryan nodded and said, "Sure." "What format?" "Let's have a double battle," the red-haired boy said. "Okay, then I'll use Wobbuffet and Beedrill," Ryan said, unleashing his shiny Beedrill. "Beedrill," the boy muttered. "Then I'll go with Sneasel and Crobat." Sneasel and Crobat appeared on the field, facing off against Wobbuffet and Beedrill. Rosa curled her lips and muttered softly, "Even the shiny Beedrill is out. Looks like another sweep." Ruby, unconcerned, pulled out a notebook and began writing. This notebook was where Ruby recorded Ryan's battle patterns and strategies. Most of the information was about Ryan, but there were others, like Wallace and Lance, whom Ruby also studied. Using this method, Ruby's strength grew day by day. Ryan released his other Pokémon and said, "Everyone, take a break. Lunch will be ready soon." The Pokémon nodded in agreement and dispersed, each going about their own business. But a closer look revealed that each Pokémon had tensed their muscles, their gaze fixed on their surroundings. Rosa yawned again, but her free hand had already reached for her superior's Pokeball. Ryan smiled, "You attack first." "Okay." Sneasel, Ice Punch. Crobat, Wing Attack, the boy shouted. Wobbuffet, counter with Mirror Coat. Beedrill, use Agility, then Poison Jab, Ryan said calmly. Sneasel and Crobat rushed towards Ryan's Pokémon. Wobbuffet used Shadow Tag to prevent the two Pokémon from switching out. Sneasel and Crobat had no choice but to attack Wobbuffet, only to be sent flying by Wobbuffet's mirror coat. Beedrill, however, accelerated with agility, its stinger aimed at the boy's chest, stopping just short of piercing his clothes. "Checkmate," Ryan said calmly. "Team Rocket, you guys really are persistent." "Oh, how did you figure me out?" the red-haired boy asked. "We shouldn't have met before, and I'm not wearing Team Rocket clothes." Ryan smiled. He couldn't possibly say he recognized this boy from the games. Ever since Ryan met Gold and Chris, he had been wondering if Silver also existed. This boy was Silver, Giovanni's son. Seeing Silver's expression remain unchanged despite the Beedrill's threat, Ryan sighed and said, "I've met Giovanni. You two look alike." "So that's how," Silver said calmly. "But you said checkmate?" "It's a little premature." As soon as he finished speaking, a sand slash burst from the ground, knocking Beedrill back, then positioned itself in front of Silver. Silver said calmly, "Ryan, you're strong. And I know your story. Join Team Rocket. A talent like you shouldn't be wasted under the League's thumb. Although I'm a little annoyed with the League to stoop so low as to join Team Rocket, you really underestimate me," Ryan said calmly. "Besides, if I say checkmate, then it's checkmate." Pheromosa transformed into a flash of white light and, with a high jump kick, knocked Sandslash down. Then, with a series of kicks, it sent Sandslash flying. Just as it was about to capture Silver, he fell directly into a pit. A Garchomp carried Silver underground, disappearing beneath the surface. "Proton," Ryan said through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected Proton to show up, this time using underground tactics like a Dugtrio, putting Ryan at a disadvantage once again. "I didn't expect Team Rocket to stop threatening you and start recruiting you," Rosa said, walking over and returning the Pokeball she was holding to her belt. "Not necessarily," Ruby said, putting away her notes. They were clearly still hoping to kidnap Ryan to get Mutewo's location, but once they realized that wasn't going to work, they immediately switched to recruiting him. And with Proton backing him up, this young man is very calculating. He'll strike and retreat without overstaying his welcome. He'll definitely be a serious threat to the League in the future. Ryan packed up and prepared to make lunch. While chopping vegetables, he said, "I was really careless this time. I didn't expect them to use underground tunnels. I'll be ready for them next time." Zeraora nudged Ryan listlessly. Ryan said helplessly, "Lunch will be ready soon. Besides, it's no use looking at me like that. I can't generate electricity. Go find the others and let them give you a thunderbolt." Ryan helplessly watched as Zeraora ran off to other Pokémon to borrow power, feeling a sense of concern. Zeraora was a mythical Pokémon, but it lacked organs to store and generate electricity, leaving it constantly needing external power sources. Zeraora was constantly running low on power, making its signature move, Plasma Fists, essential. It not only converted the opponent's normal-type moves into electric-type ones to restore health through Volt Absorb, but also harvested static electricity from opponents to replenish its own energy. Watching Zeraora, refreshed after borrowing power, Ryan removed the electrolyzer he had given it. It seemed useless after all. The electrolyzer is a device that stores enormous amounts of electrical energy and is crucial for Electabuzz to evolve into Electivire. He had won several in his recent gacha pulls. He had thought it would solve Zeraora's power shortage, but it seemed to be incompatible. "I'll just have to go there and see what's available. If it's really possible, carrying one of these might solve Zeraora's power issues," Ryan murmured. After preparing a hearty lunch and enjoying a delicious meal, Ryan and his companions set off again, heading towards their next destination. A few days later, Ryan and his companions arrived in a mountainous region. Ryan also found the old man who was said to be able to speak with spirits. Resting near his shabby hut, Rosa, after hearing about the old man's story, asked curiously, "Ryan, I remember you seemed to be able to speak with Pokémon, too." "Oh. Is that true?" "Young man, can you speak Pokémon language?" the old man asked excitedly. Not that I can speak Pokémon language, I just understand Pokémon language. If I encounter a Pokémon that can't understand human language, I'll be at a loss." Ryan shrugged. "I see. But that's quite remarkable," the old man said seriously. Ryan scratched his head and said, "Old man, I'd like to ask you if the geology here is special and can absorb electrical energy? Yes, that's right, young man. Why do you ask that? The old man asked. I have a very special Pokémon. Although it's an electric-type Pokémon, it doesn't have power-generating organs or energy-storing sacs. So I wanted to study the geology here to see if I could find a way to actively absorb electricity, Ryan said. I see. Then why don't you go to that hill over there? It absorbs electricity very quickly. That's why power lines can't be run through there, and it's basically abandoned, the old man said kindly. Ryan thanked him and headed for the hill the old man mentioned. So you came here because you heard this news, Rosa said. Indeed, Zeraora can't generate its own electricity. It can only absorb free electricity from the air. If we could find a way to harness this energy, it would greatly enhance Zeraora's strength, Ruby said. Let's start looking, Ryan said. He then took out 3 Ida finders and gave one to Ruby and Rosa each. These are Ida finders. They use ultrasound to detect if there are any valuable items underground. I'm giving them to you since it's a good idea for you to help me search. My guess is it's a special mineral that absorbs electricity. Okay, then let's split up and search. How about we meet here at lunchtime? Rosa suggested. And then we can have a competition to see who gets the most treasures, huh? Interesting. I agree, Ruby said. Ryan held his forehead with one hand, letting them do what they wanted. Rosa and Ruby also borrowed Sylveon and Tyranitar, respectively. After all, most of the items were underground, and having a Pokémon with the dig move would definitely make things easier. Ryan also called out Lucario and Togepi. He was still a little unsure about his luck, so leaving it to Togepi was definitely the right choice. Holding Togepi, he said, Togepi, can you help me find the reason this place absorbs electricity? Togepi nodded eagerly. Ryan smiled, don't worry, just go wherever you want. We'll follow you. Togepi waved excitedly, and Celebi smiled back, petting Togepi's head. Togepi was Ryan's beloved Pokémon, and he doted on it constantly. Even Celebi loved playing with Togepi. Togepi jumped out of Ryan's arms, looked around, and headed to the left. Ryan and Lucario followed. Celebi, a little worried about Togepi, left Ryan's shoulders and followed closely behind Togepi. Ryan activated the Ida Finder, which began to work, scanning the surrounding terrain. Soon, the Ida Finder beeped, and an item appeared ahead. Ryan took a few steps forward, confirmed the location, and said, Lucario, use dig. Lucario nodded, and with quick movements of his paws, he rapidly dug a large hole. He then handed Ryan a small stone. Ryan examined it and saw it was a hard stone, which increased the power of rock-type moves. A good start, it seemed. After collecting the hard stone, Ryan and the others continued on. After walking for a while, Togepi stopped and pointed to a cave in the rock face. Seeing this, Ryan picked up Togepi and led Lucario and Celebi into the cave. Upon entering, Ryan and the Pokémon were completely amazed. Their clothes and fur seemed to be affected by static electricity and were standing on end in all directions. Looks like this is it, Ryan said excitedly. He touched the cave wall, trying to figure out what was causing this phenomenon. But as soon as he made contact, there was a crackling sound, and Ryan shuddered from the electric shock. It took him a long time to recover, and he said with a pained expression, "What powerful static electricity." "System, scan this area for me and see what's causing this," Ryan said. Ding. Scanning, the system responded. After a long while, the system finally said, "Ding." Scanning has revealed that the rock wall here contains a small amount of a mineral that can absorb electrical energy. It absorbs electricity and stores it within the mineral. Once the ore is fully charged, it can emit electrical current. Can you extract it and make a belt for Zeraora? Ryan asked. Ding. Extraction fee, 10,000 Poke Dollars. Do it. Extract this ore for me and make me a belt. It's perfect for Zeraora, and it can work with a power amplifier. This ore can absorb the power from the power amplifier, thereby supplying Zeraora with electricity, Ryan said happily. Ding. Extracting, please wait, the system said. After a while, Ryan and the others' hair and fur stopped standing on end and returned to normal. The system announced, extraction complete. The belt is in your bag. The ore has been named Thunderstone and is now available in the shop. You can purchase it with $. Ryan nodded, impressed by the system's efficiency. Leaving the cave, he released Zeraora, who looked at him with some confusion. Ryan pulled the belt from his backpack. Its golden color perfectly suited Zeraora, and it was encrusted with 24 thumb-sized golden orbs. Electric currents could be seen flashing through them. Zeraora's excitement instantly grew upon seeing the belt. Zeraora took the belt from Ryan and immediately put it around its waist, finding it a perfect fit. Ryan also attached the power amplifier to Zeraora, causing its fur to instantly stand on end. This usually only happened when Zeraora was about to use a powerful electric-type move. But now, Zeraora was fully charged and ready to battle freely. Patting the excited Zeraora, Ryan said, "Let's go back. We've achieved our goal. We'll see what Ruby and Rosa have found later." Ryan led the Pokémon back to the agreed location and waited for them by the tent and camping stove. After Ryan prepared lunch, Ruby and Rosa returned, looking jubilant. Seeing their hauls, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. "You two are like the main characters of some adventure story. Your luck is incredible." Ruby's findings: Mega Stone for Gardevoir, Mega Stone for Swampert, various evolution stones, and a claw fossil. Rosa's findings: Mega Stone for Lopunny, several useful items, and some evolution stones. This disparity left Ryan feeling somewhat gloomy. It seemed as if, aside from the Thunderstone belt, he had found nothing but ordinary rocks. "Forget it, no more comparisons. It hurts my pride." "Zeraora, supercharged state," Ryan said. "Thunderbolt." Zeraora roared, its fur standing on end. Countless electric currents swirled around it, and then a powerful bolt of electricity suddenly unleashed, striking the struggling Marowak in midair. Marowak fell to the ground, charred and incapacitated. Ryan used a Pokeball to capture the mid-level Marowak, then said, "The experiment is over. It's not immune, just very resistant." Ruby nodded and recorded the information in her notebook. Rosa puffed out her chest and said, "See, I was right." Ryan and Ruby had just been discussing Pokémon-type effectiveness and immunity. Ryan and Ruby had determined that certain type matchups were indeed immune, such as fairy types being immune to dragon-type moves, normal types and ghost types being mutually immune, and ground types being immune to electric-type attacks. Rosa, however, disagreed. She believed that nothing was absolutely immune to attack. It was simply a matter of attack strength. So Ryan found a ground-type Pokémon and released Zeraora to test the theory. Initially, a Thunderbolt attack on Marowak proved completely harmless, with its HP bar barely budging. Rosa suggested that, similar to the principle of a lightning rod, ground-type Pokémon could channel the electricity underground. So Ryan had Zeraora knock Marowak into the air, then used another Thunderbolt. It helped somewhat, but not much. He estimated that even a single HP point would have to be broken down into dozens of pieces to calculate the minuscule damage. Then, Ryan used a strategy he and Zeraora had devised together, using Charge to send Zeraora into a supercharged state. This instantly increased the power of its electric-type moves. While successfully defeating Marowak, the result was Pyrrhic, with only a pitiful amount of damage dealt relative to the energy expended. "That's true, but do you think it was worth it?" Ryan asked, recalling Zeraora. "What do you mean?" Rosa asked. "It means, why waste so much power to defeat a ground-type Pokémon when a single water gun can do the trick? The effort is completely disproportionate." "Your theory is correct, but it's not practical in battle," Ruby said, closing her notes. Ryan nodded. Why didn't so many professors point this out? Ryan assumed they knew the damage was infinitely close to zero, so why bother worrying about the exact amount? Simply summarizing it as immunity was simple and easy to understand, saving trainers from having to dwell on technicalities. Rosa was embarrassed and said helplessly, "Okay, I was wrong." Then the three of them set off. Ahead was a small city where they could buy some supplies. After all, Ryan was traveling with 13 Pokémon, and the food expenses were quite high. "It looks like the road ahead is blocked by a landslide," Ryan said, checking the map. According to the map, It seems we'll have to take a detour, which might delay us for 2 or 3 hours. Ugh. A detour, Rosa complained. Why don't we just dig through it? That'll save time for future travelers. Ryan, your Tyranitar should be perfectly capable. Ryan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Besides, the blockage wasn't huge, only about 10 meters. If someone were to clear it manually, it would probably take ages, but with a Pokémon like Tyranitar, who'd been crunching rocks since it was a Larvitar, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. The three of them arrived at that section of road and found a young girl directing several Pokémon to dig a tunnel. Rosa smiled and said, "I didn't expect there would be such kind-hearted people." Ryan nodded and said, "Hello, are you also planning to dig a tunnel to the next city?" "Huh?" "Hello," the girl said, turning around to see Ryan and the others. "I live in a small village nearby. My name is Emily. My grandmother sprained her ankle, and it's too inconvenient for her to climb over the mountain to the city to see a doctor every day. That's why I wanted to open up this tunnel so that she can travel more easily." "Hello, Emily, we can help," Rosa said, taking Emily's hand affectionately. "Really? Thank you so much," Emily said excitedly. Ryan said helplessly, "In the end, it's still me who has to do the work." He then released Tyranitar, and the others entered the tunnel Emily had started digging. Looking at Sandslash and Golem digging, Ryan wondered, "That's odd. Sandslash and Golem are both skilled diggers, but they're working rather slowly." As he finished speaking, water dripped down from the rock wall above them as Sandslash and Golem dug, and then both Pokémon fled in terror without a backward glance. Ryan and the other two frowned. Ruby coughed dryly and said, "You only caught these two Pokémon not long ago, didn't you?" "Yes. I caught them just to dig the tunnel," Emily said. No wonder, Ryan thought. Normally, trained Pokémon, even those weak to water types, wouldn't be so afraid of a little moisture. Only wild Pokémon who haven't been accustomed to Pokémon battles retain such primal fears. Actually, there's a Rhyhorn here that can dive underwater. I was planning to catch it so I could open the tunnel quickly. But it's so clever I keep letting it escape, Emily said. A Rhyhorn that can dive? Rosa's eyes sparkled, probably because she was intrigued by the unusual behavior. Ryan and Ruby sighed when they saw Rosa like this, knowing that they couldn't leave now. Rosa had the same expression when she caught the Teddy Ursa in the Ursaring territory last time. Tyranitar, start digging. Break any rocks you encounter, Ryan said. Tyranitar nodded, and with powerful swipes of its claws, large amounts of soil and rocks were excavated. When it encountered larger, harder rocks, it used Stone Edge to shatter them into pieces. Emily also quickly asked her three-dug trio to carry away the debris. With this division of labor and cooperation, they completed the tunnel in just 20 minutes. "Thank you so much," Emily said gratefully. "This way my grandma can go to the city for treatment very conveniently." "You're welcome. Can you tell us where that diving Rhyhorn is?" Ryan asked, glancing at Rosa, who was eager to investigate. He knew they would have to wait before heading to the next city. "Come with me. I'll take you to where that Rhyhorn likes to hang out," Emily said. "Maril, listen for the Rhyhorn's footsteps." Emily released a Maril, who flapped its large ears, carefully listening to the subtle sounds in the air. A moment later, Maril led the group to a lake. Ryan and the others saw a single horn emerge from the water, followed by a Rhyhorn that slowly surfaced and began to feed on berries from a nearby tree. "Superior, Mean Look." Then Leaf Storm. Rosa sent out her Superior. Mean Look prevented the Rhyhorn from escaping, and Leaf Storm sent it flying. At the same time, Superior's contrary ability activated, increasing its special attack. "Hey, let's battle, Rhyhorn. I want to catch you," Rosa said, waving her Pokeball.